last year. And she's up against one of the surprises of the tournament so far. A brilliant story, mother of two, Tatiana Maria of Germany. Clearly Ons Jabeur, the favourite going into this one. But Maria seems to have answered the doubters every time so far.
She has. Tatiana Maria is the ultimate comeback queen. In her last match in quarterfinals against Julia Niemeyer, she was 4-2 down in the final set, came back to win that. The match before, she had to save 2 match points against Elena Ostapenko. So regardless of the scoreline today, do not write her off, because she is playing some inspirational tennis and feels probably on top of the world now, through to the semi-finals of a Grand Slam for the first time in her career, having never been past the 3rd round before.
Yep, should be an interesting one, that one. Can Maria do it once again against the number 3 seed Jabeur from Tunisia? Then after that, an intriguing matchup between Simona Halep, the number 16 seed. Obviously, the last time we saw her here, because she didn't play the last championships, she was the champion, lifting that Venus Rosewater dish on centre court. So she's got great memories here at Wimbledon, up against Elena Rybakina of Kazakhstan, the number 17 seed, who again has defied the critics really so far here at the championships this year. But can she stop Simona Halep, who looks just so happy? Every time I see her at the championships this year, she's got a big smile on her face. She's working with a new coach in Mouratoglou, and he seems to be working great so far. Yeah,
she's yet to drop a set. Of the 4 semi-finalists, she spent the least amount of time on court. But do not underestimate Elena Rybakina, because Rybakina has beaten Simona Halep before in the past. The head-to-head actually is in Halep's favour, 2-1, but regardless, Rybakina, one of the biggest servers on the women's tour, is the new ace queen, but she's up against one of the best returners on the women's tour in Simona Halep. I do expect that to be a close contest.
Yes, it will be. And there will be a trophy handed out on centre court later on today. The final match of the day is the mixed doubles final. Neil Skupski, some British interest playing there from Liverpool, partnering with Desiree Kravchik, who he's played with plenty of times before, the number 2 seeds against Matthew Ebden and Samantha Stoser of Australia. So that's what we've got to look forward to on centre court. 3 matches, but now it's time for us to catch up with Olivia.
I have found Baroness Benjamin. Good morning to you. Hello, How are you?
Very well, my darling. I love coming to Wimbledon.
Oh, what a day out.
Yeah, exactly. You know summer is here when you come to Wimbledon. In fact, my mum always used to say to me when I was little, Floella, I know when you've made it, when you sit in the royal box at Wimbledon.
Well, you've made it.
I've made it.
You've made it. Well, you say it's summer. They've got it wrong. They told me it was a heat wave. I'm freezing here, but you look amazing. I'm not saying this, you look a bit like a tennis ball, but in a good way, in a wonderful way, in homage to, and I love it.
Well, I think, you know, when you come to Wimbledon, you come for a great day out. And the very first time I came to Wimbledon, it rained. I didn't see one single ball hit. And
really rubbish.
And I was on centre court. Oh. But now when you come to centre court, you know you're going to see tennis.
100%.
A roof there, you know you're going to get, you know, start a good game. And, you know, you just dress for the weather. You know, over this goes a Mac if it's raining.
There you go.
But you have to dress for it, because with English weather, you don't know what you're going to get. You might get rain, you might get hail, you might get sun.
Every season in one day, absolutely. So you are in the royal box. Have you sat there before?
Yes, this is me. Yes, this is my...
Oh my God, tell us everything.
That's my the 4th time.
What, you did something right. You ate all your sandwiches. You did something right to be invited back.
What I like about Wimbledon, how it's actually changed over the years, is that it's got so diverse. And I know Wimbledon is really pushing for diversity. And now you just don't see diversity on the courts. You see it in the audience, you know, the spectators, you know, from every walk of life. And that's such it's an inspirational way of introducing young people, especially, to the sport. And I just think, you know, Wimbledon is one of these, because I'm a sports fan.
Are you?
Whatever sport, I'm there watching. But Wimbledon is something that's so special. You get so tense when you're watching the actual game live. So I love to watch the replays.
Oh, yeah, I know. That's the only problem. You don't get to see the replays, and you don't get to see the kind of zoomed-in reactions. Yeah, I get it.
But the atmosphere when you're there is just breathtaking. You know, everybody is just one, you know. You know, and when you've got a special favourite player as well, you know, you kind of like, you know, willing them on to hit the ball, or for the opposition to hit it out or have a double fault. You know?
I get it. Oh, I'm already feeling the matches. I'll be honest with you, I've not seen one ball hit since I've been here, and I've been here 11 days. But we move on. Now, something I read about you, which I thought was just the most gorgeous thing, when you were Chancellor of the University of Exeter, during graduation, you hugged every single graduate.
That's right. I hugged everyone. For 10 years, I'd open my arms and say, darling, go out there, change the world, make a difference for me. Yes, Chancellor, I will, Chancellor. And even now, I meet Exeter graduates who say, Chancellor, I remember your speech, to act with morality, with integrity and honesty, and to be the person others can trust, and not to be afraid to press the reset button. And I think young people need to hear those words to feel inspirational, to feel motivated. And that's what, when you're a tennis player, you need to have those kind of thoughts in your head, somebody to inspire you, something for you to visualize. And that's what I tried to do when I was a Chancellor, to make every single graduate feel loved and appreciated.
I get it. I totally get it. I don't think my Chancellor was as good, just got to say. I'm not telling you where I went. Just finally, well, no, not just finally, because you're wonderful. I don't want you to go. But it's 100 years of centre court, so some epic matches, real history has happened on those courts. Tell me, do you have a fond memory of a great match that you've seen?
I think the match between Federer and Nadal.
Oh, I mean, that one comes up a lot. I was there. I get it. It's definitely my top.
But you can't not actually include Serena Williams.
Well, the sisters against each other as well. Epic.
But also you have to remember that great Swedish tennis player. Bjorn Borg was somebody who would give up. You're thinking, he can't possibly do it. He'd be 2 sets down, 5-2. But yet he'd turn it around and win. And then you can't forget Arthur Ashe. Do you remember Arthur Ashe up against Connors? And you're thinking, he's not going to do this. He sat there really quiet, visualizing, hitting that ball. And the whole country was waiting. I was in a show in the West End at the time. They stopped the show.
No.
They did. Everybody waited. None of the performers went on stage until we see that final ball hit when Arthur Ashe won, and he went, yes, because that was victory. That was something that, especially if you're somebody of colour, seeing someone like that win against all the odds, against the great champion, and he did it. And I know he only did it once, but that to me was the perfect victory.
100%. I mean, I literally want to talk to you all day, but my producer's looking at me all funny, like, wrap it up. Last thing. Obviously, for a player playing on centre court, winning on centre court, probably one of the proudest moments in their career. Just tell us one of your proudest moments in your career.
My proudest moments in my career.
One of. It doesn't have to be
Oh,
big.
yeah, there's so many to say. I don't want to sort of make a choice. Let's just say I haven't had it yet.
Oh, she's still going for it.
I'm still going.
And I back you to get it.
Because I have to. It's like doing Desert Island Disc. How do you actually choose 8 songs?
Okay,
to have one proudest moment, obviously having my children, meeting my husband, but I think going into the House of Lords. Because going into the House of Lords is a place where you can actually make a difference to other people's lives. You can change the world. And that's what I've done over the last 12 years. I've tried to change the world in a positive way and make children and young people know that childhood lasts a lifetime. And the childhood I want them to grow up in is to know that they're loved and they're appreciated. And I want them to love themselves the same way so that they can love others unconditionally.
Thank you. I think I love you now. I want that hug. Yeah. Thank you so much. Have the best day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, and the IBM Power Index has spoken there. No real surprises that Jabeur is the overwhelming favourite, really, for this one, if you look at most of the categories. Looking at Tatiana Maria, what's she got to do today really, really well if she's going to cause an upset and upset those rankings?
Yeah, well, what she's done so well throughout this tournament is her craft. She's so crafty out there on the tennis court. She slices and dices. She doesn't allow opponents to get into any kind of rhythms. There we see her husband and coach Charles out on the practice courts, and he's her biggest fan and #1 supporter. He really is the ultimate supportive partner. But she's been consistent. She doesn't give you much. She doesn't hit the ball particularly hard. She gives you no place to play with. And she's deceptively quick. She reads the game well. But, yeah, she's been able to disrupt the rhythm of the opponents up to this stage. But Ons Jabeur has a similar kind of style of play, but better than Tatiana Maria. She has the tools to combat the slice, the drop shots. Ons Jabeur has the ability to come forwards and finish points off at the net. So I do think it'll be an entertaining match with unbelievable points, all court tennis. But I do feel Ons Jabeur should have more in the tank to be able to hit Tatiana Maria off the court when necessary.
Yes, I chatted to Charles the other day and I asked him, when are you the husband and when are you the coach? And he looked at me and he smiled. And he said, I know when I need to say yes.
Good
he was lovely to speak to. Do you think they'll come out there with a tactical plan to counteract the changes of play that Jabeur, we've seen over the last couple of years here at Wimbledon? She uses that slice backhand to great effect, some drop shots. She's quite hard to get into a rhythm against. How do you come up with a tactical plan against someone like that?
Tactically, Tatiana Maria is not going to do anything drastically different today than she has done in any of her other matches, because with all due respect, she doesn't have the ability to. She's got a style of play that she can junk it around and make life very difficult for opponents out there. But the biggest thing for her is going to be the belief, the feeling that she belongs out there on centre court, bearing in mind that she had never been past the third round of a Grand Slam up until this year's Wimbledon. So, this is big. She's the first woman to make her, at the age of 34, she's the oldest woman in the Open era to make a Grand Slam semi-final in the Open era, which is a fantastic achievement. But will nerves get the better of her? Potentially, because she doesn't have the experience at this stage. But having said that, Ons Jabeur has never reached the semi-finals of a Grand Slam before, but she is ranked #2 in the world, and that reflects her consistency on tour and a lot of the wins she's had this year. Tatiana Maria, end of January, was ranked 311 in the world. So now currently just outside the world's top 100 at 104, but still a big difference between the two.
Yeah, and just looking at some of these factors, why they've chosen Ons Jabeur as the favourite, not just the rankings. Leading into Wimbledon, Jabeur won the championships in Berlin on grass, as you mentioned. She's been in good form, and also last year she had that lovely run as well. And Jabeur has a WTA rank of 2 that is 101 positions higher than Tatiana Maria. So that shows you the gap between these two players. On the flip side, though, for Tatiana Maria, it could also work in her favour in that there isn't that much expectation. She said in many interviews she's just enjoying being at this stage, enjoying sharing it with her husband Charles and the kids who are here as well. That actually she may go out there and just feel like, well, I've got nothing to lose. I'm not expected to win. I'm just going to enjoy it. I may not get another opportunity in my career to do this, and that might bring something else out of her.
Yeah, I think that will be the attitude, absolutely. I mean, she's been around for long enough to know that she has to find ways to enjoy this moment, because rightly so, she may not achieve this again. And I know, having spoken to her earlier this year, this was going to be her last year on tour. She only came back from maternity leave just under a year ago. So, she's taking it all in. It's a bonus that she's winning all these matches. Maybe there is an element of her just feeling relaxed and appreciating everything, enjoying the lifestyle she has with her family on tour, and just enjoying it for what it is.
Let's focus a bit more now on Ons Jabeur. Before we speak about her, let's have a watch of her practice. She is being watched by Rachel at the moment.
Well, we're down here at Arangi, where behind me you can see that Ons Jabeur is just warming up, getting some practice in before her semi-final matchup between Tatiana Maria of Germany. And she's got quite the crowd watching her here this morning, and rightly so. She's a trailblazer, isn't she? She's made history already this championship by being the first Arab woman to compete in a Grand Slam semi-final. And there's quite a nice fact that she keeps practicing on court number 4. She's done that throughout this tournament. A lot of the ladies actually have been doing the same thing. Maybe it's a superstition. It's clearly working, isn't it, that she's got this far to the semi-finals here at the All England Club. And it's quite the achievement. She's been doing exceptionally well over the last 2 seasons. She's won more matches than anyone else on the WTA Tour, 84 in total, which is such an awesome achievement. And it's quite funny as well, when she was a youngster, she even considered possibly switching from tennis to handball. I think everyone's pretty pleased that she's stuck with this sport. We got to actually catch up with a Tunisian fan a couple of days ago before her quarter-final matchup between Marie Buskova there, which she obviously came through, and he was just saying how important it is to have someone like Ons as a trailblazer for people in Tunisia, where she obviously grew up. And he was even saying that football is their number 1 sport, but people are now, youngsters are now considering moving from football to tennis because of what Ons has been doing. A little bit about this season as well. Only a couple of weeks ago on grass, she was called up to be a doubles partner for Serena Williams, which she said was such an honour. And she asked Serena, why did you pick me? She said, well, you've been doing great things on the tour, so obviously I wanted you as a partner. She pulled out of singles there at Eastbourne. Unfortunately, they had to pull out of the doubles matches as well due to a knee injury, which Ons Jabeur got there, but she's bounced back here, hasn't she, by making this fantastic run so far. And especially considering at Roland Garros at the French Open, just a month ago, she had that first round exit, which wouldn't have done great things for her confidence, but she's looking a completely different player here today, and it's going to be a great encounter on centre court a little bit later for that semi-final matchup against Tatiana Maria. In her own words, her barbecue buddy. They're great friends, aren't they? But I'm sure they'll put that aside when they step foot on centre court for a place in the finals on Saturday. Can't wait.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm joined now by Esther Rantzen and her beautiful daughter. Lovely to see you ladies.
Thank you.
Welcome to Wimbledon Day 11, I think. Are you looking forward to a wonderful day of tennis?
Of course. I mean, what else do you get at Wimbledon?
Well, strawberries and cream, pins and all the things.
Yes.
Tell me, are you on in the royal box today?
Yes.
You are? Are you actually? Have you been in before?
Yes.
I'm meeting all these repeat royal box attendees,
No,
which seems very special.
I sneaked about 20 minutes because I had a dear friend who was part of the authority here, because she was a champion, she was terrific, and she used to invite the centre court. And one year she said to me, there are a couple of gaps in the royal box. And
Really, is it that good? Because we can't even get in there to film.
except sitting on my sofa.
I get
yes,
that too.
Yes.
So that's so lovely that you're in there today.
I know.
Do you look forward to the food, the tea, the cucumber sandwiches? Is it all a myth? Is it delicious?
We have all that at home.
Yeah. Okay, so really, it's just a lovely honour, basically, to come, but also to see it, obviously here live.
It's the tennis, actually.
That's what you're here for.
And being there in that crowd and getting the atmosphere. And it just is. I mean, there are certain things like the Chelsea Flower Show and being
Royal Ascot, do you like?
No, she doesn't like that.
Not boring. Boring. Do you know what? I agree. I think this has an energy and a vibe about it that's like nowhere else.
This is gladiators. This is extraordinary. This is skill that one can't imagine a mere human being having, because they aren't mere human beings, are they? They're superhumans. But it's extraordinary, absolutely.
Oh, great. Okay, finally. It's
Yes.
100 years of centre court. You might have
Yes.
seen the celebrations on television.
Yes.
Do you have any fond or brilliant memories of watching any epic matches that you can recall?
You mean 100 years ago?
Or within the 100 years?
Well, I was reminiscing of the days of Little Mo and Gorgeous Gussie and...
They've not come up during this. This is great.
Well, there you are, you see. You need to talk to someone of almost 100 and you get the lowdown. I think there's always, every year, there's a drama. And usually there's a bad boy. Now, we will know we're liberated when there are bad girls as
Girls.
well, because there are good girls and bad boys, aren't there? Aren't there?
Yes.
What, do you have any fond memories of any matches growing up?
I grew up with Agassi and McEnroe, which was brilliant. But this is my first time at Wimbledon, so I'm very excited. She's been most years and never brought me, so clearly I did something good this year.
And you're taking her with you into the box?
Indeed.
Well,
Well, no, I'm not sitting outside the box. That would be really mean.
No, yeah, it would be mean. But all I'm going to say to you is lower your expectation for just future years, because I don't think you're going in at the very, very top.
Yeah. Well, this is it. This is my only visit, I reckon.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
Can't come back.
You peaked and that's
Yeah.
it. All right, well, ladies, go have fun. We won't keep you a minute longer. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Wimbledon 2022, the 10th day of the championships here at the All England Lawn Tennis Club.
It is a warm and balmy day in southwest London for the second Wednesday of the championship. The crowd's just buzzing around the grounds.
Huge occasion for both these two, looking for their first Grand Slam semi-final. Delightful finish, and the 22-year-old is through to her first Grand Slam semi-final. And in the end, she held her nerve impeccably.
Through the central doors and out onto the hallowed turf of this magnificent stadium. Centre court salutes Simona Halep. There's no question the belief is back.
How high is that confidence right now?
It's good. Good. It's good. Actually, the crowd gives me a lot of energy and a lot of support. So thank you everyone for coming and for supporting us.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
Simona Halep. Let's go.
And the Kyrgios show, for the first time ever, moves into a Grand Slam semi-final.
I don't want to think about the semi-finals just yet. There's a lot to be done from now and then. So I don't know. We'll just go back. My dad will cook us dinner as always, and then we'll just eat it and watch a movie and just chill out.
Whoa.
Wow.
The Grand Slam dream 2022 is still alive for Rafa Nadal. No idea how he's done that.
For a lot of moments I was thinking maybe I will not be able to finish the match, but I don't know, the court, the energy is something else, so yeah, thanks for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about a huge round of applause for Rafa Nadal?
Well, let's go inside centre court, and the two players for this first match are making their way down the corridors, that famous walk past all of the memorabilia, the oak panelling. It is absolutely beautiful inside that special arena. Ons Jabeur on the way at the front, and Tatiana Maria, a special day for her as well in what's been a long and successful career on the ladies' tour. But this will be one of her most proud moments, getting to walk out on centre court for a Wimbledon semi-final. This is where they get to collect their thoughts or listen to music in Ons Jabeur's case, as is so often the case these days with modern athletes, listening to music on their headphones, and they just wait for the cue to then pass out onto centre court through much change this year because they walk out, as you'll see, into the middle of the court rather than round the side. Has that been a change that's been welcomed in the locker room, Anne?
I believe so. Well, certainly for TV, I think it's a more
dramatic entrance. Yeah. I like it. It's gladiatorial. This is the battle. Here they come.
Players, as they walk in, have been asked to just walk around the court. Whether they do or not, that's another matter. Ons Jabeur, still in the zone. AirPods in. Big smile there from Tatiana Maria. These two very good friends. They know each other well. Very good family friends. Ons Jabeur, Tatiana has spoken about how Ons really enjoys entertaining her two young children at various tournaments around the world, and they do have a fantastic relationship, and there's a lot of respect between the two of them.
How can that affect a match? I'm sure it happened in your career where you were playing players that you respected, you were friendly with, you knew well, you'd had dinner with, spent family time with. How did you put that to one side when you were on a match court?
It was pretty simple, to be honest, and I think it won't be a problem between these two. They're very professional. There will be a lot of respect. There isn't going to be any gamesmanship out here. Certainly no kind of Nick Kyrgios-like behaviour or anything like that. They'll both be getting on with it and staying in their own little bubble. Ons Jabeur, obviously the heavy favourite in this match, so the pressure all on her shoulders. Yeah, Tatiana Maria, I think, will relish her chance of being the underdog out here.
OK, let's listen in to the coin toss with the umpire, Richard Hay.
Heads, tails? Heads. Heads. Serve. Take. Good match.
So Tatiana Maria wins the toss, going for heads and chooses to serve. Let's focus a bit more on Ons Jabeur. When people analyse her game, often you hear about, as we were discussing earlier on, the variety and that beautiful slice backhand that she has. And grass is the surface where that works so well, doesn't it? Staying low to the ground.
Yes, it sure does. And you only have to look at her record on grass here. She's won all 10 matches she's played on grass this year. She was a champion a few weeks ago in Berlin. And her record on grass over the past 2 years stands at 20 wins and only 2 losses. She was a champion in Birmingham last year and a quarter-finalist here at Wimbledon, of course. But she can occasionally go on a mental walkabout. We saw that yesterday in her quarter-final against Maria Bouzkova, where she looked really unsettled in that opening set, dropped it 6-3 and just didn't have the patience. Bouzkova, a player who puts a lot of balls back into court, makes it as physical as possible, doesn't give too much away. And we saw Ons Jabeur get really ratty in that opening set before coming back strong in set 2 and set 3. So today for her, patience is going to be key against Tatiana Maria. Maria, we've spoken about what her game style is like and how she moves well and doesn't make too many mistakes. So you've really got to find ways to put her away.
The thing that strikes me about Ons as well, we've discussed this in the past, you and I, she's great in interviews, she's really bubbly and fun, isn't she, off the court? But that almost belies the fact she's a very, very fearsome competitor. And as you said, she hates losing. I mean, you don't get to this level without hating losing, but she has that very true competitive spirit, and that comes out in these big matches.
Yeah, it does. I mean, she's not robotic when you watch her play. She's not afraid to show her emotions. She's not afraid to say what she thinks to her box. You know, she's looking to make history here. A win for Jabeur would mean that she would become the first Arab and North African woman to make a Grand Slam final. And I think she takes a huge amount of pride in setting all these kind of records and reaching all these various milestones. And you know, she's a proud Arab woman, and you know, she wants to see herself as a good role model for people from that part of the world and around the world as to what is possible.
And in terms of just focusing in on tennis, haven't had too many superstars from that part of the world at all. She's, as you said there, paving the way, really. And it is one of those great growth areas in the game of tennis. It's not like other places, other countries, regions of the world where a long history of great champions here at Wimbledon. She is a pioneer, really, in ladies' tennis for that part of the world.
She is. Now, that head-to-head said it was 1-0, but they have, in fact, actually played 3 times. 2 of them, perhaps officially, don't go onto that head-to-head graphic because they met in the qualifying. But I can tell you, Ons Jabeur leads the head-to-head 2-1. Her wins came at the US Open in qualifying back in 2014. And the most recent meeting between them was actually in Beijing back in 2018 in qualifying, where Ons Jabeur was a straight sets winner on that occasion.
Yeah, and we're looking at the tale of the tape so far for both of these players and showing that Tatiana Maria, she's got a pretty big serve, hasn't she? Although, and you can see there, she really does go for it, 24 double faults compared to just 2 for Ons Jabeur, but she's also sent down 26 aces so far. Is that one of the keys to this match, depending on how Tatiana Maria serves against Jabeur?
Yeah, of course. I think she's going to have to raise her first serve percentage if she's going to have a real shot at this and not allow Jabeur to get onto the front foot behind the second serve return. So, yes, serve is going to be key. But just looking at the amount of time each of the 2 players have spent on court, Tatiana Maria has spent just under 10 hours on court, 11 minutes shy of that, and Ons Jabeur just over 6.5 hours on court. So I wonder what's left in the tank for Tatiana Maria. How are those legs feeling? A lot of 3-set battles, a lot of comeback wins. She's been down in pretty much every match she's played in this year's tournament, but a place in the final for one of these 2.
Yes, the stage is set. The sun has just started peeking out there on centre court for this, the first ladies singles semi-final. Ons Jabeur against Tatiana Maria. Don't forget, you can continue watching that match on Wimbledon's major broadcasters all around the world. We're having to leave it because of our rights that we can show you here at the tournament, but you can continue to watch that match, as I said, on your Wimbledon broadcaster in whichever country you are watching from. But let's hear from Ons Jabeur. She spoke to Renee Stubbs before the tournament began.
Well, Ons Jabeur, first of all, I want to welcome you. Second of all, what's it like for you to be back here at Wimbledon?
It feels amazing. Last year was unbelievable. I still carry a lot of great memories, and hopefully coming back this year to create even more better memories. And you know, just being on center court feels amazing. You know, I played I think last year against Muguruza, Sabalenka. It was really amazing, and hopefully you know, this year will be much better. Obviously, I love the nature here. I love how everything is green, and that gives me like great energy.
Yeah, it's been a tough couple of years for everybody, really, with the pandemic. And this year, Wimbledon will be open to everybody. How great is that for you? Particularly, we know that you love to get the crowd involved.
I mean, I love the crowd, and I feel like even last year was like the crowd was really supporting me even when I needed them, and the fact they support me even when I was like 100, and now it's a different ranking, but it's amazing. I love how people are passionate about sport here. Cannot wait to play in front of them for sure.
And your form coming in here, it's been, as you've already mentioned, it's been an incredible 12 months for you. Won a tournament leading up to Wimbledon on grass. So I guess, how do you feel about this particular surface and your chances here?
Yeah, I had great preparation, getting my game ready, you know, slicing and changing the rhythm. The crazy drop shot, you know, that could bother a lot of players, really helped me win a lot of great points. So I'm ready to do that. I feel like I'm even serving much better now, and that helps me, you know, get a lot of great points here. I'm getting ready, enjoying the energy here, enjoying, you know, the great nature, and hopefully this year will be the year for me.
Now, as you can see on this beautiful court, it's 100 years of the centre court here at Wimbledon. I want to ask you, what was your first memory of centre court, whether it be on television or here in person, that you remember?
I have a bad one, but I'm not gonna say it. But there is the first match that I played against Muguruza. Was amazing, and just coming back from a set down, the crowd here, important people watching me. You know, it's really amazing, and the fact that I could feel that great energy kind of helped me. It's the first center court that I win a match here, because I played on the other center court on the Grand Slam and I always lose, but this is the first center court that I won a match here.
Do you remember watching it as a kid on television?
I think, yeah, I've watched especially the Roger and Andy Roddick when Roger won 15 here. That was, I remember watching that match, yes.
If you could come here one year that you watched a match that you were, oh, I wish I could be in the crowd, which one would that be? Over the last 100 years.
Over the last 100 years, I think it will be, yeah, that match. Andy Roddick and Roger Federer. I think it was a crazy, crazy match. I remember watching it because I love both, you know, but Andy always had something. And I wanted him to win, but I also was happy for Roger for getting the 15 Grand Slam.
This court, so unique. Wimbledon, so unique. But what is it about Wimbledon Centre Court that is so unique, than sort of more than any other Grand Slam?
I think to start with, the entrance is kind of different from other Grand Slams, and it's very classy. You know, you feel like maybe you have to be like really prepared and get ready to give like the best shot you have. I don't think there is any bad matches on center court because, you know, the great pressure that you feel to come play on this court, you really have to give your best, and I personally enjoyed playing there a lot.
Well, uniquely this year, instead of coming around the outside like you normally do, you're actually coming right through the middle of the court there. They're going to open up the back. How interesting is that going to be if you have an opportunity to play out here on center court?
It's really amazing, and I cannot wait to walk through. I'm going to create the opportunity to play on the center court, hopefully.
This court, so special, so unique, something on everybody's bucket list to come to. But if you could put a tennis court anywhere in the world on a different stadium, where would it be that you would like to play a match?
I'll put it in a historic place called El Jam in Tunisia. I'll show you the picture later. It's from way, way, way back. My dream is to play a match there, hopefully.
Wow, I'll
show you a picture.
I'm going to make sure that happens.
Yeah.
If you could go back to your personal experience on this court, what's so unique about playing tennis on grass that's different to anywhere else in the world?
I think, you know, you have to get used to the bounce here. You have to, you know, adapt kind of your game from the beginning because, you know, coming also from clay, the reaction is kind of slow to comparing to here on grass. But for me, for myself, I think the fact that I can change up the rhythm, the fact that I can make the players play the ball on different height, that kind of helps me, you know, get the balls that I want or get free points for maybe like changing the rhythm as a slice or drop shot.
And playing the matches that you've played on this court, and they were incredible last year. You know, I've spoken to a bunch of players about the inspiration of the moments for them on this court and how they've inspired other people. What about the matches that you played on this court that maybe inspired kids from particularly Tunisia?
Honestly, I hope I did, but I know there is so many people that watch my match here when I played, and I know there's a few Tunisians they came to watch me on this court. My dream goal is to inspire a young generation. If they saw me one day playing here, I hope they can be dreaming about coming to play on this amazing court, and I can tell them that the experience here is so great.
Across the road, Wimbledon are doing great things here. We're trying to expand the grounds. They're building more courts over there, so they're going to have qualifying over there. They're going to have more practice courts. It's going to be an incredible venue. What do you think that will do for the players going forward?
I think it will be amazing to play the qualification here. It's kind of, you know, different and also a great, let's say, goal for the qualifiers to qualify and come and play here. Yeah. Now, you know, they will have the chance to play right away here, which is amazing. And if they make this happen, I'll be jealous because I always played qualification on the other side. But it's great also at the same time to have more courts as well is amazing for all the players.
Give me one thing that has inspired you throughout your life. We've spoken to a lot of local people here about what has inspired them, whether it be their kids or, you know, something that they've done. But what about you? What's inspired you throughout your career and your life?
I think my mom always inspired me to be the player that I am today. It was actually her dream to become a tennis player. and maybe I'm trying to do that for her. She's the one that introduced me to tennis, and I'm really grateful because I promised her once. I told her I'll take you. It was Roland Garros. You can have a coffee there, and I took her once, and she had a cup of coffee there, and it was very important to me because we always watch that on TV, and hopefully one day she will grab her coffee here at Wimbledon.
What did you tell her about Wimbledon that you would take her for?
And now she will have to come and lift the trophy with me.
Well, we are so happy to have you, and
Thank you.
We love you playing on this court and using all your different variety of shots, and we wish you all the best for the next couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, Ons Jabeur there, all smiles speaking ahead of the championships, and we can update you with the early stages, very early stages on centre court. Tatiana Maria has held serve in the first game there on centre. We will keep you right up to date with all the going-ons. I've got ons on the brain, goings-on there on centre court here on Wimbledon Uncovered. But let's show you some more live tennis. We can head over to court number 3 because the junior tournament is continuing, the quarter-finals of the girls singles here. And it is Linda Klimovakova, the number 16 seed from the Czech Republic, up against Jasmine Conway, a British player there on court 3. And Conway causing a bit of an upset in the first 2, but Klimovakova has obviously fought back in the second, leading 5-1 with Conway about to serve. And Conway, someone who you've been keeping an eye on?
I've kept a bit of an eye on her. She's 17, 18 later this year. Yeah, she's been playing full-time tennis now for some time, from Oxfordshire, working currently with Nigel Sears at the National Tennis Centre in between his job or his time with Harriet Dart. And she's got a good game. She's got a decent serve. She's predominantly an aggressive baseliner. That is her style of play. But she hasn't played too many junior events over the past year. She's tried to focus on her professional ranking, which currently sits at 750 in the world. That's her WTA ranking. But she did play the 2 junior warm-up events at Roehampton before coming here to Wimbledon.
For the British players that you work with and know, how important is Wimbledon? Because it can give a tremendous opportunity for a player, as you said, who perhaps hasn't played so many junior tournaments, to play on the big stage, get used to playing in front of a slightly bigger crowd than perhaps you get at the lower level of the pro events. It is a great opportunity for some of these players who get a wild card.
Absolutely. These are all stepping stones to hopefully, one day someone like Jasmine playing in the main event here at Wimbledon. She may have that chance next year if she continues to progress up the rankings. Emma was only 17 years of age this time last year when she made her Wimbledon debut. And there aren't too many opportunities where you get to play in front of a home crowd on the big stage. I think this has to be the highlight for any young British junior. But Jasmine Conway will be familiar with her opponent. They did play against each other last week in Roehampton. Unfortunately, on that occasion, Jasmine had to retire in the quarterfinals of their match. Led by set, found herself 3-love down in the second before retiring. But nothing seems to be taped up. Seems to be healthy and battling in this second set.
And in terms of junior tennis and the step up from the juniors here at Wimbledon, the other Grand Slams, to the main tour, it's not always clear that a great performance and great results and a great ranking in the junior ranks means that the transition is going to be made to the pro game. What are you looking for of players of this age group who are playing in the juniors here that are going to help them if they are to crack the main tour?
Yeah, first and foremost, when I look at young junior players, I'm looking at their attitude. What kind of energy do they bring to the court? Yes, whatever, they can be talented, they can be skillful tennis players, but I think the most important thing is their attitude, and if they have the right mindset when facing adversity on the tennis court, when they're in tricky situations, how do they handle it? Do they still back themselves? Do they show good fighting spirit? Or do they just cave in and show too much negative emotion out there which lets them down. So for me, that's really important. Attitude, obviously work ethic is a given. Jasmine Conway, I know, has that. And then you want to see a young player with weapons, whether that's a big serve or a big forehand or backhand or something that can hurt opponents when they come on to tour. And Jasmine Conway has, lots of really good attributes, like I've already mentioned, a strong serve and strong strikes from the back of the court. I think physically, though, she just needs to become a little bit more robust and resilient and just get used to life on tour. But she's still very young.
You made that transition from successful junior career to success on the main tour. How did you find it? How long did it take you to feel comfortable out there?
Well, it took me a while because I remember as a junior playing in this event and reaching the semi-finals, and there was myself and Elena Rybakina in the same year. As teenagers, we both reached the Wimbledon semi-finals. We were in separate halves and we both lost. I lost to Dinara Safina, and I believe Bali lost to Angelique Wijaja in the other semi-final. But for me, it took me a bit of time to really break through. I remember actually that year I hadn't played many junior events, but I was able to get into the junior event because of my WTA ranking, which was around 250 or so in the world. But to really make that jump from 200 inside the world's top 100, that took me some time. And I do think between the ages of 17 and 20, they're crucial years, particularly in a young female player's career, where you're going through a lot. You're just trying to figure life out, and you need good people around you. And unfortunately for me, I didn't actually have that at that age. So I do look back at those years with a little bit of regret, but I didn't know any different.
You mentioned the physicality as well, and that is so important to be able to transition to the demands of the Pro Tour physically. I remember when Andy Murray first came out, and he had, some good performances. Obviously, was an unbelievably talented player, great junior record in the slams, but there were question marks over his perhaps ability to go over 5 sets. There were some early losses, weren't there, where he had to retire in matches, and that was something he's admitted in interviews that he knew he had to work really hard at becoming stronger and fitter, and that is something that only hard work can bring that.
Yeah, only hard work can bring, but if we're using a player like Jasmine Conway as an example, yes, she needs to become physically more resilient, but she's been playing effectively full-time tennis now for a number of years, and she does have she's invested in a fitness trainer. That is a given. There's so much data and research now where young players are educated from a younger age as to what is required to succeed on the Pro Tour, and she'll have access to a lot of that information. But then it's being able to put yourself through it, those hard yards, and you will eventually reap the rewards for it.
And we'll continue to bring you action from the junior tournament as it continues around the grounds here at Wimbledon Uncovered. Now, earlier today, before play began on centre court, Rachel got the opportunity to speak with some of the people whose job it is to keep the peace, keep everything calm. It's Olivia, sorry, Rachel. Olivia got the chance rather than Rachel this time, to keep those people who are tasked there on centre court with keeping everything just in order.
Now, a hugely important and really impressive part of Wimbledon is the military personnel we have on site. There are approximately how many military personnel on site?
500, about 500.
Okay, so about 500 amazing men and women in all their proper uniform. It looks fantastic. I imagine it's a really big, important part for tourists that come to Wimbledon. But let's get into it. Let's understand what it's all about and why you're here. Let's start with you, Tilly. How many years have you been at Wimbledon? And tell us a bit about your role here and what you do.
Okay, so I was a military steward last year as well as this year, and decided to do it again because it was so much fun. And a big part of why I'm here, big tennis fan on and off the court. I play tennis for the RAF too, and I just love it. It's good fun.
Okay, so it's obviously a great gig for you guys. You're literally in the action, and depending where you're placed and on what court, you could be men's finals down the bottom watching an epic battle. I mean, wow. Tell me a bit about your role here in terms of your duties and what you have to do.
It's mostly security, just checking the passes, make sure, everyone's got all the tickets to come in, and also it's about security. It's about because people, the demonstrators come in, we're just watching, but we're all ready for them.
Oh, you're ready, yeah, you were born ready.
Yeah.
How long have you been here, Hayley?
Oh, 12 years.
Is it just the best job?
It's like a big family. It's like I've got a Wimbledon husband, Wimbledon wife, Wimbledon kids, you know, and I come back year and year, and they come back year and year. So we have a massive, it's always my birthday as well over Wimbledon.
Oh, wow.
So it's a massive party.
Oh, wow, it sounds brilliant. Now, so you two from the RAF. You, sir, where are you from?
I'm from the Navy.
Okay, and tell me, how does it work in terms of getting time off of work, or how do you apply to come and work here?
So in relation to your first question, I'm a reserve, so I just have to get annual leave approved for my day job. And what was the second question, sorry?
Honestly, I don't know. It wasn't that good a question. Actually, as it came out, I thought, oh, where's this going, Olivia? But we'll move on. Have you been enjoying the experience, and how long have you been doing this job?
So this is my first year at Wimbledon,
Oh.
and I found this experience great. I like watching tennis on TV, but it's a completely different thing watching it live with the crowds, and the crowd has been really nice as well, so it's great interacting with the public and watching the tennis.
I think the public loves seeing you guys. I really think it adds to the whole experience. I don't know if you agree, but I think it definitely adds a very British charm to the whole event. Robbie, how long have you been at Wimbledon, and tell me some of your best, fondest memories?
Sure, so this is my second year. Last year I was on number 1 court, and then this year been upgraded to centre court.
Oh, the upgrade, you did a good job.
I think one of the highlights for me was seeing Elena Rybakina last year play her first game on number 1 court, where she beat who I can't remember who she was playing. It was absolutely fantastic. And then this year, it's just seeing all the games that I can on centre court. It's just been brilliant.
So what I'm getting, guys, is it's really about the tennis for you guys, which is a good thing. It is obviously a tennis tournament. But do you feel a sense of pride wearing the uniform? Obviously, you're all ironed and, you know, tucked into perfection. Is that kind of a really important part of the job?
Oh, exactly, yeah. We've got to be, you know, it's got to be perfect. We get checked. We've got someone called Sony, and she checks us, you know, before we go out. So,
no way!
Yeah, we can't get out, and Sony saying, come back, that's good. You know, iron that skirt better.
Really? Yeah, actually, before we rolled, you got told, collar!
Yeah.
And do you salute people?
No, we don't. No, we don't. It's quite, to be honest, you'll always be like this.
Yeah.
Because there's hundreds of
true.
us.
Oh.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, fair play, that's a good point.
But I bring a fundraiser here called Healing Military Minds.
Oh, right.
And what happens is the leaders, there's one up there, they get paid in the face if I raise enough money. So on Saturday, I'm getting the cream, getting the paper plates.
Why, you ready? Have
And
you
it's
done
for, I know it's Saturday, but I'm raising the money now. I've raised £1,000 last year. So the money's coming in. I had the bucket this morning. So hopefully it raises awareness for mental health in the military.
Oh, that's really brilliant. Oh, I hope you reach your target.
I hope so.
Maybe we could film the pieing.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. We get a live pie off. All right, just finally, what, you know, any great memories of things that have happened here, this tournament that you know, were you on for the centenary celebrations?
So highlights for me is my first ever game. Started off with a Novak Djokovic game. This is my first time.
It's not bad.
And I think my favourite match was really thrilling. It was the Janet and Djokovic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was a really thrilling game, and you could feel the. And you know, usually the umpires say quieten down, but the crowd cheered so much the umpire had to stop for a while. Yeah, because it was cheering so loudly. It was a good atmosphere as well. And also, one of the highlights is we had some pictures taken here, and I thought sneak away to the back, have it at the back, and then they asked us to all turn around, so I was at the front of it, so that backfired as well.
And any centenary kind of moments that stood out for you?
Yeah, absolutely. So we were quite lucky to witness the rehearsals for it, but we didn't know that Cliff Richard was going to sort of come out and go full 90s Wimbledon. So that was fantastic, and it was really, really special to see all the champions come out as well.
It really was. It was an amazing day. Well, thank you, men and women of our military. We salute you, and we thank you for keeping us safe. And you do add such a wonderful, charming aspect to the championship. So thanks so much. Thank you.
Well, we're still down here at Arangi then, and behind me now, Simona Halep is out on court number 10. Again, she's been there for the entire tournament so far. These ladies really love to stick to what is working for them, and court number 10 seems to be working for Simona Halep and her coach, of course, Patrick Mouratoglou, who is out there. They, remember, joined forces in about April this year in the spring, and it seems to be working so far. Halep, on joining, Patrick said she wanted to join because she had a desire to get back to winning the biggest titles in the world, and she's on course for that this championship in the semi-final against Elena Rybakina, of course, which will be a very interesting matchup. But a point to, I guess, make is that she is the only former Grand Slam champion left in the final four, which possibly gives her the advantage. I think she thinks it gives her the advantage. In a press conference earlier, she said, I've been in this position before, meaning the semi-finals, and you feel like you've been there and have learned things from these moments. And the other competitors obviously haven't been in this position before. A fact being that for the first time in the Open era, we have 3 women in a semi-final who have never reached this stage before, which is, you know, awesome, and it means how open the ladies' side of the draw has been. Again, this year, you know, she suffered a second round exit in Rome and Roland Garros, but loves the grass, a former champion here back in 2019. And she's had a couple of problems since then. She had that calf injury, which really did, you know, stop her from competing, and she's now finding that form that she had here in 2019. And remember that final, it was against Serena Williams, and in her own words, it was her perfect match. She took that title in straight sets, and it seems like she is, you know, back to that kind of form at this stage in 2019 at those semi-finals. To reach the finals, she beat Elena Svitolina in that matchup on centre court, and back in 2019, winning that title, she was the first Romanian to get crowned at Wimbledon and won that 14 out of 15 sets on the way to doing so. So it's going to be a great semi-final. It's her 9th semi-final at a Grand Slam as well. She's got a 5-3 win-loss record in that, and the last time she was at a semi-final in a Grand Slam was the Australian Open, and that was against Garbine Muguruza. Again, that's going to be on centre court a little bit later, but we'll just let you watch some moments of Simona Halep hitting out there with her coach Patrick.
Thanks, Rachel. Simona Halep down there at Arangi. We said it as we were watching that there, and the movement, the footwork from Simona Halep, she is a master at that. Arguably, you know, both in the men's and the ladies' game, not many players who move better than her.
Yeah, it's not just her movement and her ability to defend, or when she's under pressure, get out there on the wide balls and recover well, but it's the way she does it. I mean, there's such kind of light little steps that she has, very light, quick steps. She always looks well balanced, and that is her.
And she never
strength.
Stops moving, does she? She's never flat-footed, stood at the baseline. It's always even little dancing steps. It's brilliant.
Yeah, you watch her warming up on the practice courts, even when she's hitting up and down. The intensity is always high. Feet never stop moving. Always very focused. Not very tolerant to making any mistakes out there, whether it's on the match court or the practice court. Has high standards, and yeah, Patrick Mouratoglou, her coach, is never too far away.
Yeah, it's no coincidence, is it, these top players, Halep, we're watching here, Rafa, Nadal, throughout history, when you watch the top stars practice, obviously there are some exceptions, but the majority, they practice at that intensity that they then bring to the match court, and it is no coincidence.
Yeah, it's no coincidence at all. It's habit, isn't it? So if you want to play like that at a high level, you've got to be able to practice at a high level as well. And she demands, yeah, a lot from herself and the team of people around her. And you know, she's been looking in fine form this year. Of the 4 women in the semi-finals today, she spent the least amount of time on court. She's dropped the least number of games, hasn't dropped a set, won 12 matches on the trot here at Wimbledon after lifting that Venus Rosewater dish back in 2019. And of course, unfortunately, she wasn't able to defend the title. We had COVID in 2020, but last year she had a really serious calf injury, which put her out for a few months. So wasn't able to come and open up on centre court. But maybe that's the motivation. She wants to win again this year so she can come back next year and open up play on Tuesday as the defending champion.
Well, I remember the scenes when we were watching from Romania when she returned home as the Wimbledon champion. They filled the national stadium. It was absolutely incredible. We talk about Ons Jabeur being a pioneer for tennis across Africa and in the Arab world, but also Simona Halep is a pioneer for tennis in Romania. Romania. She
Yeah.
is so looked up to by tennis fans of all ages there. Not just tennis fans, she's transcended that back home, hasn't she? Sports
She
fans
sure
in
has.
general. She is a superstar in Romania.
She's a superstar in Romania, but she's got an unbelievable following. Wherever she is, you will always find Romanian fans supporting her. You'll see the Romanian flag not too far away. And that's not just here in London. That is every tournament she goes to. I think she has got to be the best supported player around the world.
You said Patrick Mouratoglou there in the centre of the picture. He's never too far away. They've not been working together very long, have they? It's only been about a month. Have you noticed anything, perhaps, that she's changed or he's managed to add to her game?
Well, I think it's just a fresh voice. They started working together. Well, she used his academy in the south of France as a bit of a training base after Australia. So in February, spent some time practicing there and was just, I guess, had split with Darren Cahill, was looking for someone new to work with. Initially, she travelled with one or two of the coaches from the Mouratoglou Academy, who's kind of worked as hitting partners for her when she played those WTA events in the Middle East in February. And then I guess that relationship with Patrick Mouratoglou developed, and he comes with a lot of experience. Obviously, I spent a lot of time in recent years working with Serena Williams. And, you know, I don't think he's necessarily telling her anything that she hasn't heard before, but because it's a fresh voice, it's a different dynamic, different team of people around her, you know, it's had an impact.
Yeah, we see it in football all the time, you know, the new manager bounce that a team can get when a new manager comes in. They are on centre court later on the second semi-final. Simona Halep against Elena Rybakina we've got to look forward to later on. We saw Olivia chatting to people on centre court earlier on. She caught up with some other people as well.
I found some more military personnel. Now, these three do some really, really important and special work. Let's start first with Brian in the middle. Brian, you're part of the furniture, let's be honest. How long have you been here? And tell us a bit about what it's like to serve here for so long.
Well, 2003 was my first year.
20 years?
20, well, yeah,
Oh,
I
no,
think this is my 20th year. I think I worked it out the other day. So started off as court intrusion down on centre court and have worked many different gangways.
Right, let's just hold you there. Court intrusion, i.e. stopping people rushing onto the court. Does that happen? Did that happen a lot back then?
No.
Right.
And I'm wondering whether it was me that put them off.
Oh, well, there was that awful episode once, so I guess after that they needed to up security, didn't they? OK, so court intrusion.
Yes.
Didn't do much then. Watch tennis.
Well, yeah. Engage with the public.
OK, there you go.
Yeah.
And is that like a real key component of your job, actually? Engaging with the public, you know, just kind of being a great ambassador for the tournament?
I think you have to be. You have to be really, really good with people. You've got to enjoy dealing with people. You get challenges on every single day, but it's being able to be fresh and smiling to that person at the end of the day when you've been long on your feet, you're quite tired, and it could be that person's first ever experience of Wimbledon, and it's being able to be positive, be fresh, be smiling, be happy, and give them that really, really good Wimbledon experience that we all talk so much about.
That's like really decent of you. Why do you care so much about, you know, someone in the public having such a good time?
Well, if you can make someone's day just by that little smile, that just by making their day that little bit special, then you've done your job, really. And that's what it's all about, making people's Wimbledon experience just that little bit better.
So in order to work here, I know kind of all these amazing men and women apply, like in their regular jobs, to have time off to work here. What are kind of some of the characteristics or traits that are being looked at in order to be hired?
Well, first thing you've got to do is to read the instruction that comes out around about the turn of the year, and then you've got to apply. You've got to be, you know, have good military bearing, be given permission by your line manager to take the leave, because we're all on leave when we do Wimbledon. So we've got to have 2 weeks leave that we're going to take for the full championships, and then be selected and be look as smart as these two chaps here next to me in their uniform when we're dressed and when we're on duty. So
you do look good in your uniform, guys. You really do. Now, do you take a lot of pride in how you look and getting dressed and making sure you're spick spot? I don't even know what the phrase is.
Spick and span.
That's it. You know, you're spick and span. I'm not spick and span.
Yeah, no, absolutely, we do, because obviously you're representing the military. So specifically for us too, we're representing the army. So when you're dressing, you need to look over each other to make sure that obviously you're as spotless as you can be.
You do.
And
you didn't even want to sit down because you didn't want to crease your suit. And I respected that, to be honest.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate it when people also look at us and tell us, you look smart.
You do.
It's great. So, yeah.
The buttons, they're shiny, they're beautiful.
Yeah.
Now, you two are very lucky and special because where are you most of the tournament?
Ooh, I don't know if I can tell you. But yes, I can. We're in the Royal Box.
Oh, my gosh. We've only gone and found 2 from the Royal Box. What's that like?
It's not too bad. It's really nice because you get to speak to the players, you get to see some of the members, so you're getting a different experience from a lot of people. And when the players walk past, it's really just nice to actually see them up for close and personal.
Yeah, you're seeing them before the match and after. You're seeing the joy, you're seeing the heartache. I mean, do you say anything to them? Do you don't worry, mate, but the next time, do you say anything?
No, of course not. We try and stay professional at all times, and we just leave them to it because you don't want to put them off their game at all. So you just let them walk past in peace.
I see why they selected you. Right answer. All right, well, this has been really, really interesting and a real insight. I know this is your first year, both of you two, which is quite special as well that you got selected for the Royal Box. Do you think you'll reapply? Has it been such a positive experience that you'd like to come back?
Amazing. I mean, I didn't understand tennis before I got here, but now I feel like an expert and I can go out and explain to people what tennis is all about. So, yeah.
Maybe we'll put you in the commentary box next.
Please do.
All right, well, thank you and good luck and have a wonderful rest of tournament.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, we've come away from Irangi and down here now on the outside courts, court number 9, where behind me you can see Elena Rybakina from Kazakhstan, just practicing ahead of her semi-final matchup against Simona Halep. It's a massive moment in the young 23-year-old's career. It's a little bit of history again being made, the first time that she's reached this stage of the competition in her career. It's a massive moment. It's the first player as well from Kazakhstan to progress, men or women, to the semi-finals of a Grand Slam. So again, I'm sure her country will be super proud of her. At 23 years of age as well, she's the youngest of the 4 semi-finals left in the competition. Tatiana Maria, the oldest at 34 years of age. Coming here though, her form wasn't possibly the best on grass. She's only won 1 grass court preparation match in Hertogenbosch earlier on this season, but it hasn't stopped her, has it? The rangy 6-foot athlete, that's how tall she is. She's very tall compared to her opponent, Simona Halep. And what a tournament she has had over the last fortnight, beating Coco Vandeweghe, Bianca Andreescu, Zheng, Petra Martic, and Ayla Tomljanovic in that quarter-final. That was where Tomljanovic got the first set, and then Elena came back fighting and took those final 2 sets to set up that semi-final match with Simona Halep here. Remember, she had a brilliant season in 2019. She was nominated for the WTA newcomer then, and her best result at a Grand Slam has been the quarterfinals of Roland Garros in 2021 last year. As we've just spoken about, she's a tall competitor, and that means she's got a big serve. She actually leads the aces in the WTA rankings this season, and she's hit 44 aces so far this competition. She's a big hitter, and that's something that Simona Halep will have to try and counter here. And considering grass is the fastest surface as well, that might be a little bit tricky. Just watch that when she hits them out on centre court a little bit later. We're just going to watch her do some returns here with her coaching team. Stefano is her coach and has been for a number of years now. It's just great to get up close, and you can see again the attention that she's drawn around here. It's pretty special that a lot of people are able to come down and watch a Grand Slam semi-finalist up close and personal on these outside courts. She's the number 17th seed, and she's currently ranked 23 in the world. But she's physical. She's out there to make her first ever Grand Slam final with that massive serve. She's walking to the back of the court here to collect her own balls. I don't have any ball boys or girls out here on practice, of course, on court 9, but it's a massive moment for the young 23-year-old from Kazakhstan, creating history in her country as she takes to centre court in the semi-final against Simona Halep, a finalist here, a winner here in 2019, a little bit later today.
And Elena Rybakina there was not on the practice court to Tarangi. She was on a match court, which is often the way, particularly in the second week, when it starts to quieten down a little bit on the outside courts. If you come here early enough, even if you haven't got a ticket for centre court or court number 1, you can still get a chance to watch those big players prepare for their matches, because they decide, some of them, to practice on the match courts rather than at Tarangi.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great way to get up close to the top players, and when you're up close, you get a real appreciation for the speed at what they're striking the ball at, and how hard they're hitting it, and how quickly they move. I do think, yeah, that's something, if you're just watching on the TV, gets lost on the way. So, yes, if you do get here early, make sure you get as close as possible.
You said yesterday, but if people missed it, why do they choose to go there rather than down at Tarangi at this stage?
For practical reasons, because the match courts are in better condition than Tarangi. You've got to remember, players arrive to Wimbledon a week before the tournament starts, so those courts at Tarangi get a lot of use. And it's also nearer to the locker room, so why walk all the way to Tarangi when you can go on a match court and get back to the locker room in quick time? It
also can be, though, because it's prior to the matches starting on the show court, so even people who've got a show court ticket will be out and around the grounds. Can get very, very busy, sometimes 10, 11, 12 people deep on those outside courts.
Yeah, it can. So some people don't like being on the match courts for that very reason, but that's why we've got fantastic security guards to escort the players back from the locker room to the courts as well.
Yeah, and it is a great buzz when they are practicing as well as on those match courts. Well, let's preview this match a little bit then. We've spoken more about Simona Halep. We can focus now on Elena Rybakina, the number 17 seed. In terms of the win percentage from IBM, they've actually got Rybakina as the slight favourite, 53% to 47%. Not too many people saying that. How do you feel about those percentages?
Well, I am somewhat surprised. I thought Halep would have the slight edge given her experience and her record here at Wimbledon, and you know, she knows how to deal with the big moments. Rybakina through to the semi-finals of a slam for the very first time, but she's probably not a name that's too familiar with a lot of people, because she does like to go under the radar, but she's got a dangerous game. She's got a big serve. She's the biggest server on tour in the women's game. She's hit more aces this year than any other player. She's hit 212 aces for that matter. 15 of them came in her quarter-final victory over Ayla Tomljanovic, and it's a very smooth, fluid motion. Easy power from the back of the court as well. Forehand and backhand are very pure strikes. So on a fast grass court, you know, she can force you into hitting lots of errors, because she can put you under an enormous amount of pressure with those deep flat strikes.
And that is perhaps the reason that IBM have picked out this final win factor here, because of the big serve, you know, and the power from the baseline. Both players are equally dominant in their service games. However, Rybakina faces fewer shots during her service games, 11.19 versus 14.12 than Halep. So that shows that, yes, she's got the big serve, but she's also trying to back it up with big shots from the baseline as well. Keep the points short.
Keep the points short. That's going to be key for her against Simona Halep, who we've already spoken about being one of the quickest players on tour. Will put a lot of balls into court. And she's also shown us she is the best returner in the women's game. She's won over 50% of the return games, and that's going to be key for her against probably the biggest servers she's faced at this year's tournament.
When you're playing someone like Halep, who, as we've said, moves so well, how do you put a great mover off their stride? Is it possible to kind of shake them up a bit?
Yeah, good movers like to move into the space. So tactically, you need to think about how you approach the match, whether it's going back behind, using the width, and mixing it up where possible. You can't allow someone who's quick to get into a nice rhythm, moving side to side, because that's what Halep loves and thrives on. But for Elena Rybakina, she'll take confidence from the fact that she has beaten Simona Halep before. The head-to-head record actually is in Halep's favour, 2-1. Halep won their most recent meeting at the US Open last year, but Rybakina has pushed her in the last two matches. It went all the way. tough three-setter, and the one win she did have over Halep, Halep did retire in that match, but it counts.
And we've talked about how players deal with the occasion of a semi-final here at Wimbledon on centre court, the opportunity to perhaps get through to a Grand Slam final. Knowing Rybakina, how do you think she'll deal with the big moment there on centre court?
I don't know, we're going into the unknown here because she hasn't been at this stage of the Grand Slam. You know, will she put more pressure on her shoulders? Does she feel like there are more expectations expected of her? I don't know. But it's going to be a fantastic experience. She's still 23 years of age, and even if today's match doesn't go her way, I'm sure we'll be talking a lot more about her in the years to come.
Yeah, we certainly will be. That'll be the second match on centre court. But just to bring you up to speed with the first match, we were saying how Ons Jabeur was the overwhelming favourite for us, and also in those IBM power rankings, and it's proved that way so far. Fairly comfortable for the Tunisian, the number 3 seed, taking that first set 6-2 in less than 45 minutes. And in most of those statistical categories, Anne, she's been the better player.
She has. What stands out to me is, well, Tatiana Maria not having any breakpoint opportunities there on the Ons Jabeur service games, but the number of winners Ons Jabeur hit in that first set, 15 winners to just 6 from Tatiana Maria. They are all good numbers. Ons Jabeur doing a great job coming forwards as well, taking the net away from Tatiana Maria. So tactically getting things right out there.
Interesting stat, just to get your opinion on that. The one number that is fairly low from Ons Jabeur is that only 42% of first serves in, but she's then winning, obviously, a high percentage of her service games, clearly, because she's won the set 6-2. Is that because she's just going for the second serve a little bit more?
Well, she's got a very spinny second serve, so I assume she's been mixing it up very well. To win 79% of points behind your second serve, that's a very high number of points. And when you look at Tatiana Maria, she's clearly been exposed in that department, winning only 47% of points behind her second serve. So Ons Jabeur, her serve may not be as fast as Tatiana Maria, but her placement is pretty accurate.
In terms of those numbers, particularly on the first serve, what kind of percentage would we be looking for of a player of that kind of level? Certainly not down at 42%, would you?
No. Clearly in this matchup, it's not the be-all and end-all for her, but what you want to see and what you want to be aiming for is a first serve percentage around 60%. And if you're winning over 60% of points on serve, then yeah, it's likely to be a good day at the office.
Yeah, good performance from Ons Jabeur so far, taking that first set 6-2. Still early stages of the second set. On serve, it's 1-love to Tatiana Maria. 45 minutes on court they have been, and we will keep you right up to date with everything that's happening, not just there on centre court, but all around the grounds. Yesterday on centre court, we were treated to an absolutely fabulous match between Rafa Nadal and Taylor Fritz. We can show you the highlights from a final set tiebreak.
Not knowing it was the first to 10, but I think these two do.
Net for serve.
Moment of truth has arrived, my friend.
I mean, was this even possible when Nadal looked like he was going to retire, possibly, in the second set? He came back out and won that set, having taken his headband off, went for treatment. Hours later and miles of running, he's got the mini break.
I think the fact that it's a 10-point tiebreak now instead of the regular tiebreak, it's a higher chance for the greatest players to win. The longer the matches they are, the higher chances they have to win, I think.
Down. Taylor Fritz was on his knees there. And he got up only to see Nadal play a top quality backhand.
Thank you. Thank you.
That one.
Well, he got there easy enough, didn't he, Fritz? Just the little touch shots.
4-0.
Changed his grip as he's running. Did everything right. Almost everything right.
This.
Even his own family must be surprised at the depths of Nadal's resilience and his competitive spirit at times. Very proud too, I would imagine, but one feels a little for Taylor Fritz at this point, as his dream for this year appears to be dying. Nadal only halfway there, first to 10. Couple of blokes in the front row. Just same thing. I mean, heightened senses, including hearing, I think, at this point.
Nadal.
Good play from Fritz. He knew that the distractions were on. He knew Rafa had to do a second serve. And there was a good chance that he could jump on that one. It was a good second serve though into the body. It wasn't weak by any means, but now or never. You had to go for that. So a gutsy play. Followed up good positioning on the net after a good approach shot. Needs to get this point off the Rafa serve.
Long. 2 points against the serve.
2, Nadal.
Again, Taylor Fritz shows us what he's made of. Head in his hands when he went 5-love down.
There's no way he can waste
Thank you.
the huge advantage that he has. I better don't say anything else
5-3.
at the end of this match.
Nadal.
Very good reply, isn't it?
Thank you.
No, just a slice took it through the court. I love this.
Hesitation.
I love this
drama.
The tightness of the relationship between the coach and the player. They've been through so much together. He's had a great year, best year of his career so far. He's gone up a notch or two, facing this man on centre court. Centre on their feet.
7-3.
And they settle down. What a point. Nadal turning it around with that forehand down the line and the delicate drop.
Thank you.
Oh, boy. I bet he wished he'd faced a 10 count. Off we go again. 7-3. 3 points from victory. Two. Ball hit the line. That's bad luck.
8-3. Nadal.
That was a good skill. That's probably where he was aiming.
Fritz won those 3 points to get back into it, and now 3 for Nadal.
Can you believe that shot? Can you believe it? Aye, like it was a warm-up.
9-3, Nadal.
The technical brilliance, but also the nerve. Open stance, whip. How many? I mean, it's inside the line by miles. There's margin for error. It's totally unplayable, full of disguise. And now,
what is this guy made of? Huh?
I don't know what you've done to him in Spain, but he's pretty good. Millions of match points.
Nadal.
Wide. Is he going wide? I think so.
You know him better than anybody.
No.
Oh. The Grand Slam dream 2022 is still alive for Rafa Nadal. No idea how he's done that.
You just got to laugh, don't you? You just got to laugh. That is absolutely phenomenal effort, considering all.
I'm sure Taylor Fritz is asking the question, how did he do that as well? The first 5 points of the champions tiebreak were flawless from Nadal. And there are certain things that you just can't teach, and fight and willpower, it's what he's made of. Feliciano Lopez, now we'll find out in 2 days about the injury and everything else that he has to contend with. But, you know, clearly he feels that he could continue, and this wouldn't have been a surprise to you, what you see.
No, of course not. But this is, of course, my concern now after seeing Rafa suffering and going through another possible.
We'll just say goodbye to Taylor Fritz here.
Yes.
And I know we're going to see this boy again. Very good quality.
I think we have to give this guy a lot of credit today, Andrew. The way he fought against adversity, I think is remarkable.
He doesn't quite have the heart to sign the autographs now, and I think that's totally understandable. Absolutely credit to him for his contribution. Feliciano, it's been really nice to have you in the commentary box and to listen to your observations with your friend and your partner, Rafa, producing another classic. Who do you think's the favourite to win Wimbledon before we go to the interview? Come on.
Come on. I would say Rafa.
Oh, you would you?
What do you expect? What do you expect?
That is the least surprising thing I've heard today. Absolute pleasure. Feliciano, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Andrew.
Rafa goes through 5 amazing sets. It took 4 hours and 21 minutes. 10-4 final set breakout. Nadal plays Kyrgios next. He's talking to Rishi Prasad.
Rafa, just an absolutely incredible match. Can you begin by just explaining to us how you did that?
Well, I don't know. I honestly enjoy a lot playing this kind of matches in front of all of you guys. I can't thank you, everybody, enough for the support. I've been well, it's obvious that have been a tough afternoon against a great player. So all the credit to Taylor that he's playing great during the whole season. For my personal side, it was not an easy match at all. So just very happy to be in that semifinals now. Yeah, that's all.
You had us worried for a moment when you went off, and we thought you were so badly injured whether you might even finish the match. How's the body feeling now?
Well, the body in general fine. Of course, in the abdominal, something is not going well, now being honest. So yeah, I had to find a way to serve a little bit different. Yeah, for a lot of moments I was thinking maybe I will not be able to finish the match, but I don't know. The court, the energy is something else. So yeah, thanks for that.
I was going to ask you about what got you through it, because of course you've had many special moments on this court before. In fact, 14 years ago on this very day, you and Roger played that incredible final in 2008. And this crowd, you know, many times in this match, it felt as if they lifted you. Is that how it felt to you?
Have been a long time ago, but of course it's impossible to remember that finals with Roger and another semi-finals in recent years, 2019. I think all the most special moments we shared together around the world, and in this court we played a couple of the most important matches of our career. So in that fact, for me, throwing back to 2008 was difficult to imagine that in 2022 I will be here in Wimbledon playing, but here I am and I'm happy for that.
And the good thing for us is that you've still got more matches to go. Up next, a semi-final against Nick Kyrgios. Any early thoughts on that match?
Well, first thing, I hope to be ready to play it. That's the first thing. No, then Nick is a great player in all the surfaces, but especially here on grass. He's having a great grass court season now, and I'm gonna be a big challenge. I need to be at my 100% to keep having chances, and that's what I'm gonna try to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about a huge round of applause for Rafa Nadal?
Very smart, aren't they, for a day on centre court?
Can you imagine going for a picnic with this bloke? I mean, you'd never get out of the house, would you? It's got to just go there, and then the label's got to go forward. There we are, just there.
Son's and mum's day out for family Beckham today. Sandra, David's mum, on the left.
Joe Salisbury wants to challenge this ball that was about 2 feet out. That's pretty funny. Hey, you never know. It might be in at this point. Cool.
Great effort from Taylor Fritz there.
What is he doing now? Wants to get a photo? He's hang on, let's see if this happens.
Oh, well, that's that lefty slider.
Let's talk about the hill tilt.
I'm only looking for 10% from that Pims up on the hill.
They're in early, by the way. The gates open at 10 and people charge to get their favourite spot there.
Oh, here we go. That is so sweet, isn't she gorgeous? Anne will just, yeah, just relax her head.
It's a good strike. Oh.
Oh, well, that's so good.
What an effort that was.
I don't have a coach. I would never put that burden on someone.
No matter how small, how tiny, or how minute,
the technicalities, the particulars, the seemingly insignificant. At Wimbledon, these details matter. And this year with Oppo, we'll capture the detail like never before. In low light and high intensity. Because when you take care of the detail, the rest takes care of itself. Greatness. It's all in the detail.
Welcome to the Sip Smith Swansea service at Wimbledon. Your Swansea at Wimbledon, the official tennis of Sip Smith Gin. Swansea, like a concierge, but ginier.
Straight up. Yeah, bounce. Yeah, come on, bounce. Woo, woo. Go, go. Woo. Yeah, it's the kind of vibe I like. Make me wanna ride with the window down all night.
While we're here, should we grab a selfie?
Yeah, let's do it.
Welcome to Around the Grounds with Amex. I'm back again at the American Express Tennis Fan Experience, and there is so much to do here. Some of the things include sending postcards to your loved ones, you can get your shoes cleaned, and you can even get some tennis-themed nail art.
I actually had, it's called nail art.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, it's this new sort of craze. But yeah, I actually had some tennis balls put on one of my fingers a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, my kids loved it.
I might give the strawberries a go.
Okay.
That sounds pretty
Yeah.
nice. Andy, in your career, what's your favourite picture-perfect moment?
There is a photo when I was playing Richard Gasquet and I was down 2-0 I basically hit a winning shot and I'm sort of getting very excited, but it's just quite a good photo because, you know, I'm literally in the crowd when I finish the point. For me, that would probably be one that stands out.
Greatness. It takes time to evolve and to grow. To strive for relevance in a world that changes fast. To learn how to adapt when the conditions work against us. It's an endeavor to be sharper and smarter. A labor of excellence as old as time itself. A century of relentlessly pushing the boundaries further and further. Again and again and again.
You have to develop an edge to be great at something. I got that. And then, boom, there's something clearly wrong.
You doing your job, umpire? You're pathetic. How much bigger a point can you screw it up with? Couldn't you see anything?
From New York, John McEnroe.
You either loved him or hated him, but you couldn't not be aware of John McEnroe.
I didn't want to be booed. I wanted everyone to clap. Gotta be a bit of a lunatic out there.
You cannot be serious!
Who doesn't mind yelling at an umpire, man?
Go around the world, meet girls, then party. I was in such an unbelievable high. #1 in the world. I'm the greatest player that's ever played. Why does it not feel that amazing? You always worry. You're too much like your dad. He was a perfectionist. That's my biggest flaw. I was melting down. 37 psychologists and psychiatrists didn't help. It felt like there was no way that it could get worse, but it proved to be incorrect.
John's a perfectionist. In his head, it's never good enough.
I would dwell on tennis matches when I could have been a better dad. That's the worst feeling. You always hear, do whatever it takes to win, at any cost.
Championship to McEnroe!
Is it all worth it?
I'm Henrik Stenson, excited to be here and looking forward to today at the center court. I've obviously watched it a lot on television over the years and seen some of the most iconic matches and finals. I watched some of my fellow Swedes, particularly Björn Borg and Stefan Edberg, who are the two that's been champions here of the past. Just great to see it live and be here on the grounds. I'm sure I'll enjoy all the tennis that we'll get to see here today. The earliest memory that I have is when Björn Borg wins his final match point. That's kind of my earliest memory I have. Either rude not to mention Stefan Edberg, 3 straight Wimbledon finals, 88 through 90, and winning 88 and 90, and playing against Boris Becker in all 3 finals and winning 2 of them. We've had some great success, and of course, as a Swede, I hope we can get another Swede in the final at some stage. In tennis, you come back to Grand Slams, you come back to the same venues year in and year out, and Augusta is the one that we come back to the same venue. Then I'm sure atmosphere-wise, we're here as well as capacity of being Ryder Cup captain, and Ryder Cup has a great connection with the fans and the atmosphere and the energy, and I'm sure that's what the players feel here as well when they're playing center court and during the big games. So yeah, it's got a lot in common. I think from what I've learned over the years that pretty much anyone who's a professional athlete, they always want to be a professional athlete in a different sport. So the tennis players, they want to be golfers, and the golfers want to be soccer players, or vice versa. So you always want to be good at another sport, I guess. But in terms of athletes, obviously the physical side is a lot more demanding as a tennis pro, and I'm sure the mental test and really how you need to focus and to be able to overcome a missed point or a bad shot is very similar. So I think we have a lot of things in common, and mentally you gotta stay focused on the task at hand and not really let your mind wander away, and that's why you see players having a hard time on the last couple of holes or in the last couple of games at a tennis match. You got to stay focused.
Well, that was a great interview there, wasn't it, with Henrik Stenson, and he's actually competing in the Scottish Open right now live. But great to get his thoughts on the Wimbledon Championship and some great memories out there on centre court, celebrating 100 years of centre court. And look at that sight on Henman Hill and over the London skyline as well. It's a glorious day here on day 11 of the championship. Ladies' Day is what we like to call it, don't we? With myself, Rachel Stringer, and Radzi next to me for the next hour and a half on Wimbledon Uncovered, just talking about this great day. Of course, we have the ladies' semi-finals in action. One is taking place right now on centre court. It is live. Ons Jabeur taking on Elena Maria. It's a great encounter, isn't it, Radzi? They're calling themselves barbecue buddies out there, friends, but that's aside on centre court, I'm sure, at this moment.
Yeah, right, and each have their own stories, each have their own narratives. I mean, if I start with Ons, for me,
the fact of what she represents in terms of Africa, specifically North Africa, specifically the Arab world. It's awesome. We could see history here over the course of the next few days. And, I mean, she's hardly dropped... I think she's dropped one set in Wimbledon up until this match. She's in the form of her life.
What would you be barbecuing if you were at their barbecue?
Gonna go rogue.
Do you think it's healthy, or do you think it's big, lots of meat and everything there?
So I'm gonna go for... It's just after lunch, so I've eaten. I'm going for a cheeky snackette, if you will. I'll go for grilled, barbecued pineapple slices. Ooh. Bit of sugar on it.
Rogue.
Inside tin foil, that's the one right there.
Just going to carry on this theme one more time. Radzi, yep. If you were having a barbecue, you could invite 3 tennis players, past or present, who's at your barbecue.
Without a shadow of a doubt, John McEnroe, who's got a movie out. Make sure you check that one out. He's a real character. I would also go for possibly Arthur Ashe.
Who's behind the screen? Maybe you have to mention this lady who's going to join us in a short while too.
Somebody behind the screen.
Laura Robson, of course.
I can't see. Where's Laura? There's Laura in the house behind the camera. We've got very big cameras there. Couldn't see anything. Going to be joined by Laura, and we'll add Laura to the flavour as well. So we've got McEnroe, we've got Arthur Ashe, and we've got Laura Robson in the house, and then we're going to sing a song together like we did a year ago, Rach, that you absolutely love.
No, we're not. Anyway, I just wanted to put Radzi on the spot there, but it's a great match, obviously, going up so far. Ons Jabeur, she took that first set, 6-2. Tatiana Maria, though, is fighting back in the second. You can see she took that one then, 6-3 herself. We can have a quick look then at the second set. Saint-Marie on centre court. It's going to go to a third set. Radzi is exactly what we want to see, though, isn't it, in semi-finals out there? In terms of aces, Ons has been kind of doing similarly across her matches so far, 2 to Tatiana Maria's 0 as it stands. But in terms of, I guess, first serve points won, 80% Tatiana Maria. That's pretty high there compared
really
to Ons' 68.
I mean, also bear in mind the fatigue factor for Maria. 5 3-setters she's had in terms of, if you include doubles as well, 4 from the single standpoint. So she must be pretty tired going into this, far from optimal.
I've got actually how much time they've been on court, Radzi, coming into this. So Ons Jabeur, 6 hours 39 minutes prior to this semi-final match.
Okay, yep.
6:30 man. Tatiana Maria, 9 hours 49.
Wow, 3 hours difference.
3 hours 10 minutes difference, which is
an extra 50%.
It's almost an extra match, isn't it? In terms of that, you know, in terms of the recovery process and getting into the second week here, it's quite a difference. And in terms of what she has to do to be at her peak fitness at the age of 34 as well, a mother of 2.
Yeah, and also managing adrenaline as well, managing your central nervous system. The fact that you've got to build yourself up to a match, you obviously want to go through all that anticipation, all the expectation, the interviews, the media that people don't necessarily think about, is that can really take it out of you. Almost when people say, how are you feeling? A lot of people want to keep that to themselves, because once you let it out, you sort of feel as though, that's something that I'm now being too honest and being... So there's a lot that goes on to these matches.
I want your thoughts, Radzi, as well, on peaking at the age of 34.
Are we talking about my favourite Chinese food?
Peaking in terms of Tatiana Maria at the age of 34.
It's swings and roundabouts. On the one hand, it's harder, if you like, to peak because your body takes longer to recover, you take longer to warm up, to cool down, etc. However, you'd also know your body better. So I wonder, from a case of managing the calendar, if actually that could be an advantage if you hadn't, for example, had a life which involves being a mother as well, let's just say. So what would be your thoughts on being a bit older and trying to peak?
Well, it goes through and actually you come out kind of with more endurance and a stronger person for it. So I guess that's what you'd like my mother at the moment. Radzi, want a thought on, I spoke to a couple of Tunisian fans around the grounds a couple of days ago before her quarter-final matchup, and they said you can't begin to imagine what she's doing for the country. And I thought this was quite lovely. The guy I was speaking to, Salim, he said that a lot of young kids are actually switching from their national sport of football to starting to play tennis.
That's amazing. And the thing is about that, in places like Tunisia, you're not necessarily going to have beautiful courts, much like the Williams story. So you're talking about people converting, like you might see, for example, in India and cricket, where they're playing with a modified stump, perhaps, a modified ball, but ultimately they are still playing the sport. It's sport, tennis, at its absolute purest. So I love that. And you mentioned athletics. An example of that might be someone like Maria Mouratoglou, who was an 800-metre runner back in the day. I turned up to the NIA in Birmingham around 1998, and we had people all from Mozambique who were saying, can I buy your ticket from you? Yeah. All they wanted to do was see Maria Mouratoglou. Why? Because she's representative of an African country. That is the power. But in Ons's case, in a sport like tennis,
Yeah, she is an absolute trailblazer. And there was a lovely quote, actually, that I saw from Hicham Arazi, Moroccan tennis player. He said, Arabs always lose in quarterfinals, and we're sick of it. Please, can you change or break this? And she has done just that, hasn't she?
Yeah, she really has. And also, she is somebody who can go deep in any tournament. She is as good as anybody at her best, which must be wonderful. And also, from a TV rights standpoint, to know that as soon as she plays, the country will be watching her. They won't necessarily care about anyone else. It'll be Ons versus the other person, and that's all right by me.
Well, that's the first semi-final. The second semi-final, of course, has got Simona Halep in it, the champion back here in 2019 when she defeated Serena Williams in straight sets. They're in that perfect matchup. Adam Hunt actually caught up with her new coach from April, Patrick Mouratoglou, after her quarter-final matchup.
Delighted to say we're joined by Simona Halep's coach, Patrick Mouratoglou. Patrick, so much for joining us. Great performance, really, for Simona out there today. I'm sure she came in with the game plan and executed it perfectly, 2 and 4.
Yeah, she did play a very good match. It was not easy because, as we saw at the end of the match, Amanda can be incredibly dangerous. She hits the ball incredibly well. The ball is super fast, so she can be very dangerous. And Simona had to play the match she played today to be able to win it in 2 sets, and that was important because it can become tricky. And we saw it at the end of the match when the opponent is playing the tennis she can play.
We talked to Simona in this very spot a couple of days ago, and one of the things that stuck with me was she said she was so comfortable playing on centre court. Obviously, Amanda's played in the big arenas before. She's had some great results over the course of her career. But do you think that made the difference today, that Simona, throughout the match, just looked like she was at home there on centre?
I think she's playing, since the start of this tournament, she's playing great. She's played a lot on grass the previous weeks. Played 2 semi-finals back-to-back. So played a lot of matches, so she's really comfortable with grass. Of course, the central court of Wimbledon is special. She has so many good vibes there because she won it in 2019. So I would say it's a combination of the 2 things. The fact that she starts to really feel her game really well on grass, has a lot of confidence at the moment compared to a few weeks ago, and playing on that court also gives the vibes, and the crowd is very supportive. So it gave her the opportunity to play really good tennis.
I'll go back to 2019. You mentioned it there. I know you weren't working with her then, but where do you see her level from then, fast forward to now?
Actually, I remember 2019 because I was on the other side of the court with Serena, and we didn't enjoy at all what happened that day. I think Simona played the perfect match that day. I don't know, and I mean, even if I listened to her, it was not that level at that time. It was just the level of the day. She's been able to play the match, her best match ever. That's what she says. I think she's playing very good at the moment. Everything is solid. She's moving well. She's hitting the ball well. She doesn't do a lot of enforced errors. I think she's serving better than in the past. So everything is going well. But now we know that the last stages of the Grand Slams are the most difficult. There is more and more emotion because more and more on the line, and the opponents are the toughest. They're the ones who's been able to win all those matches, and we know the next one is going to be very dangerous.
She seems to be happy as well. In that interview when we spoke to her, she was smiling, clearly enjoying being back here at Wimbledon. Obviously that helps if you're winning too, but in the players you've worked with, worked with so many great players of all ages. How important is that, just feeling good on court? Not always just about the technicals, but just having a smile on your face and enjoying what you're doing can bring the best out of you.
You're totally right. It's extremely important. By the way, Mike Tyson was saying that there is nothing more dangerous than a boxer who's happy. It's not the most ferocious who's the most dangerous, but the happiest. So yes, I think it's important that we are enjoying a lot the process and whatever we do every day, and I think she's super happy. And I think also that the way we decided that she would evolve, the way to play, the kind of tennis she's going to develop, she enjoys playing like that. And that's quite obvious when she plays the matches. It brings her maybe more inspiration and more pleasure, and of course it helps a lot to play your best tennis.
And from a coach's perspective, from your perspective, how much are you enjoying working with Simona? You've worked with Serena for a long time, enjoyed great success together. How much are you enjoying this new challenge?
I love it. I chose to work with Simona because I had a great connection with her, and because I respect her a lot as a champion, and I love her game. And I mean, working with her, I discover her more, and I think we get along extremely well. I love her personality. She has an incredible work ethic. She's super motivated. She's enjoying. So, I mean, I'm the luckiest coach on the planet.
And a lot of coaches talk about just having a different pair of eyes from the player's perspective. Someone else in the room, even if you're not changing a great deal technically, and obviously Halep's a very, very accomplished player, but just having someone else look at it can make all of the difference.
Probably. I think that every time you have a different coach, as a player, of course, you kind of take a different way. I mean, not from A to Z, of course, especially with someone like Simona who's won so much already. But I mean, we started with the wheel on her side and on mine too, of course, to try to do the best we can in terms of using her potential in the best way. And she was completely open to any kind of change and any kind of, let's say, more evolution of her game, and that's what we're doing. So this is exciting because we don't feel like we're trying to repeat what has been done in the past, and it also for her, but to do new things and to use her potential in the best possible way and see how far it goes.
And just one last one quickly. I know you work with junior players as well at your academy, and we always say with Simona, the footwork, she is someone to copy. Can you give us a sense, you get to go on the court every day with her, just how good she is at that?
I totally agree with you. She's unbelievable. She has probably the most contacts with the ground. The number of contacts with the ground that she has between every shot is incredible. She has so many steps, so she's jumping that so much. She's extremely dynamic on her foot, and I think it's something really special. So yeah, definitely if there is someone to copy on the women's side, I'm not saying she's the only one, but she's one of those to copy, for sure.
It's working so far. Thanks, Patrick.
Thank you.
Oh, it's an exquisite lob from the backhand wing once again from Joe Salisbury. Despite the outstretched racket of Edouard Raja-Vastaland, not able to make contact.
Just wonderful. Virtually a full house here on court number one. That's the biggest roar so far. She was at full stretch. And that.
Oh, touch.
Cleared the net cord by millimetres.
Oh, well played, Jack Sock.
It was hit so well from Sock.
Oh. So there was the slice backhand. This set up the opportunity to get forehands for Kyrgios. He used it perfectly, especially the one going down the line.
My goodness, what a pickup. That was special.
Yeah, really high quality, wasn't it, from Desiree here. Unbelievable lob. And Erin did really well to get back to that and do something with it because her weight was...
Well, Fritz knew it, Rafa knew it, the whole crowd knew it, but to get over 6'6" guy like that over the backhand side to perfection.
Whoa!
Wow. He's hitting the ball better now than he has in the whole match. And he's perhaps got the power on his serve, but the ground strokes, and that under pressure, that drop shot there.
Well, that was just a flavour of the action from yesterday. Drama on centre court, drama on court number 1, and Henman Hill is positively simmering. Not quite rammed as we've seen it. Wait for around 5 p.m. and it will do exactly that, especially with this gorgeous weather. It was overcast this morning, and now it's looking like it's going to be a glorious day. And glorious is the word here in Vision in the studio, because we have a sight to behold in green. I didn't get the memo, ladies, but we're joined.
We messaged each other last night. Just forgot to include you.
My WhatsApp was on mute notifications. That's right, I know what that term means. I'm down with the kids. Laura Robson, how are you?
I am excellent. We're in the sunshine.
Yes.
It's feeling great. It's almost at the end of the tournament. We've sort of reached the business end of the event, and the long days are getting shorter and shorter, and it's getting more and more exciting.
Yes, it is.
You're always being a fan today. You're not actually kind of working for 5 Live or anyone you have been. You're just enjoying being at Wimbledon.
Yeah, I had a little bit of corporate stuff this morning, and then went and had some lunch, and I was getting excited for the semi-finals. I was sat downstairs with my friends and sort of bigging up Ons Jabeur and Halep, because they're my picks for the ladies' final. And yeah, I'm just going to go out and enjoy the tennis after this.
Can we talk about what's on your feet currently? You always bring some wicked kick game to the equation, and this is no exception. Can we talk through these bad boys here, Laura?
I mean, they're quite old, actually. I got them from the back of the cupboard this morning, but I think this is only the first or second outing with them, so kept them clean.
Yes.
But I mean, we're here to talk about the tennis, really, aren't we? Not my shoes, however nice they may be.
Well, Rachel was telling us about how the issue you've got with your shorts, you shouldn't have really be sitting down, causes folds and creases.
Yes, well, that's why they're hidden under my clipboard. Let's move on to the second semi-final then on centre court. Obviously, the first one is still underway. We've been bringing you updates on that. It's gone to a third set because of each taken one, of course. Ons Jabeur took the first 6-2, then Tatiana Maria the second 6-3 there. Let's go to the next one then. Rybakina and Simona Halep. Elena Rybakina. I mean, this is a great matchup, isn't it? The first time that Rybakina has got to a semi-final. She's young, she's 23 years of age. First time anyone from Kazakhstan, male or female, has got this far in a Grand Slam, Laura. But then you can't discount Simona Halep playing some of her best tennis, that's in her own words, since 2019, when she took the title in what she called that perfect final matchup against Serena Williams. It was just amazing, straight sets. I mean, you've just said you think she's one of the favourites. You think it's going to be Ons Jabeur, Simona Halep. But yeah, tell us a bit more about your thoughts on both of those players.
Well, I mean, they had completely opposite matches yesterday. Rybakina came through such a tough three-setter against Ajla Tomljanovic. It was heavy hitting from the back of the court. Rybakina is such a huge player from the back, and she's got these heavy ground strokes, really big serve. She's super tall as well, and she stays pretty calm and level-headed on the court. And so it's a very different matchup for Halep today. She played Anna Samova, who is also a big hitter, but gives you, I think, a lot more errors than Rybakina will give her today. But for me, I mean, Halep's playing exactly how she was in 2019, and it's just been phenomenal throughout the tournament, and seems to be getting better and better. She's looking outrageously good. So it's hard to pick. You never know on the women's, but I feel pretty good about my call.
OK, Laura, here's a scenario. Would you rather move fatigue to one side? Would you rather have had a difficult match going into it, proving that you can almost overcome obstacles, or would you want to absolutely batter somebody?
It's a really difficult question, actually, because sometimes you need that test and you need the three-setter to come through and maybe not play your best tennis to feel like you've got a huge amount of confidence in your game, but then at the same time you'd take the rest as well, wouldn't you? And the quick turnaround after yesterday, coming back today, they didn't have the extra rest that Ons Jabeur's half of the draw did. So I think Halep will probably favour herself, that physically she's in better condition. I've seen Rybakina in the locker room. She's having a fair bit of treatment at the moment, and you know, a lot of massage, a lot of recovery goes into it anyway, but especially if you've come through such a long match against a great player yesterday. But I think, you know, Halep's just in that zone, isn't she? She's playing unbelievable tennis.
Yeah, I mean, how does Simona Halep, I guess you kind of mentioned that Elena is a big hitter there, 44 ace I think it is so far in the competition. How does she counter that when it's so fast as well, the grass courts out there on centre court?
I actually think centre's playing a lot slower than some of the outside courts, and it's really low bouncing when you get it in the service box. And Halep's been moving probably the best I've seen her in years, probably since 2019. She's looking lightning fast around the court, and I just think she's returning incredibly well. She's being able to block a lot of these big serves, and especially we saw yesterday with Anna Samova, it just wasn't bothering her. These hard hitters, it sort of plays into her strengths where she can really dictate with her movement and keep the ball really heavy, keep the ball deep so that they don't have a chance to get on top of the ball, and go from there. She seems to have been getting off to these crazy fast starts, and then her level sort of dips a little bit, and she's had a bit of frustration early on in the second sets a couple of times, but seems to be just on fire.
One thing we were talking about, Laura, off air, is the fact that for 3 of these women, this is uncharted territory. They've never gone all the way and lifted a trophy. How much of a mental element is that, the fact that you have not done this before? You haven't necessarily got on centre court when you are against the Kosh?
I think there's pluses and you know, negatives, isn't there? I would imagine that there's a lot of pressure now on Simona Halep because she is the favourite. Everyone's talking about her as the only person who's won Wimbledon, and she'll have that pressure on her shoulders and the target on her back, and they'll come in with not a lot to lose. When you think about it, Rybakina's got absolutely nothing to be worried about coming into a semi-final. This is her best event, and she can play relaxed tennis. She can go for it from the back of the court, and Halep's going to probably feel the opposite, but she can also take a lot from that and sort of say to herself, well, you know, I've been in this situation before, I've got to draw from my experience and get through it that way. And it just depends on how the player comes out, but I'm sure she'll be working a lot with Patrick Mouratoglou on the mental side of things at the moment, and they seem to be getting on so well and working together really well as a team. So I think she'll probably be okay.
Well, Laura, picking up from what you just said, that's exactly what Simona Halep has said. She's actually looking at it as a positive that she's the only person that's been to a Grand Slam.
She would say that, though. She's not going to say...
Should I quote her, Laura? I've been in this position, and you feel like you've been there and you've learnt the things from this moment. She kind of, I guess, was indicating that they hadn't done that, and she had that advantage, and you know, she'll want to look at it as a positive. And surely then the other 3 competitors are going, yes, I've uncharted territory, we don't know what to expect out there. Centre court is a massive occasion.
I mean, she's not going to say anything different, is she? Because then it's going to give her opponents a chance at a look in. And Simona's, she's going to stick to the script here. She's not going to go off track. And I'm sure she is trying to tell herself that. But it's another thing to put it into play. And Rybakina, I just think she's so calm around the grounds. When I've seen her, she's always really relaxed, and same with Ons Jabeur, actually. You know, they're just happy to be here, happy to be playing tennis and playing some of the best tennis of their life. And so I think sometimes you can go with the underdog, and I mean, who knows? I think we keep trying to call who's going to make the final and stuff, and it just goes out the window. Yeah.
Well, I called Serena Williams, and this is going to surprise you, Laura, she didn't make the final this year. There's also an opportunity for one of them to be crowned a star. I'll be curious to know, out of the 3, who are the ones that people possibly become a household name and that we remember, and ultimately, who gets the biggest cheer? Would you be bothered about getting a bigger cheer than your opponent if you went out there?
No, I think you want the crowd support for sure, but at the same time, you're there to do a job, and you can get them on your side with good tennis, with a great attitude, like we've seen Tatiana Maria do this whole tournament. She's just looked so excited to be out on the big stadiums for the first time in ages. You know, she'd never made it past the second round of a slam before. All of a sudden, she's out on centre with 15,000 people, and so she'll just thrive in the moment, and I think people respond to that. So if I was to pick one name, I think you've got to go for Ons. You know, she's already a household name in many different countries, and she's just going to get bigger and bigger, and she's a huge superstar in the sport.
Well, the fans just love their tennis here, don't they? And they're super respectful for anybody that walks out there on court, British or not. So they're going to raise the roof, come what may, to all the 4 semi-finalists here. Well, you saw Adam Hunt in this hot seat a little bit earlier. He's now taken the role of reporter, and he's out and about for us.
Well, we were just watching an absolutely wonderful wheelchair singles match on court 14 behind us between Alfie Hewett and Gordon Reid, doubles partners. Alfie, in the end, to the victor, the spoils. Good performance from you. How was it playing your doubles partner, your good friend out there?
It was a really difficult match. Gordon's been struggling a lot with a few wrist injuries, so I didn't know what sort of level was going to be on display today, and credit to him. I mean, a couple of weeks ago he couldn't even hold a fork, so to come out there today and produce some of the tennis that he did was a proper challenge for me, and it was up and down, and couldn't really call which way I was going to go, so I'm just happy to be able to get over the line and progress to the semi-final.
You've obviously together had such a great record in doubles, but playing against each other in singles, did it help so much that you knew his game inside out and you knew that he knew your game inside out?
I was going to say, it works both ways, doesn't it? And he played very smart today, and it's a real challenge when we come up against each other, because we have open conversations when we're talking about doubles, and that's the way we decided it has to work. If we wanted to be a strong doubles team, then we needed to almost put the singles behind us and to one side, and of course we do all our singles work away from each other. We're not sitting there doing it on court, but that's just part of the sport, and we've done this for many years now, so there's no bad feeling or bad friendship behind it when these matches go whichever way it goes, and I'm sure we'll get together tonight and discuss what's going to happen in the doubles court tomorrow, but there's always that chance with singles players, and you saw it out there today. We both want it, we're both hungry for it, and it doesn't matter who's at the other end, whether it's your doubles partner or whether it's a random opponent. You've just got to be able to focus on yourself and your game, and that's what I tried to do today.
As I said before, it was a fabulous atmosphere on court 14. It was standing room only. There wasn't enough seats for everyone who wanted to watch. How special was that for both of you, I suppose, but from you particularly, to play in front of a crowd like that?
I loved it. This is why I get so excited about coming to Wimbledon, because any other event in the year that doesn't get that attention, we're home players, obviously. The public want to get behind a Brit, and there was two of him today, so I think they struggled to pick a side, but we had some fans in our corner, a few loud Scots and a few rowdy Norfolkers as well, so it created a really good atmosphere, and the energy on that court, I think you could hear it probably from the other end of the venue here, so I loved it, and hopefully for the rest of the week we can have fans come through and watch us.
Age-wise, still relatively young, and I know you've had tremendous experience on tour, but in the time since you started playing these kind of events to now, have you noticed, particularly here at Wimbledon, the number of people who want to come and watch you, and the people who are interested in wheelchair tennis?
Yeah, massively. As I was coming around here and seeing the court, and every single seat was taken, it was like, whoa, that used to be empty. 3 or 4 years ago we'd come for our first match, and okay, maybe a few fans would be there at the beginning, and then it would pick up as the match went on, but today at 11 o'clock that court was rammed, and there's an opportunity there to maybe push the boundaries further and play on a bigger court perhaps, and I think today, especially with it being two Brits, at 11 o'clock I think it might have even filled out a court 3 or an 18. You could see people packed, just they were obviously standing behind the stands and wanting to get in, and they couldn't get in at the highest place possibly it could be, and yeah.
You've won some of the other slams in singles, but not yet here at Wimbledon. I know junior players, whenever they come through, British junior players, the dream for them is always to lift the title here at Wimbledon. I'm sure you did it back in the day when you were a kid. This is to win Wimbledon with who you were playing with. How much of a dream come true would it be for you to lift the trophy here?
Yeah, it's no secret. I'd be lying if I sat here and said it wouldn't be something that I think about and dream about and work really hard for, and it's heartbreak every year when you lose it, because it's a really special event. No other event compares to this. It's truly amazing. So I'll take it one match at a time. So you got my semi-final against potentially a really tough opponent tomorrow. So it's not going to be an easy match. So I've got to get in the best headspace and put it to one side, because you start thinking about the limelight or the highlights of getting a trophy or winning here, it can become very overwhelming. So staying present is is my main focus now.
Just finally, you mentioned your doubles tomorrow with Gordon. You both are on an incredible run at the Slams. What is the real secret behind your partnership? Why do you both complement each other so well and are able to get on this fabulous winning run?
Well, it's a secret, so I can't tell you. But I mean, we've got years of history. We've developed over a long time now, and the Wimbledon Slam last year, I think a lot of players maybe just rest and say, right, we've made it and that's it. But no, not us. We always look to try and get. We want to take wheelchair tennis, especially the doubles, to another level. You know, we want to do things and entertain people and create a doubles that is sublime, and it's something that's not been done before. And you know, we're very drilled with everything that we do, training wise and preparation wise. You know, we know each other's games very well, so we complement each other very good in that aspect. And yeah, it's just, we've got a lot of history, I guess.
Certainly great to watch, and good luck in the singles and the doubles coming up here at Wimbledon. Thank you.
What a player, what an ambassador, what an athlete he is, Alfie Hewett. Playing against the doubles partner, his dream is to one day play on centre court, which is exactly what we're seeing the culmination of as Ons Jabeur takes on Maria Tatiana. And it was Ons Jabeur from Tunisia, the number 3 seed coming in. So many people's favourite, making history almost with every single stroke. You can see what it means to them, a picture of sportsmanship right there. And it's her who transitions through to the final. And can she get one more victory and make history for the Arab world?
I mean, Laura, she did there 6-2, 3-6, 6-1. Wow, what a
I love this.
there.
That is so nice. They're such good friends. They call each other the barbecue buddies, and Ons Jabeur looks after Tatiana's daughters a lot. She's #1 babysitter, and they just get on so well. That's such a lovely moment, and something that Tatiana Maria is going to remember for the rest of her life. I mean, this has just been the tournament of dreams for her, and every match that she's played, she's just looked like she's having the best time ever. But what a moment for Ons Jabeur as well. Oh, I love watching this stuff. It makes me emotional. I mean, you can see all her team welling up and everyone hugging each other, and the crowd, I think, absolutely loved that match. It's just really fun to see, isn't it?
I mean, Tatiana Maria is going to get a bit of a standing ovation there, yeah, being applauded by Ons Jabeur. What a moment for both of those ladies on centre court. It was lovely, wasn't it, as well, just seeing Ons Jabeur sit back down, take a moment and really process and reflect on what she's just achieved. It really is history in the making. We kept saying first Arab men or women to get to the quarterfinals, now the semi-finals, now into a Grand Slam final. I mean, she's won, what, 84 matches on tour of the last 2 years, not a Grand Slam final. Can she go one further? We'll find out in a couple of days' time. On Saturday, where she packs up her bag now and she's going to walk over again. She's going to get a massive round of applause in centre court as she goes to do that famous encore interview after that 3-set win there over Tatiana Maria, 6-2, 3-6, 6-1 for a place in the final.
Ons, huge congratulations. You are through to the finals of Wimbledon. How good does that sound?
I really don't know what to say. It's a dream coming true, you know, from years and years of work and sacrifice. So I'm really happy that it's paying off, and I'll continue for one more match now.
I said to you after your last match that this was going to be a tricky one because you and Tatiana are such great friends. You know her family, her children, you spend time together. The scenes at the end were just beautiful to see, but how difficult was it to put that friendship to one side and just be rivals and get to your first Grand Slam final? Because it was the same story for both of you.
I think it was more difficult running for her balls, you know. She killed me, and she has to make me a barbecue now to make up for all the running that I did on the court. I mean, I definitely wanted to share the moment with her at the end because she's such an inspiration for so many players, and including me. Coming back after having 2 babies, I still can't believe how she did it, but...
And what pleases you most, Ons, about how you're playing at the moment? Because your level has been so intense throughout the entire championships.
Physically, I mean, she's really a beast, you know. She doesn't give up any point, and she made me run for a lot of points. I thought she would get tired, you know, through the mud, but she didn't, even with the drop shot, with everything, you know, and, you know, her touch, her serve, everything on the court is really impressive. I hope she continue playing this way, you know. I love to see Tatiana glowing like this on the court, and let's not play again, you know. I'm good for now.
And just before I let you go, you talked about Tatiana being an inspiration, but you are very much an inspiration yourself. Try and put into context what this means, not only for you, but for Tunisia. You're the first African woman to get to a final of a Grand Slam. This is a big moment.
I'm a proud Tunisian woman standing here today, and I know in Tunisia they're going crazy right now. Hopefully, you know, just, yeah. I just try to inspire really as much as I can, you know. I want to see more and more, not just Tunisian, Arab, African players on tour. I just love the game, and I want to share, you know, this experience with them. I see the juniors playing here, under 14. I saw some players, and I hope they really grow up and be here, play here on the center court.
We are a wonderful role model, a wonderful tennis player. Ladies and gentlemen, our Wimbledon finalist, Ons Jabeur.
Right now, we can hear the noise coming from Tunisia. They are jumping up and down in awe of their hero, who's just absolutely done the business. And what a gracious way to take your victory. 2 friends. She has to better somebody. And wow, what a humble tennis player she is, Lauren.
I just love that Tatiana Maria's team and her husband stayed for Ons's interview. I think that says so much about how much they care for each other, how much they get on, and you hardly ever see that, so I'm sure Ons appreciates that too. But I think, you know, she's such a pioneer. Every time she has a great result, it's the first, and she's the first Arab woman, the first Tunisian woman, the first African woman, and all of these things, and yet she handles it so well. It never seems to overwhelm her, and she just goes about her business. She's so humble, and she's great to be around in the locker room as well. Great fun, great personality, and also just a fantastic tennis player. It's this nice combination.
Well, you can see how humble she is there, you know, signing autographs and tennis balls at the end of the semi-final match. It's as if she's already won it. In her head, it's a one step closer. Of course, this is what she came here to do. She's spoken openly about wanting to win the title here. That's no secret. And yeah, like you just said, and like Ons was saying, it was important for her to share that moment with Tatiana, to bring her out onto centre court, to celebrate her victory. She said, you know, she's an inspiration to everybody in the ladies' side of things on the draw. She's a mother of 2, you know, that's what...
And this is meant to be her last year on tour, and surely not now. I mean, how could you stop after that? Unfortunately, she won't get any ranking points for this event, but I'm sure that she's going to continue now, because we're just starting to see what mothers are capable of out on tour. You know, she was one of only a handful out there, and just pushing the limits every time. And she travels with her 2 kids. She's got such a great setup. Her daughter Charlotte, the elder one, I mean, she's a fantastic tennis player herself. She's been out hitting with everyone else's kids over at Orangi, and I just think they've got such a dreamy setup that how could you ever stop, especially when she's had matches like today. But I think Ons just learnt so much from losing first round in Paris. She won Madrid before that, and then I think was feeling a lot of the pressure coming into Roland Garros and didn't know how to handle herself. Well, about this turnaround, that she's been able to come out to Wimbledon with all the pressure again and make the final. It's incredible.
I have to also say, from a TV rights standpoint, it's quite interesting in Africa because you've got basically 2 main territories, which means that you have 2 channels that ultimately cover the entire continent, which means, unlike, say, in the UK, where you'll have split honours, you could have 1 billion people watching her play in that final. This
That's
could be
pretty cool.
transformative. And the fact that this weekend it's not clashing with the World Cup like it occasionally does, this will be front and centre for Africa as a continent. So exciting.
Well, I don't know if you remember many years ago now when Lina made the final in Australia and what that did for women's tennis in China afterwards. She had, I think it was 200 million people watching. All of a sudden, tennis is the biggest sport in the country for years and years now, and you see so many people coming up through because they watched Lina when they were younger, and I feel like it's going to be the same with Ons.
I know you're a real snooker connoisseur, Laura, and with that in mind, when Ding Junhui made the final, the world's final 2016, it wasn't 20 million people watching like the 1985 final, which is one of your favourite snooker finals. It was...
Just about to say that.
Exact, on the tip of your tongue. 280 million people watch that because of the nature of China. So this is properly exciting for Ons Jabeur and properly exciting for Africa. Roll on Saturday, Rach.
In terms, though, Laura, of Ons Jabeur now, again, we watched her, Tatiana Maria's team and coach sit and watch that interview. Does Ons watch this next semi-final? What's the process here? Or is that something that she watches later on this evening when she's done all the preparation that comes after a long, gruelling match like that?
I think she's going to watch maybe the highlights this evening. I would assume that her coach is probably going to watch the entire thing. But she's got so much stuff to do right now. She's got to recover. She's got to get some food in, get in the ice bath, all of that stuff, plus the press conference, all the TV interviews. I'm sure there's going to be a huge amount of requests coming in. And then she's got to get back to where she's staying, which is actually, I was talking to her, she's staying in central London. So it's sometimes taking her 45 minutes at a minimum to get back. So she's saying next year she'll be smarter about where her accommodation is. But yeah, I feel like she's just loving it, and I don't think she'll put too much pressure on times before. And I think at a certain ranking, everyone's aware of, you know, people's strengths, people's weaknesses. So the main thing for Ons is just to focus on her own game moment.
Well, hopefully the traffic won't be too bad for her when she travels back today. The traffic in terms of footfall here is absolute in Wimbledon.
So, I have found a national treasure in Maureen Lipman. How are you today?
Oh, I'm just having the best time. I didn't have time to powder my nose because I cried when they hugged. You know, at the end, she was so generous to her, wasn't she?
Well, I didn't see it. Tell us what happened.
Ons Jabeur was so generous to Maria, Tatiana Maria. She just said how great she was, and then she hugged her, and it was
that is true sportsmanship.
Curious, put it that way.
We say no more. But that is kind of tennis, isn't it, on the whole? That genteel, real great sportsmen and women, you know?
It kind of used to be. You know, I'm glad we've got through the grunting era.
Yeah.
I mean, it's wonderful to be here. At home, you sort of see more because obviously you have closer, but here, it's much more human, you know, you really can see every twitching muscle and you feel as if it's you know.
And the power, you see the body and the power and the skill in a different way.
But also you look at it as though, I could do that.
Yeah, but that's the worst when you watch a tennis match and you pick up your racket thinking you can do it. Oh, that kills me every time.
I know.
So you're in the royal box.
I appear to be in the royal box. It's Queen Floella of
I know,
Beckenham.
she's wonderful. We chatted to her earlier. Is it lovely? You know, lots of us will never experience that. What's it like to be in there?
Don't give up on yourself, babe.
Oh, I got time, but I'm just hedging my bets that it might not happen.
Come on, I'm from Hull. I never expected to be in the royal box. I am with a dear friend, Steve Johnson, who is a tennis player 3 times a week. I'm not, but it's great. He's talking to Joe Dury about drop shots and slicing, and I'm just sitting there thinking that this is a magical day. Yeah. The sun is shining. The court is so pristine, green and white, and it just, you know, it's a proud, if rather bizarre day because the world is crumbling around us and here we are eating strawberries. It's a bit weird.
Yeah,
but live in the moment.
Yeah,
you know?
and also sometimes there's a bit of escapism in its purest, most wonderful form is not a bad thing to do.
Of course, we need tradition.
Absolutely. Tradition. Tell me, so you're obviously a tennis fan or a Wimbledon fan. Tell me about any of your fondest
Sporting
memories.
prowess?
Well, no, well, just because it's 100 years of centre court, so
right.
you know, any great memories
Okay.
of centre court?
So for me, it's the sound. You know, it's listening to people's transistor radios when you're at school through the window, and it's Little Mo. You won't remember it because you're a child, but Little Mo Connolly was a famous tennis player when I was growing up, and I was Little Mo. So that's how I.
Is that what they called you? Little Mo, Maureen, yeah.
So that's how I got into tennis, and then just through the years of people like Nastasi and Steffi Graf and the graceful players, Federer. You know, I went to Roland Garros and saw him there, and he was poetry in motion. Some of the baseline power game, I can get a bit bored, but fortunately my Corrie schedule this year has allowed me to watch a lot, to sit on my backside and watch a lot of tennis.
They're good to you. That's what we expect for a national treasure. She should watch some good tennis if she wants it.
Well, Sinner and Novak Djokovic, was just extraordinary. The wolf and the lamb, but the lamb was just...
He gave a good fight, didn't he? Do you know that after that second set, it was a bit iffy there for a minute?
Yes.
But that's what a true champion does. He can turn it around, no matter what position he's in.
He does. He's and I warmed to him a bit actually when he jumped over the net to pick him up. I warmed to him.
Well, Maureen, thank you so much. We could talk to you all day, but we'll let you get back to enjoy the festivities of the Royal Box. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
They're looking very smart, aren't they, for a day on centre court?
Can you imagine going for a picnic with this bloke? I mean, you'd never get out of the house, would you? Got to just go there, and then the label's got to go forward. There we are, just there.
Sons and mum's day out for family Beckham today. Sandra, David's mum, on the left.
Joe Salisbury wants to challenge this ball that was about 2 feet out. That's pretty funny. Hey, you never know. It might be in at this point. Cool.
Great effort from Taylor Fritz there.
What is he doing now? Wants to get a photo? He's... Hang on, let's see if this happens.
Oh, well, there's that lefty slider.
Let's talk about the hill tilt.
I'm only looking for 10% from that Pims putt on the hill.
They're in early, by the way. The gates open at 10 and people charge to get their favourite spot there.
Oh, here we go. That is so sweet, isn't she gorgeous? Anne will just, just relax her here.
It's a good strike. Oh. Oh, well,
that's so good.
What an effort that was.
I don't have a coach. I would never put that burden on someone.
Well, that was the lighter side of things. This is definitely more serious. This walk down those steps towards centre court and those beautiful new doors, the walkway they've created for this year to celebrate 100 years of centre court. Elena Rybakina and Simona Halep, the two ladies in the picture there, who'll be walking out for their semi-final matchup. They now know who they'll face if they reach the finals. Ons Jabeur, of course, she's just sealed that first spot these two ladies, they'll be looking to claim that final spot. Only one of them can take it. Simona Halep there, Laura Robson still with us. Laura looking pretty composed. She's just looking up at kind of the memories of what is there when you walk out centre court. What's above the doors?
Well, now that I think about it, has Rybakina even played on centre in this tournament? I don't think so. She played her last match on court 1. I think that's the biggest court she's had so far, but it's a lot of pressure because you see the trophies, you come down the walkway, and at the top of the landing is all the members, all the guests of the Royal Box, and they sort of give you a nod, they give you a wave, and then you're trying to stay in your own world, trying to focus on the tennis. But that walkway is a lot more intimidating than it used to be, because you come out the centre, the highest seeded player first, and you're sort of hustling behind, trying to keep up. And I think Rybakina looked a little nervous to me, didn't she? She was awfully calm, but I think in her face there was, some definite nerves.
OK, Laura, the big question is, so as you're going down the steps, do you go hand on banister, or do you just go straight down the pipe?
I think you go straight down, but then I wouldn't blame them if they went banister, because you want a bit of extra support.
Not going to hold it against them.
Perhaps the biggest walk of your life.
Yeah, well, this is it. It's like that kind of famous walk on Bruce's Price is Right. You know, you don't have a banister, you've got to back yourself. You've got to ride back yourself.
You'd be overthinking it, though, if you put your hand out and then the person that you're playing didn't go banister. Do you then panic?
Exactly.
Banister, no banister.
These are the mind games.
Laura, let's talk about the head-to-head away from Radzy's mind games. Yeah? We're going to go there? I've gone there. OK, 2-1 to Halep for the moment. Never played on grass, though.
I wouldn't think that matters overly. Rybakina plays a very similar game on all surfaces. She's always going to be a big hitter from the back of the court, and Halep always plays the same game as well. So I wouldn't read too much into the head-to-head.
We'll just listen to this coin toss quickly.
Head to tails, Laura, what'd you go?
Tails. Serve. OK.
I tend to go heads.
I'm tails. What was it, Rach?
Neither. I never play that anymore.
It was tails. It never fails. We got confirmation from our new producer for today, Chris, in the house. Never gets it wrong. He'd have gone tails as well. Rach, what would you have gone?
Heads. Always heads. So now they're just warming up. Laura, is this a chance again? Let's go back to Radzy's mind games.
Yes.
They start playing mind games here by just putting the other player under pressure with these kind of warm-up rallies.
They're both being quite nice by the looks of things.
Would you, though? What you like?
Yeah. I would. I mean, you're trying to warm up, but you've done everything that you need to do before you go out there. So this 4-minute warm-up, you're not trying to get in your opponent's head too much. Some people do, for sure, but these two, they're both very friendly, and they'll just be focused on the actual match rather than this 4 minutes. They're just trying to get this out of the way.
Could you go the other way and sort of flat ball it, so the person doesn't necessarily realise how much kick you're going to be getting on your topspins?
You could do whatever you like. You could come forward. You can technically even start with volleys or serves if you want to. We have seen that in the past. None of that today, and I don't know how well that would go down with the crowd. If you're trying to win them over from the start of the match, I think just best to stick with the regular warm-up.
In terms of, I guess, each of their draws to get here, you can just see Rybakina's there, Van der Wey, Andreescu, Geng, Petra Martic, and then Ajla Tomljanovic. Pretty big names that she's overcome to reach this stage.
Especially that second round, Andreescu was playing well. She made the final last week on the grass and was coming in with a lot of confidence. And to win in straight sets, I think, was a huge bonus for Rybakina, just to come through and get off the court, get enough rest coming into the later rounds, where she had her toughest match in the previous round against Ajla Tomljanovic, but she's still looking very fresh, and I think that's when winning in straight sets in the opening rounds of the tournament really help.
It was tough in that first round match, but she managed in the end to find a way.
Oh, it's Van der Wey, so I'm not sure how much that one fits, but we'll allow it.
No, you see, Laura is the barometer of humour here. It's got to have accuracy and humour timing, otherwise it gets rejected, just like that. We could go back a year when we did our fantastic S Club 7 tribute to Ash Barty, because there's no party like an Ashley Barty.
We've lost Radzy at this
She's
stage.
Retired. We can stop bringing that up now.
This is Halep's run then, Laura here. Muchova first, Flipkins. I can't even read that, I need to stand forward. Badosa obviously was a pretty big one, and then Amanda Anisimova at the end. Again, the last two were probably the toughest. Paula Badosa, 4th ranked in the world at the moment. You know, great competitor there.
Yeah, the last 2 rounds for me is when Halep was my front runner. You know, I commentated the match against Badosa and it was over so quickly that the producer asked if I'd be able to stay on and do another match because it was 55 minutes, something like that. It absolutely flew by, and Badosa just never got a chance to get herself in the match, and she was playing not even that badly. She was misfiring a little bit, but Halep just totally outclassed her, and they played similar games, but Halep just did it so much better. And then to follow it up against Anisimova again in just over an hour, it was hardly any time on court. She's just flying through these matches. So I think she's feeling good about her game. She hasn't had the best year, Halep, but finally coming to terms with her tennis when it most matters at Wimbledon.
Did you stay behind and do the extra commentary?
I did, yeah. I ended up doing
Double.
Rafa's match, which I was happy to do anyway.
Was it clearly a miss over too quickly?
We're still going here, guys. We are still going. I mean, this matchup is about to start on centre court. The second semi-final of the day for the ladies' side of things. Who will face Ons Jabeur in that final on Saturday? Will it be Elena Rybakina or Simona Halep? That's the question that is yet to be answered. Cannot wait for this one. And as always, everyone at home, you can continue watching that match on all the major Wimbledon broadcasters around the world. It's going to be a classic. Cannot wait to see if Simona Halep can continue her run and make it to another Wimbledon final and possibly lift a second title here at the All England Club. Or can Elena continue to make history for Kazakhstan and make it to her first ever and Kazakhstan's first ever Grand Slam final?
Quick call. Well, who do you think?
Simona, sorry, I should be on the fence. Neither. I don't know. Radzi?
I'm never on the fence because I'm not Wurzel Gummidge. I'm going to go for Rybakina.
Halep. Well, 2-1 Halep. It shouldn't really matter what we say. Anyway, Renee Stubbs, before the tournament, caught up with Simona Halep to get her thoughts heading into the championship.
Hi, Simona. Welcome back. I guess the first question is, how nice is it for you to be back here this year?
Well, it's great to be back here in Wimbledon and to be healthy, because last time I couldn't play, I was injured, so I was really, really sorry about myself because I had the chance to open the tournament, but I lost it. But I'm really happy to be back here and to be ready to play.
Yeah, it's been a tough 3 years really for a lot of people with the pandemic, etc. And how nice will it be that you get to actually come back here and experience it with full crowd again?
Yeah, it's amazing to have the crowd back. It was really tough, the pandemic period with the bubbles and nobody in the stands. So it was a challenge, big challenge for everybody. I felt it, but we went over it. So this is the most important thing. And now we have just to enjoy the crowd, to enjoy the energy and to give our best.
How do you feel about coming into this year with your form and with your play?
Well, I struggled this year, I must say, because it's the truth. But I found the pleasure to play tennis again. I am happy on court, of course. Probably I don't do what I wanted to do. I didn't do what I wanted to do during the year, but every day is a new challenge. So I'm going to fight, I'm going to stay there, and I'm going to give my best to touch the highest level that I can.
So this year, it's the 100th anniversary of centre court. Can you remember your first memory of centre court, whether it be on television or in general?
Well, yeah, on television I watched a lot, and I always dreamed to be able to play on this court, to have the chance. And honestly, I don't remember my first match on the centre court, but I remember my last match on the centre court 3 years ago, the final. So, yeah, I have great memories. The court is super elegant, super... you see all the people super well dressed, and everyone is quiet. You feel the tension, you feel the pressure, but in the same time you feel the way that the tournament is the most prestigious. So you feel the people that they are really loving tennis.
Yeah, that was my next question to you. What's the most unique thing about this particular centre court?
I think the crowd respect everything. They are super quiet, but they are super fair as well. So it's an amazing atmosphere when you play on centre court. I played few matches, and I was lucky because I had such a nice atmosphere that I cannot ever forget it.
So take me back to that last match, because it is the last time you played on what we consider the mecca of tennis, really. that last match, that moment you walk onto the court to play a final, you hear the crowd. Take me through that a little bit.
Well, when I left the locker room, I was actually, when I woke up in the morning, I felt the pressure of everything. But I said I have nothing to lose. It's the biggest match of my career, to play a final of Wimbledon. Never dreamed for it because I never thought I'm able to play a final on grass. And I was facing Serena, so it was everything on my shoulders. But in the same time, I said I have nothing to lose. So when I came in the courts, I just warmed up a little bit. I felt good, I felt chilled, and then going to the court, I felt the pressure again. I had her next to me, so I felt even more the pressure. But when I entered the court, I saw people. I saw that they were looking forward for this match. I had my family, I had my team, so the royal box, which was full, and it was like super emotional for me. But I calmed down, and I said, now I have just to do. I could see that I could play the perfect match.
Do you think there are moments as a kid where you're inspired by seeing something? How many people in Romania do you think you inspired by winning that match?
I think many kids, because we were not growing up with this dream to play deep in Wimbledon, to be able to win the tournament. And as I saw when I arrived home, many people came to see me and to celebrate with me the title. So I think I gave to the kids a lot of hope for the future.
So I get to give you a free ticket. So there's been many great matches on centre court at Wimbledon. So if I could give you a ticket to sit on centre court to watch, which match over the last 100 years would you choose that you weren't involved in?
Well, yeah, of course. I think the most impressive match was Djokovic with Federer, when Federer had 2 match balls. Yeah, that one. I watched it on TV, but yeah, that was very impressive for me.
Now, as a member now, you can get tickets in there. And
I wanted to say, but now I have my seat there because when I came to this tournament in 2019, I came 2 weeks before. And I met all the people from the locker room. I used to go down because I didn't want to go there. I felt like a little bit shy. And I said, no, I'm not going there. And all the people from there, they said, like, you have to come here. We have a little bit of champagne. You have the bath, so you can enjoy more. So I said, okay. And they said, like, you have to be a member of this club, but you have to win it. And I said, well, now the biggest challenge is to be the member of the tournament, not to win the title. And it was super nice, the story. So I felt super good with them.
So across the street at the Parklands, where a lot of people would queue to get into Wimbledon, is now being turned around. They're going to have qualifying over there. They're going to have extra practice courts. How inspiring is that Wimbledon has really grown the tournament even more? How great is that going to be for the young kids too?
Well, it will be great, and they are improving. Also for us, it's great, and they are improving every year. It's beautiful to come here. Everything is about Wimbledon is super nice. So I'm super happy and thankful that I have another chance to play this year and hopefully many more years ahead. It's always a pleasure, and for sure when I will be done with tennis I will come here because now I have the possibility.
Well, Simona, thanks for joining us today. We very much hope that you get to put those 2 arms up with that beautiful trophy again in a couple of weeks' time, but enjoy it here again.
Thank you.
This year.
I will enjoy it. Thank you.
Well, that was a beautiful interview there with Simona Halep and Renee Stubbs prior to this weekend's semi-final. It was before the championship started, of course. But yeah, the semi-finals very much underway here on day 11. Ladies' Day is what we love to call it at the All England Club. Elena Rybakina and Simona Halep are currently on centre court at the moment. Their semi-final matchup got underway just a few moments ago. But Ons Jabeur from Tunisia, the 3rd seed here this year. She took on Tatiana Maria, the 34-year-old mother of 2 from Germany. She'd already got to her first ever Grand Slam semi-final this championship and really was making history and inspiring so many ladies on the tour. The first set went to Ons Jabeur, the second to Tatiana Maria, and we can bring you up to speed on that final set and see how it all unfolded earlier on centre court.
Light first service.
Key game this one for Jabeur.
Yeah, she needs to get a good start here just to get the belief back.
Love.
Another one of those lobs that almost got Jabeur in trouble. This time just a little bit long.
Came over the top on the backhand. It was nearly there, but not quite.
Yeah, it's successful tactics against Maria because she's not comfortable going over her backhand. So it's difficult to pass your opponent with a slice.
Gets off to a lead.
First game, final set.
So she might have been in the air, but that'll bring her down to earth because she played a lot better in that game.
She really did play a lot better. She played aggressive. She moved forward. This shows a little confidence as well, I think. I'm sure the other semi-final opponents are watching this very closely.
Yeah, she's never beaten a top 3 player, Elena Maria.
Change
all that. What a place for it to happen.
All.
Oh!
15-30.
Five doubles now.
That was a big opportunity there for Jabeur. And I don't mind that she missed that one. At least she was moving forward. She was doing the right thing. But there's a big point coming up right here.
Yeah, Richard Hagen alongside the line judge. So no challenge. strange thing is, she could have challenged there, and she'd have been okay, because it was on the line but long. Instead of which, it's break point. And there's more punishment.
Jabeur has been very successful with those short cross-court passing shots from the forehand side especially. She seems a little bit more comfortable out here. She's getting under the ball a little bit better now with the forehand. Let's see if she can hold the break.
Ons Jabeur challenging the call, right service line, the ball's got out.
That seemed like more of a wishful challenge.
Yeah. Stumbled as she came forward, but then a marvellous volley.
Yeah, absolutely. She didn't do the best approach shot there, but again, just keeping her racket out in front. Didn't need to do too much, but that was beautiful.
She's starting to spin her web now. This is the proper Jabeur.
This is more the Jabeur we saw in the first set. She's come back.
Top that time with great effect.
40-15.
Again, Jabeur did smart there, tried to play behind Maria, but she was waiting for it and played beautiful backhand pass.
Game Jabeur.
Jabeur racing to a 3-love lead in this third set, almost as if the second set didn't happen. It's a fascinating career with Jabeur. Started playing when she was 3 years of age. She won Roland Garros Juniors back in 2011. And then saw a lot of the other juniors who weren't as good as her having better careers. And she was really frustrated, impatient, didn't like what was happening. And then the last couple of years, real commitment.
Well, I think Jabeur's game, it takes maturity. It takes more time to develop properly, especially coming on the senior tour and then the women's tour. So I think it's normal that it's taken her a little bit more time to get where she is, but at the same time she's a very talented player. It's good that she has that passion, that she wasn't happy that other people were overtaking her, and that's why she's where she is, because she came back on the practice court. She said, I need to improve, and what can I do to do better?
Husband Karim offering his support alongside the coach Issam Balali. Well, she's been almost down and out 3 times. In fact, she was 3-love down against Castair in the final set in the second round. Turned that around. Won the match 7-5 in the third. Could she possibly do that here?
Love 15.
Super net play. With authority about her there.
Absolutely, and it all started with that first serve, and then she got that short ball, she moved forward to the net, and just hit that volley with big authority.
Dealing with the slice so much better too.
15-30.
She really is. It just looks like Jabeur's gotten a little bit more energy, a little bit more of a pep in her step. And it does that she's able to get those feet in better position. But Jabeur gets the angle. This is what she's been doing really well the whole match. But if you're Maria, I would just start running into the short cross-court angle.
So this for a double break. A break ball.
Yeah, that was very important for Maria. Sometimes when you get a double break, it just gives you that cushion to really relax and play freely.
Light first serve. Light first serve.
Thrilling play.
And the crowd is absolutely loving it.
Maria.
They want to see more tennis out here like this, so they're having a great time.
It's an hour and a half, which has flown by because it is so different.
And we've really seen a lot of flow and momentum, so this match may not be over just yet.
Little steps you were talking about to get into position.
Advantage, Maria.
Absolutely, and she hit that second serve right on the line. You could see Ons Jabeur was looking at the mark where she thought that maybe it could just go out. Jabeur's been waiting a little bit on that second serve and not been stepping in, but this one was placed beautifully.
Really clever slice into the corner.
Jabeur.
And here's a chance for the double break. And a little bit of insurance.
Catastrophe. Jabeur leads 4 games to love the final set.
The double break. Wasn't the time to produce a shot like that.
No, and she's been so consistently doing those shots very well, so that was just unlucky and bad timing.
Well, she's come back from 3-love. Is 4-love too much of a stretch? Yeah. They're all going in now.
15-love. Love.
Very well placed service. Well, there's not much Maria can do with that.
It's all beginning to fall apart now. And the crowd recognizing that.
Oh!
$40-15.
Just a little nerves there, probably.
Yes.
But if you're going to make a double fault, 4-love, 40-love, it's the time to do it.
It's only a second. Becomes 5-love. And Jabeur has all the answers.
Jabeur leads 5 games to love final set.
Yes, I was going to say Jabeur dealing with the slices efficiently, but efficient's not a word for Jabeur. She's anything but efficient. She's that, but she's so many other things. But she's having no trouble now with the slice.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened in the second set, because she was cruising along in the first set, playing extremely well, playing comfortable, confident. She went on in the second set, had her opportunities early on, didn't take them. Maria just, played her game and threw off on Jabeur a little bit, and then going out into the third set, it looked like Jabeur just decided, you know what, I'm just going to go for it at this point, right? I just got to play aggressive. I got to play better. Her unforced error tally is down significantly, only 2 so far in this set. It's just a completely different player from the second set.
Yes, the match has oscillated really with her form until the last couple of games, maybe, when Maria's form has just dropped. And it's the German who's had such a magnificent tournament. Her first ever Grand Slam semi-final. She serves to stay in it.
15 love.
Yeah, you wouldn't want her to drop the third set 6 love. Some shot from Jabeur, but it didn't surprise Maria.
30 love.
I think Maria's seen a little bit of everything so far in this match, and she's ready for whatever comes her way.
Pointing down the line. Yes, right onto it.
40-15.
Yeah, when Jabeur gets her racquet through, she hits the ball so flat and so fast.
Game, Maria.
Well, a little bit room for respectability. Is it going to alter the outcome? It doesn't look like it.
Jabeur leads 5 games to 1, final set.
So after an hour and 40 minutes, the number 3 seed serving for a place in the final.
Fault. Ons Jabeur challenging the call. Right,
it's called long.
It's a very late call. Yeah, great play there. She opened up with her own forehand. She saw Maria was outside the doubles alley and moved forward. Had the whole open court with that volley.
Closing in.
Love.
3 points for the final. She made the move early. And Jabeur trying to make it perfect.
40-15.
Jabeur,
6-2.
the first African woman in the Open era to reach the Wimbledon final. The friendship renewed. Oh, look at this.
Well, we're here at Arangi in the sunshine, and Nick Kyrgios has just finished his practice session. A fairly light and leisurely practice session, I think, is the best way to describe it. He was in his favourite Boston Celtics NBA shirt and went through his paces for a short amount of time. Jason Tatum, the famous basketball player, on the back of the shirt there. He was hitting with some of his friends as well. It was a fairly relaxed practice session, as we've become accustomed to for Nick Kyrgios ahead of the semi-final tomorrow on centre court. Can he do it against Rafa Nadal, who we watched practicing here at Arangi as well earlier on today, away from the cameras. Nick not stopping to sign any autographs, although the crowds here at Arangi are a little bit quieter than they were. And he's headed off into the treatment room just to get a little bit of physio and just do some last-minute physical ahead of his match tomorrow. So that is the scene here at Arangi. Nick Kyrgios just finishing that practice session to get ready for Rafa Nadal, and he will be looking in good shape for that match. There was a few forehands and backhands. He practiced a few serves as well, but he was only out here for 20-25 minutes or so before heading inside just to get ready for that match tomorrow. It should be a good one. How will Nick Kyrgios do against Rafa Nadal on centre court?
Hi there, my name's Hattie Park. I'm the Sustainability Manager for the All England Club. What we want to achieve here at Wimbledon is to have a positive environmental impact, to promote a culture of reuse and give back more than we take. There's all sorts going on around the grounds. On the menus, for example, we're highlighting that there's low-carbon food, reusable cups for all drinks, the strawberries come in a card container, obviously recycling facilities everywhere. And then there's the beautiful planting around the ground, which is really about us doing as much as we can to promote and help biodiversity. In terms of cutting the carbon, what that means is designing and regenerating our estate so that we are as efficient and low carbon as we possibly can be. And then we need to think about the transportation as well. So we have 20 of the electric Jaguars in our vehicle fleet this year, and it was brilliant to hear Jaguar's commitment to going all electric for 2025, because that means we can ultimately decarbonise the fleet. We're also trying to encourage everyone to get involved as well this year, whether they're watching at home or coming to the grounds. So we've got a Environment Positive Everyday campaign, giving people information of things that they can do to cut the carbon, avoid waste, help nature, and get away from this single-use disposable culture.
Okay, we'll just grab a word then with part of Djokovic's coaching team here, Nenad Zimonjic. Nenad, how's this morning gone? I saw you out there with Djokovic and Goran, looking like a really nice practice session.
Yeah, it was very enjoyable. It's great to be there with Goran and Novak, both really good friends. I've known Goran for many years when we were back on the tour playing, and Novak, I've known him since he was 12. So it's great pleasure to be on the court with them, and we enjoyed. We had a lot of fun. Novak looks really relaxed, which is the most important thing, and feeling the ball really good, which was something that it's been happening over the years, that as the tournament progresses, he's raising his level, which is the case here as well.
And how much is he enjoying his time here with his family around? Obviously seeing Stefan out there playing with him, who looks like a great tennis coach in himself. Goran's over there now as well. He's saying he's talking a load of rubbish, which is not the case. Obviously Tara and Stefan out there with him, which is making him look like the family man that he is and making him at ease here at SW19.
Yeah, that's something that you see. It's looking around, which is part of our style, you know, so that's what's important to bring joy. And the best way to bring joy for the player was it is to bring your family, to have your kids, something that I experienced with my own kids and what Novak had a chance to see with my son Leon coming to the courts, and now he's experiencing exactly the same things. So I know what he's going through, and this is something that means a lot to all of us, that we can share all these moments with the closest ones.
Yeah, and how has Novak recovered from that epic Jannik Sinner match there? I got to watch a couple of the last games out on centre court. It was fabulous just to see his athleticism and how he plays up in action. But it was a long 5-setter, wasn't it?
Definitely. First of all, it's nice to come back and win that kind of match. Then you recover quicker. But then it's also coming back home, seeing your family, your kids, getting the smiles. You know, this is what recovers you even more, you know, and quick. Novak is somebody that is very, very professional in everything, and especially with the recovery, and I'm sure he is 100% ready and eager to play tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got to have a word on that. Cam Norrie, Britain's hopeful, their favourite. All the eyes will be on him out on centre court. Everyone will be cheering for Cam Norrie. How will Novak, I guess, approach that when, you know, he's not going to be the one they're shouting for out there?
Yeah, but crowd here is really knowledgeable, really nice, and it's always huge pleasure to be on the center court, regardless if you play the Brits, you know, and it's normal that he will have support. He deserved it, and it's great to have, you know, Grand Slams such as Wimbledon and to play in front of your home crowd. So it's amazing effort from Cameron. Played really well throughout the championships, and not just here. Last year and a half, 2 years, amazing progress. So really looking forward to upcoming match.
Cam's team say he's the fittest. I would think you'd disagree and say Novak's fitter. Go on, your thoughts on that?
You cannot compare that. There is nothing to compare. But when you're back in Australia, when Novak played against Nadal, that was amazing. When after the ceremony they're asking for the chairs to sit down, you know, this is how exhausted it is. I mean, all of them, they're very professional, very fit, and I'm sure that's never going to be the issue, especially now with the new rule change, which is tiebreaker at the 6-hole in the 5th set. So we know that it's going to end eventually.
I mean, Novak has a habit, doesn't he, of losing the first set to Brits here at Wimbledon, Kyle Edmund, and then obviously Jack Draper. Does he look at that and go, okay, well, I always go on to win?
Maybe it's the case, not knowing them that much, but he had the chance to play against Cameron, so he knows him. It's nobody new now on the tour, so I think he's going to be ready.
And one word on you as well, obviously 3 times champion here in the doubles. What's it like to come back and kind of just see everyone and be back at this beautiful All England club?
It's an amazing feeling, you know. I'm really grateful that I had this opportunity, got invited to play. Last time I played, it was 2017, and I had surgery 2018, double hip replacement surgery, which is really tough to have in such early age, but I feel great now, ready to play and to enjoy, and actually playing today against Goran. So we've been teasing each other, even we made a little video, you know, before our warm-up. We're playing against each other. He's playing with Mary Pierce and I'm playing with Marion Bartoli, and it's coming up soon on short court 2, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I even saw Marion, I think, hitting with Stefan earlier as well, which was great. But Nenad, thanks for chatting to us. Good luck with your match and with those semi-finals as well tomorrow.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Great.
There with Rachel, working with Novak Djokovic, his countryman here at the Championships. Some wonderful shots from around the grounds on the wire cam. The sun is well and truly out. We were saying it was Quite cool earlier on in the day, cloud cover, but now a beautiful day here at Wimbledon as the action continues there inside centre court. Adam Hunt and Anne Kjothvong back here on Wimbledon Uncovered. Let's talk a bit about Djokovic. We've heard from one of his coaches there. He likes to have a bit of a team, doesn't he, working with him. We've seen Goran, you know, he's not with Marion Vida anymore, but he was working with him before. What's the benefit of having a group of coaches rather than just one voice in the room?
It spreads the pressure out. Every person on his team will have a role to play, but you know, you want to try and keep things as fresh as possible. You want to make sure everyone's on the same page, but the message can be delivered differently depending on who you're chatting to. And let's face it, these guys have the disposable income to travel with as many people as they want. And why travel with 1 or 2 people when you can travel with 5 to 10 and have fun together? And I think what's key in the Djokovic camp is that they all do get on well with one another, and they try and make it fun. It's as intense as it is. You know, they have a good time together away from the tennis courts, and there's a lot of trust there between them all.
He had to work hard, didn't he, against Jannik Sinner? It did look like for a while in that match that he was heading out here at Wimbledon, that Sinner would achieve one of the biggest wins of his career and do almost the impossible, beat Novak Djokovic on centre court. But he is just so good at finding a way, not panicking, and over 5 sets it's just so difficult to beat him.
Yeah, well, 2 sets to love down against Jannik Sinner. He did take a bathroom break, admitted giving himself a real talking to in the mirror, and came out I guess with a different mindset, a different outlook, and produce some wonderful tennis to come back strong against Sinner. And I guess that's where the inexperience of Jannik Sinner, who's still only 20 years of age, I guess comes out. He hasn't played many best-of-5 set matches. He hasn't really spent as much time in the latter stages of a slam like Novak Djokovic. So Djokovic there using all his experience to come back in that one.
And over the years, Wimbledon, you know, as the game has changed slightly, the grass has slowed down, it has become more of an endurance feat to get through a 5-set match on grass. I mean, before, I remember in the days of serve and volley, even sometimes 5-set matches were over relatively quickly, and that plays into someone like Djokovic or Nadal's hands because they do have the time on a grass court to slow it down and figure it out after a bit of time.
Yeah, they do, and you know, you can't buy experience like that. Novak Djokovic, now 35 years of age, he's got 20 slams under his belt. He knows what to do under pressure. He finds a way, figures it out, and you would expect that from the former world #1 top seed here, and he did. But tomorrow, Cam Norrie will prove to be a different kind of challenge, and also Cam is going to have the crowd behind him as well, so that's going to be another layer of pressure or challenge for Novak Djokovic to deal with.
Yeah, I was going to say, how do you think Djokovic will, I mean, obviously he's played British players, great British players here at Wimbledon before, notably Andy Murray, so this isn't a new experience for him. But I do feel here at Wimbledon, particularly after the last match, the crowd have got so behind Cameron Norrie. They love the story, the fact that he gives them all of this. He's worked so hard to get this point. He's living his dream. Will that affect this match, do you think, from Djokovic's perspective, and help Norrie?
Look, he's been the underdog on so many occasions, or not necessarily the underdog, that's not the right word, but he's played so many matches where the crowd have been against him, whether that's in Paris, where everyone roots for Nadal or Federer, or at the Australian Open. And here at Wimbledon, how many times has he faced Andy Murray or others where the crowd have been against him, but yet he manages to find a way? I do hope for Cam Norrie he gets that experience, and the fans do get behind him, because I will, for his sake, I think it'll give him a lift and help him to settle in that situation, because he's never been at this stage of a Grand Slam before. It's a new challenge for him, and you know, a lot of people are still trying to get to know Cam Norrie, but this is a great moment for them to embrace him.
I was so impressed with the way he closed it out against Goffin, because you could, I mean, everyone would be nervous in that moment. Arguably one of the biggest matches of his career, such an opportunity to get through a Wimbledon semi-final, something he's dreamed of throughout the entirety of his career, and he was so close. You could sense, even here on the hill, I was sitting on the hill watching the last few points before we headed home, and you could cut the tension with a knife. But to see him over the line, because we've seen that happen, you know, in 3rd sets in ladies' matches, 5th sets in the men's matches in Grand Slams, you get close to the finish line and then it crumbles, and he was able to keep it together.
Yeah, well, I mean, his stamina is something everyone talks a lot about. So over 5 sets, he probably looked fresher in the 5th set than he did in the 1st set, and he takes a huge amount of pride in that. But physically, I mean, he's got everything. But mentally, that also helps carry you. It helps gives you the confidence to know that you can hang in there for as long as it takes, and you know that you've got more to give in those moments.
We talk about the support. There will be a huge amount of support inside centre court for the match. It'll be absolutely packed here on the hill, and you know the watching British public at home will be cheering Cam on. He is a very quiet and almost unassuming character. He's lovely in interviews. Do you think he must be aware of the weight of a nation behind him, you know, supporting him on?
Yeah, of course he is, and you know, he wants to go further. He really has that belief in his tennis and in his ability to take the likes of Novak Djokovic down. I mean, they have played once before. That was at the end of last year at the ATP finals. Probably a match for Cam Norrie to forget because he only got 3 games on that occasion. But this is totally different. This is Wimbledon. This is on home turf. And, you know, like we've already discussed, he's going to have the home support. His coach, his parents, his girlfriend, they're all there. He's got a great team of people around him, maybe not as many as Novak Djokovic, but, you know, there's a huge amount of trust there. And, yeah, I'm sure he'll take it all in his stride.
There was a lovely moment this morning. He obviously lives not too far away from here in Putney, and I think he's been cycling in, and he cycled his bike in, and someone was walking past me, and I spotted him on his bike. I knew it was him, but someone else saw him go by and was like, was that Cam Norrie?
Yeah.
He is, as you said, just a very quiet and an unassuming character, but a lovely guy, and everyone's wishing him well in this big match. What's he got to get right? If he is to cause a huge upset on centre court again and beat Djokovic, what has he got to get right tomorrow?
He's got to get off to a good start. I think that's going to be key. I mean, as fit as he is, Novak Djokovic won't allow him, if he were to get off to a slow start, won't allow him as much room or breathing space to work his way back into the match. Novak Djokovic, a good front runner in his own right, but you know, he's got to do everything well. It's going to be a huge challenge for him, a huge step up. There's not one area of his game where he can really afford to be below par. And quite frankly, the odds are stacked against him, but he's going to have to play the match of his life if he is to get through to the final.
You say, yeah, odds stacked against him, and you said, you know, the previous time they met, Djokovic won comfortably. But do you think Djokovic he won't want to take him lightly at all, will he? He prepares very meticulously for all of his matches, doesn't he? And I'm sure he will have been impressed with the run that, you know, he got a nice draw, clearly, but the run he's then gone on since then, he's made the most of the opportunity, and Djokovic will be wary of that, won't he?
Yeah, he will be. Cam Norrie was in the section where Matteo Berrettini was, and I believe Marin Cilic, both of whom pulled out before the tournament started due to COVID. But Cam Norrie has taken advantage of that, and here he is. But no, Novak Djokovic, I don't think will underestimate anyone, especially at this stage of the competition. He wants to be part of history. He wants another slam. He wants to get nearer to Rafael Nadal. So he'll be coming out well prepared to take on Cam Norrie.
Yeah, plenty on the line for both players in that one tomorrow. In terms of today's action, let's just keep you up to date with what's happening on centre court. Bit of an upset brewing really here. The first set is finished. Rybakina produced a really, really good performance in it. Simona Halep struggling in some of those statistical categories, as you can see on the right there in the grey. 6-3 to Rybakina. She took it. And numbers that you pick out here, I mean, the one that jumps out to me, 82% on the first serve.
82% of points won behind her first serve. No break point opportunities there for Simona Halep. More winners from Rybakina than Halep. She has got the firepower. She's got the edge in that department. And I guess we should never have doubted her nerves or the sense of occasion. I was a little bit I guess worried that you know, playing out there on centre court in the semi-final against a former champion here, that you know, that might get the better of Elena Rybakina, but clearly not.
But interesting what we were discussing before the match started about the game plan from her to try to attack, use that big serve. That's borne out in the statistics, and it's working well so far.
Yeah, she's the one woman on the WTA Tour who's hit over 200 aces this year. 2 aces today to add to that tally. and using it to great effect.
And we can update you, she's taken a lead. She's got a break already early in the second set, 2-love. So a set and 2-love already to the number 17 seed, and they still haven't been on court for an hour yet, 52 minutes on court. So Halep she's got to try something different.
She's got some work to do. She's got to stay calm out there and, yeah, try and figure out something.
Yeah, OK, so a set and 2-love in that one on centre court. We'll keep you right up to date. But for now, it's time for us to catch up with Olivia again.
Here I am at the base of the media balcony, and we're waiting for one woman and one woman only. What's her name?
Ons Jabeur!
And what are you going to sing to her?
Ons Jabeur! Ons Jabeur! Ja, wacht in final. Allez, allez, ons allez. Allez, allez, ons allez. Ja, مش normal. Ja, مش normal. Ja, واحدة للفينال. Allez, allez, ons allez. Allez, allez, ons allez.
Woo! Loved it! That's yeah! Yeah!
Can we do another song? Another song?
Can we do one more? Yeah, go on.
the champion! مبروك علينا وهذه البداية وما زال مبروك علينا وهذه البداية وما زال مبروك علينا وهذه البداية وما زال يا صلاة الزين يا صلاة الزين على أونس يا صلاة الزين يا صلاة الزين يا صلاة الزين
Well, the Ons Jabeur fans in full voice there. They've got to be careful not to lose their voices because they're going to need that on Saturday for the final. Great performance in the end from Ons Jabeur. She had to work pretty hard, didn't she, winning in 3 sets, but it was comfortable in that third. 6-2, 3-6, 6-1. We will hear from Ons Jabeur very soon, but her opponent today, the loser, unfortunately, Elena Maria, who's had a great championship so far, the German, she's just walked in for a press conference.
Tatiana, tough loss, but tell us how the experience was for you.
Yeah, it was amazing to play on the center court today, but for sure, like any other match, it's also a little bit painful that, yeah, I could not win at the end.
Congratulations on a wonderful tournament that inspired many. Apologies, but I want to ask you about Ons and just what makes her such an extraordinary person. Can you put it into words? Why do you think she touches so many, both on the court and off the court?
Yeah, I think Ons, I mean, she's an amazing role model already where she's coming from for all this part, how she plays, how she is outside of the court. I mean, she's it doesn't matter if she's now she's number 2 in the world. I mean, she never changed, and that I mean, that's impressive because that makes her also a amazing person, and I think she deserves it, and I hope she can go to the end.
It's from The Guardian. Can you talk a little bit more about the relationship you have with her personally, and how did it feel in that moment at the end where you celebrated together?
No, I mean, we are really good friends. We, like I said, she's part of our family, and you know, it was really nice from her that she, at the end, she wanted to celebrate with me, even that it was her moment. I mean, it's for her also the first time to be in a Grand Slam final, and I think, yeah, it was her moment, but she wanted to celebrate it with me, what makes it also really special. And yeah, like I said, I mean, she's such a great person, and she really deserves it, so I'm really happy for her too.
George Holmesy, freelance. Normally, semi-final at Wimbledon, there's a lot of ranking points that you would gain. What does it feel to you that, in spite of this incredible experience, you will not improve?
Everything stays the same. No, actually, it's a little bit like this. I mean, everything will stay the same after Wimbledon because my ranking will not go in front. I will be top 100, but what is already special for me, because now I will be the first time top 100 with my 2 kids. But yeah, I will not jump so much in front what I would be normally. So actually, you know, I have to take out all the positive what I did. I mean, I have to realize that I can be on the stage. I mean, I showed it now that I was in a semi-final of Wimbledon. I think I can beat the good players, and I have to believe in myself to keep going now and to show it on different tournaments with points like this. I can improve my ranking, but. I think there's a lot of positive things what I can take out of this 2 weeks of Wimbledon.
Thank you.
Hi, Tatiana.
Hello.
How much has this 2 weeks been kind of, you know, you've created memories as a four that will last a lifetime? I guess that's the big thing that in a couple of months, a couple of years, you'll probably take away from these 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, yes. Yeah, I mean, at the end it was a crazy adventure with my family. I mean, I played a semi-final of Wimbledon, and for sure I'm sad now, maybe a little bit because it stops here. But like I said, we have to realize. I mean, all these positive things. What happened these 2 weeks? I mean, I was so often down, and I came back, and you believe also in yourself more and more. It gives you confidence for more things. So I hope in the future I can keep going like this and improve every single day.
Chuck Culpepper from the Washington Post. Are you able to share what you said to each other as you hugged at the end?
No, I said to her that I'm happy for her because I mean, like I said, we are really good friends, and she would be happy for me, like I'm happy for her, and she told me that she want to celebrate with me together. So what is actually really nice from her, and yeah, so you know, I mean, on the court we knew both that we will go out and do our best, and after we knew that we still were gonna be friends. She's an amazing person, so I'm really happy for her, and I hope she can win it.
Can you remember the first time you first met Ons, and when you started realising that you were friends, because you're different generations?
I met her a long time ago. I cannot tell you now exactly how it became like this, but Ons, she's a really open person. I think yeah, she's like she is. It doesn't matter what happened. She's number 2 in the world, and she's still the same person than she was many years ago. That's what makes her great, and yeah, that's why I became closer, because of our kids, I don't know, but yeah, that's why.
Also, she mentioned that you were barbecue buddies, and I know that you used to have barbecues with Venus and Serena. So I was wondering whether you played any role in introducing Ons to Serena, and making.
Oh, I think they know each other. I think there's no introducing. I mean, Ons, she's number 2 in the world, and I think Serena, she knows Ons. She knows Serena. So I don't think they need me for this.
Willie Weinbaum from ESPN. What message do you hope you sent by what you've accomplished here?
Yeah, I hope. I mean that I can send this message out that I have 2 kids and I'm on this stage. I think everything is possible. I'm 34 years old with 2 kids and playing my first time a semi-final in Wimbledon. So I think maybe people will see that everything is possible, even to keep going, to believe in themselves, to keep going, to fight, and to love what they are doing, to enjoy, at the end, to enjoy life.
And just one follow-up, and what message do you hope the ending on court, you and Ons celebrating the moment together, will send?
I think that's nice for the sport. I mean, she's helping also a little bit to send my message out that, you know, even with family, you can have a career and you can keep going. And I mean, she's also such an inspiration for a lot of women on this planet. So I think we both send some role. I mean, we are role models. So I think, it was nice for everybody to see that you have to fight, you have to believe, and you have to keep going.
Hi, I'm from Smash Magazine.
Can you talk a little bit about today's match? Like you played amazingly well in the second set, and is there any point where you should have played better, or?
I mean, it was a tricky match. I mean, this we knew before, that we have a little bit not the same style, but I knew that she can play also a lot of slice. She likes to play drop shots. It was tricky in the first set. Yeah, at the beginning we had some really long games, and I guess the point I was not serving really well, and in the third set she started to be more solid. She didn't give me so many points anymore, and I think this was making the difference. My serve the percentage went down, and she was more solid, and I guess that's why she won at the end.
Okay, sorry, we're going to have to switch to German questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
German questions?
Well, over my shoulder on court 3 down here at Arangi isn't something you see every day. Novak Djokovic is down there after his practice session with his team, just watching his children having a little hit about down there. Obviously, Stefan is down there and his daughter. You might just be able to see her on the floor there. Tara, his 2 kids, have been here, I guess, supporting him at the championship this fortnight, and you know, he's been saying how much they love being around, and you can tell. We just spoke to his coaching team there, Nenad, what it means to Novak to have his kids here. It just takes that pressure off a little bit, and you know, keeps him with his family, which is obviously super important while you're on tour, on the road, just to have those home comforts with you. But yeah, these are just beautiful scenes for him and his family, you know, making memories, I'm sure, which are going to last a lifetime. And you never know, you might see his children one day contesting the boys and girls titles at the All England Club, or even going all the way and stepping onto the grass to try and grab one of those Grand Slam titles of their own. Obviously, we know what their dad, Novak, is trying to do this time out. He's looking for his 4th consecutive title here, his 7th overall, because he's obviously ready and trying to take on Cameron Norrie tomorrow and reaching his Grand Slam final. He's into his 11th semi-final here at Wimbledon, and his 43rd Grand Slam semi-final. Quite the achievements, and you never know, maybe his son or daughter might achieve something along the lines of that later on in their career if they continue hitting balls like they are down here on court 3 at Arangi. It's such a special sight to see, and one that you don't get very often.
Will the Djokovic dynasty continue? That is the big question. There's quite a few children of current and former pros who are playing. I've heard that Leighton Hewitt's son is supposed to be very, very good.
I think
as well.
I need to double check this, but I think he may be playing in the under-14 event here at Wimbledon, which kicks off today. Double check the draw.
Yeah, obviously easy to see why, because they're around tennis all the time and they've got someone else who's pretty good to practice with. But it must be a difficult balance, isn't it, to want the children to obviously have something else for them to look forward to and something else to try, but also the natural thing is for them to pick up a tennis racket.
Yeah, of course, because if they're travelling with their parents, they're living the life with their parents, and they obviously have a bit of an advantage because they're closer to the game. They see what mum or dad is going through and putting in, and you know, naturally they gravitate towards it. Tatiana Maria's daughter, who's only 8 years old, is fantastic, so watch out for her.
Yeah, when we were talking to Charles, her husband and coach, he was saying that actually a lot of the time during COVID, the only person for her to hit with was her daughter. She was 8 years old, but she was having a good hit.
Yeah, and I see her courtside supporting her mum, not so much here because she loves the crash here. This is her favourite tournament, Charlotte's favourite tournament, that is, because they do have a fantastic crash for the kids of all the tennis players down at Arangi, where, you know, that's like a who's who of whose kids mixing with somebody else's kids. But, you know, it's a fantastic environment, and a lot of these tournaments are way more family-friendly now than they ever used to be.
She's far too busy for tennis. She's down at the creche. Just to update you what's happening on centre court, it's still going Rybakina's way. The number 17 seed traded breaks, having taken that first set 6-3. She was 2-love up against Simona Halep at the start of of the second set. Then she broke, and now Halep had broken back, but Rybakina leads now 4-3, so 2 games away from a spot in the Wimbledon final. Can she hold her nerve? That's the question.
That is a question. There's still time for Halep. It's never over until that last point has been played. But Rybakina really surprising everyone, I think, with this performance today. We knew she had the weapons to hurt Simona Halep. She's got that big serve, big strikes from the back of the court. But given her lack of experience at this level, I think most people gave Simona Halep the edge. Certainly I did. Yeah, Elena Rybakina still going strong.
Can she do it? We'll keep you right up to date. Well, we heard from Elena Maria, the loser from that other semi-final earlier on today. Let's hear from the winner, Ons Jabeur, through to her first Wimbledon final.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the press conference for Ons Jabeur. Please raise your hand, state your name and organisation when asking a question. Ons, Wimbledon finalist, how does that feel?
Ooh, feels amazing, really. The kind of result I was hoping for. So now one more match, one more step, and to continue and hopefully get the title.
Well, Bill Simons, Inside Tennis. Just great congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. A while ago, after a win, you said, for me, it's not about Tunisia anymore. It's all about the Arab countries and the African continent. Just talk about that, what kind of impact this has on girls and boys.
Well, it's always about Tunisia somehow. And I want to go bigger, inspire many more generation, you know. Tunisia is connected to the Arab world, is connected to the African continent. You know, the area, we want to see more players, you know. It's not like Europe or any other countries. It's I want to see more players from my country, from the Middle East, you know, from Africa. And I think we didn't believe enough at a certain point that we can do it. And now I'm just trying to show that, and hopefully people are getting inspired.
American magazine, Reem was saying that it was a holiday also on Saturday.
Yeah.
And how much more special do you think that will make it, and hopefully be able to drive up viewership numbers?
It's yeah. I mean, if I make it on that special holiday, that one of my favorite actually, it's gonna be great. I always miss it. I always want to be with the family. Always reminds me of. Like a child, I was having a great one with my family that day, so it's like Christmas for you guys, so it's like similar for us. It's gonna be a special celebration maybe after, having my own barbecue maybe, and we'll have to enjoy it, and hopefully we'll enjoy it in positive vibes.
George Ponce, freelance. You seem like a very easygoing person. How would you like to describe yourself if you were asked to describe yourself as a person?
Not that easy. Sometimes I'm picky, you know. But I like to enjoy life, enjoy everything around me. I have the job that I want to do. Kind of playing tennis is always amazing. Being on a tennis court is amazing. And sometimes I get picky on food and other stuff. But otherwise, I can say I'm easygoing.
I want to ask you about this nickname that you've earned yourself in Tunisia, the Minister of Happiness. Do you feel that? Do you feel the vibes? Because quite seriously, I mean, you are literally everywhere in your home country at the moment. Do you get a fair reflection of that?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice of them to call me that. It's really unbelievable. I never, maybe they're thinking about having a Minister of Happiness, maybe, you know. And it's funny because the actual minister calls me hello minister, you know, and it's funny, and it's tough times in Tunisia sometimes, and when they see my matches, and I always say sports always unites people, and I'm happy that they follow me. They're pushing me to do better, and hopefully I can keep the title forever.
Mike?
Mike Walters, Daily Mirror. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Today's a historic day in the United Kingdom. Our Prime Minister resigned, and the man who wants to replace him, the leader of the opposition, was here today in the royal box watching you. Do you think you made the right decision?
I have no idea. I'm the Minister of Happiness. I don't. But I mean, I hope it's good for you guys. I don't know what's happening really, and I can see people are happy that he resigned. So I mean, I hope this one will do a much better job.
Willie Weinbaum from ESPN. What are your earliest memories of seeing the Wimbledon Championship, the trophy, and how did the dream of winning it yourself evolve?
Not to lie to you, the dream kind of started last year when I enjoyed playing here, enjoyed the crowd, and I didn't play so many Wimbledons before, and usually it was the first and second round. It's tricky to play on grass. I knew I was playing good on grass because of my game and everything, but last year, Melanie reminded me, my mental coach, I told her, like, I'm coming back next year for the title when I lost in the quarterfinals, because I just loved everything around here, loved the atmosphere and everything. So it was my main goal from the beginning of the season and even from last year. And I just love it here. I don't know, it's everything about the energy. I just love being here.
What was your mental coach's reply when you said that?
She was like, you will, and she always believes in me. She knows that if I put something in my mind, I do it. So I'm one step away, you know, from achieving it, and I hope it's gonna happen.
Hi, Andy Dillon from the Sun newspaper. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm sure the victory felt amazing, but I just wonder how it felt on the flip side to beat your best mate. And how it feels as a human, you know, when you had to embrace her at the end and then you took her out onto the court and
she
your guilty
deserves
conscience, basically.
Yeah, she deserves a lot of respect. I mean, Tatiana, her making the first time semi-final, the way she plays, the way she fights. If I didn't see her two kids, I wouldn't say she never had the kids, you know. And it's amazing how she moves on the court. It's really inspiring for a lot of women. It just when you play tennis, it's just I'm focused on myself, to be honest with you. And for me, after all, it's just a tennis match, you know. We didn't go to war or anything. It was amazing, great. I have a lot of respect for her. If she won today, she would have deserved it 100%. And that's what I love about tennis, you know. Just a tennis match, and then you move on, and then you get to the next one.
When will you see her again?
Yeah, so Ons Jabeur will compete in her first Wimbledon final. Can she do it on centre court on Saturday? She won against Tatiana Maria. Good match, 6-2 day here at SW19. Blue skies, busy on the hill. The fans there watching also the ladies singles semi-final on the big screen as well. Now, one of the new innovations for the championships this year were the 360 cameras. You can watch this programme, Wimbledon Uncovered, in 360, and also on the show courts you can watch the matches in 360 as well. Now, if you're not really sure what that means, Olivia found out a little bit more earlier on.
Look at that beautiful view over all those courts here at Wimbledon in the sunshine. But look at the view that I've got. That is right. I'm on centre court. I'm literally standing millimetres away from Rafa Nadal. Oh, he's got the ball. He's about to serve. Yeah, that's it. I am in the action right up close. This is an experience I have never had before. And let me tell you, it's awesome. Don't want that one. Get that ball, girl. Well done. Look at the crowd. They're excited. Is this going to be a monster serve? Ooh, I can see the royal box. Who's in there, I wonder? Oh, good. Oh, look at that. Great serve. As I scan around the crowd, oh, yeah, they're happy with that. I can hear the commentary. I can hear the energy. I can hear the crowd. They're excited. Well done, ball boy. Good work by you. Early days in this first round match. I can see lots of people enjoying the tennis. Hello up there. So close. Hello. Can you see me? No, you can't. Oh, there's a camera lady. Get the good shot. This is it. This is what you're here for. See, this is an experience, an incredible virtual reality experience. This is going to be available to you next year here at Wimbledon, brought to you by Vodafone 360. And of course, you have been seeing all our coverage on YouTube, on Wimbledon Uncovered, on the website with Vodafone 360 cameras. They show all the action on the show courts. 360 view, you can spin around, see everything. This is the bad boy that does it. Just a small little camera there with all those little cameras giving you access and insight from around the show course. It's really exciting, and all this tech makes me very excited for where this is going. You are going to be able to get right up on centre court, something you'll probably never be able to do standing behind those players. It's really great. I'm going to leave you here and get back on court.
Well, ever-advancing technology here at Wimbledon. And this is the scene on centre court. A brilliant backhand return down the line from Elena Rybakina, and she is through to her first Grand Slam final. What a performance from her. She wasn't the favourite, was she, against Simona Halep? Everyone was expecting Halep to continue this great run here at Wimbledon and perhaps win the title once more on centre court that we saw her lift a couple of years ago, but Rybakina did not follow that script, and she won in the end 6-3, 6-3 over the number 16 seed. You can see what it means to her box there in an hour and 15 minutes on centre court. Simona Halep walks away disappointed, but what a performance, Anne, from Elena Rybakina to keep her composure and get through this match.
Incredible. I'm not sure I saw this coming prior to this semi-final. I mean, I'm not sure how many people prior to the start of this tournament had Elena Rybakina down as a potential finalist here at the championships this year. But an outstanding performance, taking down Simona Halep in an hour and 15 minutes. 5 aces she struck in that convincing win. 21 winners.
Yeah, it's clear, isn't it? She came with a game plan and she stuck to it, and it worked.
It sure did.
OK, well, let's listen in to her interview as she steps forward to the microphone, the victor, speaking to Rishi Prasad there in front of the crowd on centre court.
Elena, congratulations. Can you quite believe what you've just done here on centre court?
Not really. I mean, it was a great match, and Simona, she is a great champion, and we had many tough matches before. I was really focused today, and I'm really happy with my performance because I think that I played really solid today.
This, of course, was the first time you're in a semi-final of a Grand Slam, obviously first semi-final here at Wimbledon. When you walked on court, we kind of expected maybe some nerves, but you started as if you didn't have any. How were you feeling?
I was nervous, of course, but I think the matches before helped me a bit. I played first time on court 1, 2 matches there, and today I played first time on center court. But I think the atmosphere which I had before helped me a lot. And today, when the full crowd was cheering for us, I don't know how to say it in English, but I was
goosebumps.
But I was quite nervous, and I'm really happy that I managed to win in the end.
We know that you've got an outstanding serve game, but it was absolutely on fire today. You looked so effortless in the way you played. How would you describe how good your tennis was today?
I don't know how to describe, but it was really, really good. I mean, usually, of course, I have ups and downs, and it's coming from the north, but I think today I was mentally prepared, and I did everything what I could, and it was an amazing match.
And the last thing I'm going to ask you is for your thoughts on the prospect of a Wimbledon final against Ons Jabeur here.
I think it's going to be a great match. she's a really good player, a very tricky player. It's going to be not easy to play against her drop shots, coming to play these volleys. I mean, I think it's going to be a great match, and I try to do my best. I'm going to enjoy. I think I already did a lot, and it's just time to enjoy and really have fun on court.
Well, you provided a lot of fun for us today. Congratulations, Elena Rybakina.
Yeah, Rybakina there. She says it's a dream come true, and she's really looking forward to the final against Ons Jabeur. And she dealt with, you know, the expectation was for Simona Halep to win that match, and she dealt with the fact that Simona is so experienced on centre court and had a game that perhaps could negate some of the strengths of her game, the big serve and the big ground strokes. But it was a very, very convincing and mature performance, I would describe it, from Rybakina out there on court.
Yeah, out there on centre court for the very first time and looking like she belongs. And I'm still amazed because there was nothing before this year's championships that suggested she would be one of the two players left standing towards the back end of this event. She went out in the second round in Eastbourne and went out early in Hertogenbosch as well. But you know, I guess I'm thinking back to 2020 as well, prior to COVID, where she was one of the most informed players on the WTA tour. And, you know, COVID obviously affected everyone, but it seemed to affect her run up the rankings more than anyone because she really was one of the hottest players on tours. But now she's found her range again, found her form, and starting to live up to the early hype a few years ago.
I wanted to get your take on, obviously we've had lots of different winners of ladies' Grand Slams, you know, in the past few years. Has that emboldened players like Rybakina when they get their opportunity, because they've seen lots of different people lift a title, almost proving that it can be done? You don't need to fear the seeds when you get out on the big courts in the latter stages. Yeah. Has that helped the rest?
Absolutely, and I think we see it week to week on the women's tour where anything's possible. You know, who could have predicted Tatiana Maria to reach the semi-finals here at Wimbledon? A few weeks ago, I saw her competing at Surbiton, my local tournament, and she went out in the quarterfinals there. She went out in the first round at Nottingham. I watched her lose to Katie Bolter in that match, and here she was today in the semi-final of the Grand Slam for the very first time. So anything is possible. We talk about the strength and depth in women's tennis. Yes, that's there, but there is a part of me that feels the top players need to be able to produce the good stuff on a more consistent basis. But looking at these numbers, I mean, Rybakina coming up with 22 winners to just 16 from Simona Halep, 5 aces there, no double faults, winning a huge number of points there behind her first serve, almost 3/4 of the points behind her first serve. And when your first serve percentage is at 69%, you're going to make yourself very tough to break.
You mentioned that Rybakina is a player who likes to take the game to her opponent. She's got a big serve, big ground strokes. Is it going to be a case of, right, it's worked today, I'm just going to do exactly the same thing? Because Ons is obviously quite a different player, presents different problems to Simona Halep on court.
Style of tennis is what has been what's got her to the possible. But against Ons, I have no doubt, you know, her footwork needs to be on message. She needs to be sharp, on her toes. It's Ons because she knows Ons Jabeur is going to try and mix up the rhythm. It's going to play around with lots of slices, lots of drop shots. It's going to be an awkward match for her. Her feet are in the right position. She gives herself a chance.
Just before we show some match points from Court 1, where there's been an absolutely thrilling doubles match, 5 sets, it's doubles semi-final. In the, well, however many hours Rybakina's got from now until she walks out onto centre court for the ladies' final, what does her team really need to try to get her to focus on, maybe off the practice court, to make sure she's in the right headspace for that final?
Yeah, well, I think tennis players are creatures of habit, so I don't think she'll be changing her routine. I've seen her the last few days in the ladies' locker rooms, and after each of her matches, it's you know, same routine. She comes, speaks to the WTA trainers, she does her cool down, has treatment, and goes off to get the right fuel and do take part in all her media commitments. And of course, now that she's in the Wimbledon final, Grand Slam final, final. Tomorrow there will be a fair bit of press for her to do, because I don't think the fans, spectators around the world or here in the UK are very familiar with her. So, and even the journalists, a lot of non-tennis journalists here today will want to try and get to know her a bit more, ask her a few I guess, different questions and what she's been used to answering in preparation for Saturday's final. So, she's got those commitments, but in terms of everything else around, you come in, get your practice done, do your media commitments, get your treatment, get out.
Yeah, and from her perspective and her team's perspective, it will be more of the same for that final against Ons Jabeur. We mentioned that men's doubles semi-final on court 1. It really was a thriller, frustration in the end, really, for British fans here at Wimbledon. Jo Salisbury, the world #1, serving, but they're down 5-2 in that 5th set to the Australian partnership of Ebden and Purcell. Matt Ebden throwing his racket high into the sky. They are through to their first, or at least Matt Ebden's first ever Grand Slam final. Purcell got to the Australian Open final earlier on this year. And an absolutely brilliant performance from them, and frustration ultimately for Rajiv Ram and Jo Salisbury, 2-time Grand Slam champions, but wishing and desiring to win here at Wimbledon. They had 5 match points in the 3rd set, up 2 sets to love. Obviously, huge credit to Ebden and Purcell on that comeback. They never gave up, but it's going to be a tough one to take for Ram and Salisbury.
Yes, oh gosh, I've got a feel for Rajiv Ram and Jo Salisbury, having had those match points. I mean, there's nothing more Jo Salisbury wants than a Wimbledon doubles title. But for Matthew Ebden and his partner, Matt Purcell, excuse me, sorry.
Bless you.
It's another Grand Slam final. They reached the Australian Open final. On that occasion, they lost to Kokkinakis and Kyrgios. Come Saturday, it'll be another opportunity to get a Grand Slam under their belt.
And also the never say die attitude. I mean, as we said, 5 match points they came up against. But, I mean, we were watching different stages of it, and they just kept going. And in the end, were able to, as we've discussed with Djokovic, he was a master of that, isn't it? Not fretting when he's 2 sets to love down, working his way back into a match and slowly able to turn it around. They did that today.
They did that, and that's the beauty of a best-of-5 sets match. I wonder whether Rajiv Ram and Jo Salisbury will be thinking, oh, right now, gosh, if that had been a best-of-3 set match, we would be in the men's doubles final. Maybe that's something... I don't know. We can debate that another time. Best of 5 or best of 3 in men's doubles? Personally, I think best of 3.
Yes, well, we shall see if that changes in future years here at the Championships. Just to update you in where we stand, really, in terms of the day on court 1 and centre court. Obviously, the 2 ladies' single semi-finals are now complete on centre. So after that... is the mixed doubles final, but that involves Matthew Ebden's. Good day for the Aussies, playing alongside Samantha Stosur against the #2 seeds Neil Skupski and Desiree Kravchik of the USA. But that match has now, obviously, because Matthew Ebden has had such a long doubles semi-final, been slightly delayed, so that will be a little while before they take to court.
If you were the referee, how much time would you give him before you make him walk out there for the mixed doubles final?
I don't know. With a penny for the thoughts of Jerry Armstrong. But I don't know if is there a rule? Is there a set amount of time that they have to give them, or is it just how Jerry's feeling?
How Jerry's feeling, how Matthew Ebden's feeling. Yeah, look, he's going to be on an absolute high. So I wouldn't, if I were him, I wouldn't want too much time.
Yeah, I was going to say, would you? Because if Jerry says, "Oh, well, you can have an hour if you want it," would you like that? Or would you, bit of refuel and just get straight back out there? Because you could. Start to get a bit stiff.
Well, exactly. He's just played 5 sets. I know he's only been covering half a court, but physically it has been a tough match for the Aussies. But I don't think he'd want too much time off because, more time off, more time to stiffen up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he'll be hoping to get straight back out there and hopefully continue the momentum as well, because they were playing well in that 5th set. Now, right now on court #1 is the other men's doubles semi-finals, which is set to be a brilliant match. 2-seeded teams, Mektic and Pavic of Croatia, the #2 seeds here, but they've been on an absolutely unbelievable run. Pavic, he's won 3 titles in a row coming in here at Wimbledon. 2 of those were with his regular partner, Mektic. So they are the informed team, certainly on grass. They won at Queen's and then Eastbourne, and they're up against Cabal and Farah, the Colombian pairing, the number 6 seeds, who are also former world number 1s, a brilliant pairing too. So it's going to be a great match, that other doubles semi-final, to see who faces Ebden and Purcell in that second match on court number 1. But for now, we are going to, well, what are we going to do? We're going to, on Wimbledon Uncovered, let's remind you of what happened in that match. Simona Halep against Elena Rybakina that's just finished. We're joining at 2-love in the final set.
That's one of the reasons why.
Rybakina.
Rybakina.
Try.
I'm not saying it's going to catch on, Kim, but that's what we've been told to say anyway.
13. Most players would have lost the point already, and Simona gets it back in play.
$30.50.
It's an important game for Simona to win. To stay close enough to Rybakina, although she's a breakout, but to stay close enough so once you get to that last, stage of the set, to, maybe where the nerve starts to crawl in, so she might have a better chance to break.
Game.
Good serve.
Well, 5 former champions in the women's singles set off last Monday. Only one of them is still here.
Leads by 2 games to 1.
And she's in a right old fight.
By 1 set alone.
So impressed with what Elena Rybakina has been about so far, that just looks totally at ease here. She grew up in Moscow, as we were saying, trained at the famous Spartak club, which comes with its own stories, doesn't it? The tales of players having to wear their coats when it got too cold during practice sessions. It feels a long way from California, from Florida, I'd imagine. Have either of you two been there? Have you seen the Spartak club?
I've never been to the Spartak tennis club, but I have been in the situations where you have to wear your winter coat when you start practicing, because a lot of those indoor facilities, they don't like to spend money on keeping it warm. No. So definitely sometimes a glove in the non-dominant hand as well. That'll make you tough. Make you hungry.
Yeah, that's where she grew up. Famous system, the routines, the warm-ups, the practices, all very formulaic, but it works. They create world-class players, and here's one of them.
Yeah.
in the sunshine. Rybakina, 2-1.
The last service game was the first for Halep, where she did not face a break point. And now she's hoping, can she get her first break point opportunity here? Try to get her foot in the door.
I love that.
I feel like Simona's starting to read the serve a little bit.
Let's listen.
That bounce held up because of the slice from Halep, and Rebecca did not move her feet. So first 3 break points that she's faced.
3 unforced errors in a row for Rybakina.
Experience.
Yeah.
2 games all, second sets.
Just handed it to Simona. Simona didn't have to do anything besides, you know, make the first shot.
Even possibly maybe thinking of the finish line, up a set and a break.
Back on serve now, Halep, 2-2, second set. Shot, she'd have been underneath the court. It was an extraordinary effort.
Using her legs to help absorb the power. Simona Halep is great at that.
Feel the momentum change, right, at the moment.
Oof. Hit underneath that one.
15-0.
7th double fault. No aces.
Let's listen.
She's not timing the ball as well as she was these last couple of games. Just a little bit too far from the ball.
Let's listen.
In a match where both players are struggling with a different part of their game. Halep with her serve now. Rybakina trying to make sure that she sustains that same level of consistency.
sweet tennis.
This is why Simona is the best mover, especially on this serve. It is so hard to do that when you get pushed out wide, to kind of take those small steps, to slow down your speed, but still be quick enough to push off to get to the other side. There's nobody who does it as well as she does.
Break point. And after it all seemed so comfortable at 30 love.
Oh.
Game. Rybakina.
Well, there she goes.
Rybakina leads by 3 games to 2. Second
Study
set.
of concentration.
And by 1 set to love.
Back a break ahead, 3-2.
3 breaks a serve this set. So a wobble from both players. It's such a big moment.
And you keep telling yourself when you're not feeling, you know, your serve, and just make a lot of first serves, make a lot of first serves. But that's a lot of times because you put pressure on making that serve that you start to overthink everything, and it's a lot harder than it seems when you're not in the right rhythm.
Stefano Vukov, Rybakina's coach, whether you ever watch him on the WTA tour and they can get down on the court and pass on instructions, he's entertaining, and I suspect he might have a thing or two to say. He's doing what he can from a distance right now, but he's been so good at guiding her up the rankings and doing what he can to get her going, keep her going here.
You never know what she's thinking. She's so calm.
Oh, he just knows how to press the right buttons, how to fire her up. Don't always agree with each other, but Rybakina comes out a better player, it seems, at the end of each of their chats.
15 love.
120 miles per hour, that serve was.
3rd ace, and they've all been down the tee on the deuce.
Try to change up the rhythm a little bit again with a higher forehand.
Today has been 120.
Her previous service game, she started with 2 serves out wide on the deuce side, so definitely changing things up.
Forty 50.
116 miles per hour out wide. You can always serve a little faster if you hit it straight through the middle over the lower part of the net.
Sister Anna looking more nervous.
What a service game. Last service game she was broken. She played a little sloppy.
Rybakina leads by 4 games to 2. Second set.
Coach saying this one.
This one right now. This is
right
the moment.
now. She breaks here.
Don't put any more pressure. It would be a great game to give yourself a little extra breathing room.
30 love.
Good play. I like that she was alert to come forward, but just a little late deciding it got low.
She hesitated for a second, I feel. She's hit that drive volley so well this match.
No!
I had too many miss hits.
40 love.
That's all that Simona's thinking right now is just try to win your service games. Try to stay as close as possible to Rybakina.
She's still there. And while Simona Halep's still there, who knows?
Rybakina leads by 4 games to 3, second set, and by 1 set to love.
Now then, you two, Tracy Austin, Kim Clijsters. Dredge the memory banks. First time you were both 2 games away from a Grand Slam final. Whether you remember what was going on in your head at that time or not, if you could pass on advice to Rybakina now, what does it need to be this close to the final?
For me, it was Martina Navratilova in the semifinals of the U.S. Open. And you train yourself as an athlete to not think of finish line, because if you do, you're basically done. You have to think of just the next point and be very clear on how you want to play those points. And for Rybakina, I think she needs to be on the front foot. When she's passive, she gives Halep time to dictate.
Yeah, and for me it wasn't 2 games, it was 2 points. Being away from winning the title in 2001 at the French Open against Jennifer Capriati. And let me tell you, all of a sudden my arm felt a little bit heavier, and I just felt like my feet weren't moving quite as I would like them to move, and my timing just felt like it was not there. So there's definitely a lot of things that can start to creep into your head when you get to this stage of a match and realize you can play your first Grand Slam final.
New balls fly through the air and through the court quicker. Plays, because she is the one that is either finishing these points with winners or mistakes.
Right,
Halep's holding on.
Yep, she'll keep doing the same thing. But if she can keep serving like she did in that last service game, it's going to be very tough for Simona.
30.
That's something to make Halep feel that way. That's very tough to do. Second serve, 75 miles an hour, and Halep's all over it. Really smart.
The gentleman on his feet is
Simona Halep is challenging the call on the left service line. Ball's called in.
I think that's Bulat Utamuratov, who's the president of the Kazakh Tennis Federation, who's invested so much in Elena Rybakina.
Simona Halep has 2 challenges.
She must not have seen it. I didn't see it. Too fast.
Yeah. Or hope.
Another second serve point goes to Halep. Rybakina needs a first serve.
Game. Rybakina.
121. Fastest serve of the day when she needs it most.
Rybakina leads by 5 games to 3. Second sets.
Impressive.
She's a game away, Kim. She's a game away.
Right, because if you let Simona get the juice here, you know, the crowd will get into it, will start to push Simona a little bit, so very, very important hold.
7 to stay in this year's Wimbledon. Simona Halep.
Interesting where Halep was to hit a backhand there. She ran around her forehand. Shvedova might have helped her defend at the net.
Right, everybody in the box of Rybakina on their feet.
Next, Purcell.
Reaching for that one. Feet were like glue.
Nice acceleration with that forehand. Sometimes when you feel like you're getting a little bit nervous because of the situation that you're in, it's nice to kind of just let that arm flow.
Here comes another second serve, which has often been a troublesome second serve so far.
It's too far out in front, and Halep has to chase it.
She tried to go for a little more on that second serve.
Yeah, what a performance from Elena Rybakina there in that second match, the second ladies semi-finals on centre court, beating Simona Halep in straight sets. Delighted to say Daniela Hantakova has joined me here on Wimbledon Uncovered. We were saying it just there before we came on. We were watching the highlights. It was a comprehensive performance, an upset. I think most people were picking Simona Halep to win that one, but clearly Rybakina came with a game plan to use the big serve, power from the baseline, and it worked.
Big upset, as you say, Adam, from the experience point of view. Obviously, Simona being in this situation many more times before, you would think this was going to help her. But the way Rybakina came out and played, it was unbelievable. Like, she was the one in semi-finals already so many times before. Obviously, Simo, that double fault number, that was just too big. And even what we just watched there, 5-3, 40-30, you know, making Rybakina serve for the match could have been still a different story, because we know how many times she's been able to turn the matches around, but the serve just let her down big time today. But obviously it was also because of all that pressure Rybakina was putting on Halep's serve, and she played a brilliant match from the start till the end, and it just shows mentally that she's ready to take whoever is on the other side of the court. And I just love the reaction after she wins today, after she won yesterday. You know, it seems like she just won a first-round match.
Yeah, she does seem to be really enjoying the sense of occasion and not overawed by playing on centre court. We've seen how that can influence players in the past, and I think that was part of the reason why people had Halep as a favourite. Rybakina has not been in these experiences really before at Grand Slam level or here at Wimbledon on centre, whereas Halep is now comfortable on that arena, and the last memory she has of playing here at Wimbledon is lifting the title on centre court. But Rybakina, she's very good, isn't she, when she's playing well, at sticking to what she knows. She has that big first serve, taking the time away from the opponent, as you said, and working with her weapons, which are ultimately is power from the baseline, the big serve.
Yeah, she just trusts her shots. She doesn't doubt it, and she doesn't waste any mental energy on things that are unnecessary or that she can't control. She said, yes, I was nervous coming on the court, but she accepted that she was not fighting against it. And I think she surprised us all, because among all the retired players, we thought Simo was going to handle it better, just because we know what it feels like when you step on the center court for the first time, facing a Wimbledon champion in your first semi-final here. So, you know, having to deal with all of that, it just seems like she didn't have to deal with it, because it was not even on her mind. And it just shows the greatness of a player. And to me, one day I think she's going to win a Grand Slam title. Whether it's going to be already now, let's see. But she definitely has everything that it takes.
Yeah, she's certainly got the ability. Let's take a look at the draw and her route through to the final. For me, the one that seemed to give her so much belief, because it looked like for a moment that she was going to be heading out in the quarterfinals, wasn't she? Tomljanovic took that first set against her 6-4. We'd also been talking about how Tomljanovic had been playing well on grass the last couple of times here at Wimbledon. She's a good grass court player, and Rybakina was in that match was able to turn things around and win the next two sets 6-2, 6-3. And I think from that point, she seems to have garnered so much belief, which she then took through to the semi-final.
Yeah, that was a big test, definitely. As you say, Tomljanovic was playing great tennis, and after that first set, she just shook it off. Again, mentally, it didn't really affect her. She just kept going, and I think it's that belief she's got in her game that it doesn't really matter who is on the other side of the court. She just executes whatever the tactical plan is, and yeah, she just never looks back. Emotionally, very well balanced for such a young player, so very, very impressive.
Because that's the thing. I mean, I know we've said Wimbledon here, both on the men's and the ladies' side, there have been elements of the draw that have opened up because some players have had to pull out because of COVID. The vagaries of the draw sometimes seeds losing early. But there's one thing getting a slightly easier section of the draw, and there's also making the most of that opportunity, and she's done that.
And honestly, second week of a slam, there is never easy draw. Maybe for us, you know, from the media point of view, on the paper, it looks like someone is favorite or not. But in the second week, especially on grass, everyone is playing their best tennis. You wouldn't be here by accident. And so there is a lot to deal with, not only as far as your opponents go, but all the other elements, as we keep saying, you know, the center court magic that can go for you, but also against you, the expectations that you have from yourself, because Wimbledon is the tournament that everyone dreams to play one day. day. So you can't help yourself but not be emotional as a player here. So there is a lot to deal with, not even, who is on the other side of the court. And that's why it's been just fascinating to follow Rybakina's journey and where she got herself up to this stage.
We'll move on to speaking about the other finalists, Ons Jabeur, in just a second. But I wanted to ask you the same question I asked Anne about an hour ago. Interesting to get your perspective on it. Because over the last few years, the women's slams have been so open. We've seen so many players win them for the first time. Do you think that trend has emboldened and given confidence to players like Rybakina that they can do it? I've seen the example of other people coming from nowhere to win a Grand Slam. I'm not saying she's coming from nowhere. Obviously, she's the number 17 seed and deserves to be at this point and has played beautifully so far. But it's given those players the confidence and an example to follow.
100%. I couldn't agree with you more that, they see one player doing it out of nowhere. They think the same, like, why can't I do it? I work just as hard. I'm physically prepared. I think that's always one of the main things. You can't win a Grand Slam if you're not physically fit. So if you're putting all the hours in, you're starting to have the belief that everything is so wide open these days on the women's side that why can't I have my part of the history as well? And I think that makes the girls believe in themselves much more, where before, you would look at, say, Serena or Justine Henin when they were dominating. You go like, okay, maybe I get to the semis, quarters, if I don't face Serena or some other champion on the way, where now it's like, I don't care who is on the other side of the court. If I play well, I can go all the way.
And standing in her way in the final, the number 3 seed, Ons Jabeur. There seems to be, so far, 2 schools of thought going into this one. Some people are saying, well, Rybakina, if she does what she does well, as we've been discussing, serves well, hits the ball well from the baseline with the power on the forehand, she can perhaps hit through Ons Jabeur. Other people are saying that variety that Ons brings to the court, very different to Halep, a lot of slice on the backhand, is going to be difficult for Rybakina, a play like her, to deal with. Well,
I have to back up my prediction before the tournament, which I thought was Ons going to be the favorite to win the championships, but I have to say Rybakina is looking just as sharp. To me, it's that variety, the lightness in her game and what she's able to do as far as her shot making. The problem is, though, with Rybakina, she's not going to have enough time to do everything that she's normally used to. So that is going to be a big question mark, how she can absorb the power of Rybakina, because obviously today against Maria, she had all the time in the world to let her magic happen. In the second set, we saw that she can get tight. She was kind of hoping Maria was going to give her that, and she did well to bounce back. And in the third set, go back to what worked for her. In the first set, started to hit the ball more. I thought she was pushing it sometimes, especially on the forehand side, not really letting her wrist accelerate. So she will have to make sure she can't afford to have that kind of, going down with her intensity and the way she hits the ball against Rybakina in the finals, because Rybakina's going to be then all over her shots.
You mentioned it there. One of the things that's worked so well for Ons Jabeur is that slice. What's the key to for someone who's trying to learn the game? What's the key to a good slice on grass?
Well, it helps to have a touch like Ons has to start with. But then, we always talk about how important the wrist action is and what you do with your hands. But it's actually the footwork that it's so important. Staying low, and also what you do after the shot. That after you hit it, especially on grass, you kind of stay for another extra second to let the shot develop, so you make sure you don't move your upper body or your legs. So it's like staying more steady and more patient. I thought, though, today she started to overuse it a little bit when she didn't know in the second set what to do. There were too many drop shots, so she has to be careful with that, because I think sometimes it can be tricky. It's your best shot, but also you have to be careful when you use it, and that you don't have it as a panic plan, that you actually use it when it's there to be hit.
We've said in the past how Ons Jabeur is a great ambassador for Tunisian tennis and the Arab world in general, and all the success that she's enjoyed. And she certainly doesn't decline any interviews. I think there was 17 requests for interviews after that match. And sometimes we see players, they'll do a few of them, but not 17. But Ons said yes to absolutely every single one. And one of those interviews, luckily, was with us and with Rachel Stringer.
Ons Jabeur, Wimbledon finalist, but let's talk about the semi-final, because it was special in more than one way. It's not often that you get great friends in a semi-final. Tatiana Maria, you spoke so beautifully about her at the end. You welcomed her onto centre court to celebrate with you. Tell me about that moment, and now the barbecue that's going to happen post that semi-final.
I love Tatiana so much. I can never stop talking about her. She's really amazing. I have so much respect to her. I felt like that the achievement that she did here in Wimbledon and the way she kept pushing and pushing, even having 2 kids after and not being able to win at certain time, it needed to be celebrated even more. She will invite me for the barbecue definitely, but I always invite her and be close friends to her. She's really amazing, and I cannot wait to see her for the US.
Yeah, you need to do a barbecue book with the two of you. But let's talk about the records that you keep breaking. You keep talking about that you love breaking records. Now you're the first Arab woman into a Grand Slam final, and you're rewriting the narrative in Tunisia. These guys, let me tell you, I've been speaking to them all week. They absolutely love you. Listen to them. What does it mean for them to be here and to continue breaking the records that you're doing?
You know, they give me a lot of energy seeing them here, singing for me. They're entertaining me as well, you know. Knowing that I have that support is really amazing. Not just them, but the whole country is behind me. I know that. It's really amazing, and I really cannot ask for more. So, you know why? Because like Saturday, I'm gonna put my heart, my soul into that final. I'm not just playing for myself, but I'm playing for the whole country. And what makes them more proud is to lift that title. That's the goal for me.
They tell me tennis is now the #1 sport, not football. Look at those fans. They love you, Ons Jabeur, Wimbledon finalist. Good luck.
Thank you.
Now, earlier on in the tournament, we were here to assess and kind of judge all the windows that participated in the Wimbledon window competition. Well, the winner has been announced. There are 2 runners-up as well, and I am fortunate enough to be joined by the lucky #2 runner-up. Oh, Kelly, you didn't quite do it, but you did a good effort. This is Kelly from Hemmingsways, can't speak, here in Wimbledon Village. This is a cool place, and do you know why I know it's cool? Because you're cool.
Oh, I love that. I love the #2 runner-up as opposed to 3rd place.
Sounds better
that way. Yeah. We love it. We love it.
We've got to reframe. So,
Okay.
I love what you did. And what you basically did was like hilarious puns with great artwork.
Yes, thank you so much. Of course, I didn't do it. Our wonderful, wonderful, wonderful Mark Art, who's been with us for the last 9 years. The competition's been running for 9 years.
You bring in someone.
Yes, of course. I mean, like, listen, my skill is many things, but not be able to produce that level of art.
Fair enough.
He's got an incredible sense of humour, and rather than go for, a lot of people done beautiful examples of the flowers and the fake flowers and created Wimbledon through that. We really wanted to, we always love giving back to the arts, you know, so letting someone come in and do their creative flair with their punts around the tennis and around drinking.
It was top notch. It was amazing.
Thank you.
And also, obviously, this is a bar, it's fun, you like music, like you're really doing it well. Let's look at a couple.
Fantastic, absolutely, let's go.
And also, what a one to pick. Elton John, obviously, on his final, what's it called, Yellow Brick Tour, or whatever he's calling it. No. I'm a racket man. Okay, who else we got?
We got Superman.
Of course you do. Why not?
And do you know what? Because Wimbledon hasn't been here in its full beauty and glory in terms of the tennis for the last 3 years, we thought, why not get a bit of Clark Kent in terms of being there? And
it's great.
He's created the bar around us. Thank you to the NHS, because obviously they always provide such an ace service.
Hey.
And my favourite, and I have no idea who this might have been famed on, I'm not sure, but that's down to the artist. We could ask him, but he's not here. So Volley Parton, because she serves here from 9 to 5.
I mean, honestly, it's genius. It's so well thought out.
Thank you.
And
it wouldn't be Wimbledon without the Wombles! So we got a little Wimble there and an advantage to Orinoco. Why is it an advantage? Probably because he's got a wine and a cocktail in his hand at the same time.
Absolutely. And it's tennis ball. Basically, joyful, fun, great energy, just like you. Well done on second runner-up.
Thank you.
I hope next year you tip it.
Absolutely. Next year's is ours. Thank you so much.
Right, I'm now with the first runner-up. This is Peacock & Co. They are solicitors, and I'm with Rebecca Cox. Lovely to meet you today, and a huge congratulations for becoming the first runner-up. How does it feel?
Well, we're delighted. We got silver place from the judges, but actually we won the public vote for most Facebook likes, so we feel that we've...
You've been robbed?
Slightly robbed. But
I know a lawyer who could dispute this for you if you want.
We were just thrilled to have our second year taking part in the Windows competition, and this year our steer was a bit of sustainability, so we repurposed, reused where we could, and everything there will be used again in future. Sue, our model, came out last year. You might have seen her. She was in an umpire's chair last year. This time we borrowed some silk, so she is our barrister on court.
It's great, to be honest. I love it. I love that she's mid-shot, mid-flow. And obviously we love a pun. So see you in court was just genius. Who came up with that? Who was the brains behind the pun?
Well, that was me, but not everybody loves a pun. And in fact, we had a tweet this week from somebody at Channel 4 saying worst pun on the high street, but we think worst, best, best, worst. So we're
you can't
delighted.
have a bad pun. A pun is a pun. If it does its job, you've won.
We've also had a few tweets saying that our model Sue's got a limp wrist and she'd be no good on court. So,
well,
she's up for a match.
I think she's up for it. I'm so pleased you got involved. Obviously, it feels like quite a nice juxtaposition, all this fun and frivolity, and then like legal. So yeah, it's good to know you've all got a good sense of humour.
We love being part of the village community. You know, everyone loves to put their flowers up, and our window's probably not the prettiest, but we love to get involved, and we think it's maybe one of the cleverest.
100%, I agree. Well done to you and your team. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm now with the founder and creator of the Wimbledon window competition, Kimberly Salmasian. Now, Kimberly, what an honour to speak to you. And it's by no coincidence that we are in front of this window. Why is that?
So this is the family treatment service, and they came number one out of more than 60 businesses decorating their windows. I think they came in the top 3 last year, so they've kind of shot up straight to number 1 this year, and which is amazing. So they're a business, they were new in the village last year, took part, did amazingly well, and they had this fantastic story behind who did their window, which was someone that Gemma, the owner, had treated. It's a mental health service provider, and he had sort of caught up with her, I think found her on social media or somewhere, got in contact and offered to do the window, and he did this amazing window last year, and it, as I said, shot I think into the top 3. And this year he came back and did it again, and you can see that they've really embraced the whole tennis theme strongly this year.
Beautiful.
They've done the picnic, the strawberries, the tennis.
And it's so impactful when you walk past, you can't help but look. And is that kind of the point of this whole competition?
There are a lot of things. For one thing, it really brings the community together and ties it in. And we know that we had this amazing event down the hill, the championships, so we've got our own championships up the hill. So it really gets people engaged in time, and we really want people to know what an amazing place the village is as well. So it's
not only amazing, but really busy and active. Oh, and I've got on the thing. Oh, sorry.
It is what it was voted, I think, in the top 3 high streets in the UK.
I have to say, having spent a lot of time here now in this, it's an amazing village, and one that you should come visit otherwise, not just during the championships. But there is a lot on offer if you are here during the championships.
There is. We've got a whole range of businesses, and I'm really pleased to say that, which is a great thing out of the pandemic, that we actually had a resurgence of independent businesses all come in. So we're at our all-time low of empty units, which is a real problem on other high streets. And I think that's a reason why people come. And people do say, the businesses report how many people stop by their windows, their windows get filmed, people are doing selfies. So it really gives a personality to the village. And I think knowing the stories behind them as well. So for instance, the family treatment service, they have their aim of providing a service, a paid service, in order that they can also provide and support mental health services for those who can't pay. So that was an amazing kind of thing that Gemma got to share as winner at the awards event on Tuesday. So there's a lot to visit and see.
Well, I'm thrilled that they won. I think you picked a good one. There have been some brilliant other shop fronts too, but there can only be one winner.
I didn't pick them.
I know, Dawn, we met Dawn.
Yeah, good 9 judges. So 9 judges.
How do you recruit such a strong army to involve themselves?
With difficulty, because I like to go for a range of people, range of ages, mixed gender, in and out the village. Some who've done it before and do a really good job, but then some new, fresh perspectives as well. So yeah, I put the time in to make sure that's really fair, because people put the effort into their windows. So I really want them to get seen and judged properly.
Kimberly, thank you to all, I'm sure, from all the participants. And just remind us, what was the winning prize then?
Centre court tickets for today, actually, which is why Gemma's not here, because she's enjoying her prize.
Court, yeah.
So a big thanks to All England who support the competition and provide that prize as well. So.
All right, well, we'll be back next year judging and seeing what other kind of amazing displays the people put on. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
that is wonderful. Wonderful, sweet tennis.
Well, I'm delighted to be joined by one half of the men's doubles team who are successfully through to the Wimbledon final. Max Purcell, dude, how on earth are you feeling?
So good. You can't wipe the smile off my face. I can't believe we get to play in 2 days in the final for my first ever slam. It'll be my third try to try and take that slam title, and I'm just loving every second.
Now, your partner isn't here, but he's not here, Matt, for a very good reason. What is that reason?
He's just playing in the mixed final in like an hour. So he's back in the locker room trying to get ready for that.
How exhausted must he be feeling right now? Or is he fresh, actually?
I've never seen a better rig on a guy than Matt Ebden. So I think he's going to be fine. I mean, we're in a really good spot to try and take the mixed, the men's singles and the men's doubles. So Australian tennis is in a great spot.
And for yourself, I mean, you've had singles, men's dubs as well. Yeah. I mean, how do you manage to balance all that demand on your time and body?
Well, yeah, the only match that I haven't gone the distance in was our last doubles match yesterday. Otherwise, I went 5 sets in singles, 3 sets in mixed, and then 5 sets in almost every of the doubles matches. So you're lucky that every now and then you get a day off, and doubles isn't as taxing on the body as singles. But they have great massage and physio stuff here, and recovery like protocols and whatnot, so it's really easy.
It was a tough round one match in singles for yourself. You mentioned you went 5 sets. Yeah. In my opinion, you were close to winning that final set. Yeah. But in terms of doubles, it was almost over in that as well.
It was, yeah. We're really playing on borrowed time. I think that's kind of the reason we're doing so well as well, because we kind of feel like we've got nothing to lose here. Like, we could have lost first round, we could have lost third round, we could have lost second round. I mean, every one of them has been so close on a knife's edge. So today, especially after the 2 sets and match points down, and we felt like they were really on top of us, we kind of just came out after winning that 3rd set and we're like, well, we got nothing to lose out here. So.
And you beat the #1 seed in the process. You must be brimming with confidence for this final.
I am, yeah. We managed to sneak through Raj and Joe Australian Open semis this year. They pipped us in a really long match at the US Open last year. And so, you know, 1 each, and I was like, I really want to get this one.
And just finally, what will it be like to walk out on centre court as a Wimbledon finalist in the centenary year of that incredible building?
I don't know, man. Like, court 1 was pretty special when I walked out there. It felt so much different to the rest of the court. So I'm just going to soak up the moment, and I'll be ready on Saturday.
And just finally, what is it that makes you guys so good? Because what you're putting together is special right now.
I feel like you got like a Matt who's, you know, a little more mature with his tennis years and being about 10, 11 years older than me. And he's kind of brought me under his wing a little bit, but then I'm a little bit more, I guess, experienced in some of the bigger matches in doubles as well. And we've just got that quite nice contrast, and I feel like we don't really have many limitations on each other. So that and just really gelling well on the tennis court.
Thanks for your time, mate, and good luck for the final.
Thank you.
Yeah, what a performance from Max Purcell and his partner Matt Ebden there on court 1, saving at 5 set points. And there was a lovely moment in that interview there with Radzi where he spoke about the fact that him as a doubles player, I mean, he has played a little bit of singles, but him as a doubles player mainly, they don't get the chance to play on the big show courts that often. They have to earn the right to get there, get through to the semis or the final. Most of the time they're playing on these outside courts, and how special an occasion it was for him just to be on court 1, let alone centre court for the final. And that is something that can raise the level of these doubles players when they get the chance to play in front of a big crowd.
Yeah, and I think it's also one of the motivations they have, you know, the better they do in the tournament, especially like Wimbledon, because there is nothing like playing on the show courts here. I can tell from our experience now on the legend side, we are freaking out when we have to play on the big courts because it's just how overwhelming it is. And it can be tricky because if you're not used to it as a singles player, it takes a while to adjust to everything, the atmosphere and obviously the respect you have for those show courts. But it's definitely, you know, from the beginning of the tournament on your mind that the better you do in doubles, if you're a doubles player, the chances that you're going to be on the big courts are higher.
Another thing Jamie Murray was talking about in an interesting interview earlier on this week was actually the outside courts are very different from the show courts because there's a lot more space on the show courts. We talk about that in singles. The run back behind the baseline is a lot further on centre and 1 than it is on these much smaller outside courts, and that can change the perspective of a doubles match for getting the ball back.
It is the biggest thing for the players to worry about, the distance between the baseline and the fence. It's not really how many people are watching, because honestly, once you are used to it, whether it's 3,000 people or 10,000 people, doesn't make any difference. It's that space between the baseline, that you get sometimes too defensive, and you kind of can lose yourself on the court because you don't watch out for protecting that position standing right on the baseline.
Great performance today. They've got a little bit of work to do for the chest bump, not quite up to the standard of the Bryans.
Not synchronized there yet, but I'm sure the better results they have like today, the more they're going to get used to it.
Heartbreak as well for Joe Salisbury and Rajiv Ram. They were the top seeds. Obviously, Salisbury being British, he's lifted Grand Slam titles, the US Open, the Aussie Open, but not yet here at Wimbledon. And he would have dearly loved to hopefully have a chance of winning the title in the final. He'll be back again. They're a great partnership, aren't they, Rajiv Ram and Joe Salisbury? But that meant, because Matthew Ebden, the reason Purcell was there on his own was because Matthew Ebden's day is not done. He is playing in the mixed doubles final a little bit later on. They were going to be the next match on. I actually asked Anne this question, would you want to be straight out for the mixed doubles final? What's actually happened is they put an invitation mixed doubles on at centre court in between those two matches. So Barami and Martinez against Woodbridge and Black is on right now. And so they have a bit of a gap now between that mixed doubles final. I'll ask the same question to you. If you had the choice, what's the ideal gap between two matches?
Well, the thing is, because they played 5 sets, if it's 3 sets, yes, maybe it's better to carry on. You are warmed up already, you don't have to cool down, stretch, get some food and do the warm-up again. But 5 sets, they take so much out of you physically, and I'm sure, he needed to get some food in and just kind of recover from that. He's on a winning feeling, so I think he's going to be fine. But in this case, I think he needed a little bit of a break, because otherwise, he will be playing at least 7 sets in one day. And also, it's quite warm today. Playing on grass, it's much harder than any other surface. So I think it was a smart choice to have at least few minutes to rest, because it's not like the Legends match is going to be that long.
To rest and refuel. Speaking of mixed doubles, let's roll back the years, shall we, and go back to 2001. When a certain Daniela Hanzikova, there she is.
Oh, wow, that's
serving.
Really rolling the years
Talk us through this one, when you lifted the title alongside Goran.
So the thing is, because it was a Monday final, we had a choice whether we wait for the finals match to be finished on center court and play after, or play at the same time on the court 1. And because we've been waiting for so long, we just wanted to make sure we actually get on. So obviously the crowd wasn't there. It felt like COVID times looking at this, but the feeling was crazy special. And then we had our moment on the center court after the singles ceremony as well. And just looking back, I never really realized what it means winning a Wimbledon title until just a couple of years ago. I think when I retired, that I saw my name here on the board,
the honours board, and they never take it off.
Yeah, and I thought, oh, you know what, this is actually pretty special.
Also, the difference in the way the courts have changed since then, that's what always surprises me when you see old footage of both centre court and court number 1, court 2 as well, which was different then. How much they look different now, particularly with the roofs on.
Yes, and also the pace obviously was very different, much faster. But the funny thing there was that it was the first time both of us played mixed doubles. I got approached by Leos Friedl at Roland Garros whether I wanted to play mixed doubles with him, and sorry Leos, but I had no idea who he was. So I had to kind of like check his credential for his name. And I was like, oh, okay, that sounds familiar. We can speak the same language because he's Czech. Like, sure, why not? But then when we got on the court, we were like, okay, how is this played? Like, who should be in the Ed side, U side? Like, we had no idea. And I think because we were just having so much fun and joy with every match, that's how we managed to go.
And how close are you with him now? Obviously, you've got reminisce and great memories of winning the title here at Wimbledon. As you said, they're not going to take it away from you, not going to take it away from him either.
Yeah, good thing is he's a good golfer, and he comes to Slovakia because he's actually working now with Polasek. So he comes to Bratislava a lot. Whenever we have time, we try to squeeze in a few rounds. I saw him here as well, and it's very special when we see each other, obviously, here, and just knowing how much it means to both of us.
We see a lot in the mixed doubles, particularly in doubles too, scratch pairings, so people who haven't played before can, if their games complement each other, do well, because there isn't that much of an expectation.
Exactly.
It's we're here to have a bit of fun, see how we get on, and then they got on a good run, and you see them get through to the final and perhaps lift the title.
With all the honesty, I never ever cared for a mixed doubles result. I just wanted to go out there and have fun, and I wish I had that attitude more in singles, because I was just so free, really enjoying my game, spending time with my partners. I was always so lucky to have great guys playing with me, and that was the reason why I've played so well. The only time I really cared was the last one I was missing at US Open finals. That was the fourth one. I was like, okay, this would be nice to win so I can have the full thing. But other than that, and maybe it's a good thing for junior players to approach matches also in singles when we care a lot, to still not forget to have fun.
It's less common these days, but you're one of the players. I mean, the Williams sisters did it as well. You played singles and doubles and mixed too. Did you always find that complemented each other and it wasn't too tiring?
I think when you are young and you have the energy and physically fit, I think it's a great way to improve what you still need to improve. I was super young. I think I was still 17 or 18, and Nigel, my coach back then, Nigel Sears, was always forcing me to, not forcing me, I wanted to as well, to play doubles and mixed doubles, because it was a great way how to react faster to guys serving at me, so improve my return game, come to the net, improve my volleys, because there is nothing like match play that you can actually try it out under the pressure on big courts. And in a way it helped me, for example, playing, I think the semifinals of mixed doubles we played on center court, so it was the first time I played match on center court. So next year when I played, I think, Serena in the quarters, I wasn't overwhelmed by that, because I kind of got to know the big courts before in mixed doubles or doubles. So I always say any young player, if they're healthy, it's a great addition to their singles game.
Happiness for you that day back in 2001. Unfortunately, disappointment for Simona Halep today on centre court, losing that second ladies singles semi-final 6-3 against Elena Rybakina of Kazakhstan. We heard from Rybakina earlier in her press conference. Let's hear what Halep had to say about her performance.
Good afternoon, welcome to the press conference for Simona Halep. Please raise your hand and state your organisation when asking your question. Simona, tough loss today, just give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I really think that she played really well. It was a high level from her, and today I was not good enough to match that, and yeah, all the credit to her for the match that she played.
Hi Simona, Sudipta Ganguly from Reuters. Simona, what do you think you could have done differently today? Like, you know, she was obviously hitting with a lot of power, but you were trying
to serve a little bit better. I improved a lot in my serve the last 3 months, but today I feel like I went back to my normal one. Many double faults and too soft. So definitely, if I would have had a better serve today, would have been better.
Simona, just to talk about your serve, have you got an explanation about that?
In this moment, no, but it happens. I had, 3 months of changing things, so probably I need more time to just fix them and to keep them every day. Today, probably I was a little bit tired and it didn't work.
Simona, given your injury problems and all the troubles of last season, like how much confidence do you gain out of this run at Wimbledon for the rest of the season and rest of your career?
Well, I think the last 4 weeks were pretty good, and I take all the positives from those weeks. I have confidence because I showed myself that I can play good tennis. But yeah, today probably was a little bit too much. But yeah, I take it as it is, and I'm looking forward to work in the same way, and I'm sure that it's gonna be better the next weeks.
Hi Simona, unlucky today. Just on her level today, can you talk about kind of what it is like to face her serve in particular, but also just her level in terms of shot making? It never seemed to drop throughout the match. Were you waiting for it to drop at some point?
Yes, definitely. Her level was very high today. She played really well, and she was very solid, consistent. Didn't drop the level, but I didn't do much. So somehow I think I gave her the perfect ball to do her game, to feel comfortable on court. But as I said, all the credit to her. She deserved to win today with the way I played.
short in the Guardian. Congratulations on the last few weeks and commiserations for today. And you're one of the smartest players on tour. How do you assess Saturday's final? Two very different games. You've played both players. How would you assess?
Interesting. Yeah, now I'm thinking about it. It's not easy to answer because I don't know how Rybakina is gonna respond to Jabeur's game. Is changing rhythm, is cutting the rhythm with many slices. Jabeur she's serving well, so yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I cannot say that Rybakina can keep this level, but probably she would if she really feels confident. So it's gonna be interesting to watch, and I will watch it.
Any further English questions?
Ben? I think you're playing Washington coming up. Is that
Yes.
your next tournament? What are your sort of goals for the U.S. swing this year?
My goal right now is a holiday because I worked a lot and I need a little bit of rest. And my goal is like the goal I came here, just to improve in myself and to do what I want to do on court, to be more aggressive, to be creative, and yeah, to keep the same level every day. I kept it, but today was not good enough. I was not good enough.
Further English questions?
Well, we now know who will be playing in the women's final, Ons Jabeur and Elena Rybakina. What a final it will be. And two people who had a ringside seat to watch things develop are Ruth and Leanne. An absolute pleasure to meet you both. I'm going to come to yourself first. Now, I know you don't really want to talk,
That's okay.
but that's okay. We're all friends here. How do you think this final is going to go? It's going to be exciting.
It is, because they're really strong, like powerful players.
Yes.
Yeah, really powerful, very strong.
And where were you guys sat today?
We were up in the roof, but great view and powerful shots from both finalists today.
And what was the atmosphere like in there? Because centre court is a special place.
Yeah, it was great. Everyone was really supportive for all of the players, actually. Like really behind everybody, weren't they? Yeah.
And they're young, new, upcoming players.
Yeah,
so I
they
think
are.
everyone's excited to see some new names on the circuit.
And what made you guys decide to come today during semi-finals day?
I really like watching the ladies' tennis because I like the rallies and just all of those new players that I've not heard of some of them before. So it was really good to come and see some new players.
Well, part of the reason you haven't heard of them before is three of them have never been to a Wimbledon final before, so it's going to be new for them and new for us all to kind of get used to them, and potentially household names as well. If you were going to make a prediction, so we've got Ons, we've got Elena. I won't ask you who you think is going to win, but what kind of match do you think it will be? Could it be straight sets? Could it be go to three? How do you think it might go?
I think it's going to be really tight. I think it's really tight, yeah?
Yeah, I definitely think it will at least go to three sets, for sure.
And just finally, how does it feel when, for example, Hawkeye happens? We see it on TV and we see the graphic happen, but what's it like when you're in centre court and there's so much on the line?
Yeah, you have no idea whether it's in or out. We're sitting there going, we thought that was in, she thought it was out, and it's
yeah. So big
it's
reliance
really
on
hard to
Hawkeye.
tell. Yeah.
And the big question is, did you have the time of your lives in centre court today?
Yes.
Yes.
Will you be back again?
Definitely.
Definitely.
So will we see you again next year?
Let's hope so, yeah.
I hope so.
Ruth and Leanne, thank you very much for your time, and we'll all get to enjoy the incredible women's final.
Yeah, they've had a wonderful day here at Wimbledon. We have too, in the sunshine. Started off a few clouds. It was a bit cool this morning when we walked in, but those clouds cleared, and it is a beautiful evening here at SW19. Blue skies behind us, and play continues on the outside courts with the doubles and the juniors as well, turning into a lovely evening in this corner of southwest London. Let's turn our attention now to focus on what we're about to see tomorrow, the men's semi-finals. Novak Djokovic against Cameron Norrie. Is there any way past Djokovic on centre court for Cam?
There's always a way, and we saw how close Yannick was, and Novak was very open about it. Look, I wasn't playing my best tennis. He was very specific what he did during his break and how to get himself together mentally. It was, I thought, quite cool to see him openly speaking about it. And yeah, there's always a chance against anyone at this stage of the tournament. Obviously, Cam's going to have all the public support behind him, but at the same time, we know what Novak is made of, and best of 5 in a Grand Slam semi-finals on this very special court. When he makes shots like this, you wonder what else can you do on the courts to hit any winners.
There was I mean, that's just a fabulous shot. Of also illustrates how well Djokovic moves on a grass court, and he's incorporated something you associate more with a clay court, the slide on grass. Maybe not the most textbook way of moving on a grass court, but he's found a way, as he's moved through his career, to adapt his game that was so successful on a hard court and a clay court to work brilliantly on grass, hasn't he?
Yeah, we always talk about players being talented as far as their tennis goes, but I think being talented physically and the ability he has to potentially move in so many different ways on the court, that takes some talent. And I think he's been very blessed with his way how he is able to be so flexible but yet so powerful, and the endurance. He's got all it takes to be in the best shape possible as a tennis player, and that takes some talent too. Obviously you have to back it up with the work in the gym, but from the first match here I thought he looked very fresh physically. Obviously sometimes there were a few dips in his game, but physically there is no doubt that he's ready to go all the way.
It has been largely a year of missed opportunities, really, for Djokovic. Wasn't able to play in Australia for those reasons, missed the opportunity at Roland Garros. I get the feeling that he's going to be very conscious of not missing this opportunity, particularly with how Rafa's playing. Yeah,
100%, Adam. That's the way he's looking at it for sure as well. And he's thinking, right, Rafa took the first two, no, now is my time, and he's going to do anything to get to that title. Once again, he's super motivated. He seems very relaxed off the court, which is always a good sign with Novak. He's got his family here as well that takes the pressure and the focus away when he's not on the court. So I think he's balanced just right, and everything seems to be going for him at this stage. But we must not forget there's going to be Cam, and there's going to be rest of this club and the country rooting for him.
Yeah, Cam's certainly going to have the crowd behind him. I know their games are completely different, him and Jannik Sinner, but is there anything that he will have seen that worked for Sinner in those first couple of sets? Because he had Djokovic on the ropes, didn't he? I mean, if it was a best-of-3 set match, he'd have been in the locker room and doing the interviews as the winner. Will Norrie have perhaps tried to identify certain things in those first two sets that worked particularly well and try to recreate them?
Yeah, of course, and being very dominating in the first two shots. That's where Jannik was so good, hitting the ball as hard as he could. Also, not forget that the lefty serve is always going to be troubling anyone on grass court, even though Novak has the best backhand return, in my opinion, in the history of our sport. I still believe he's got to use that, mix it up with the body, and just make it all changing for Novak on the return. So he has to keep guessing and just being really aggressive. The good thing is that he can go toe-to-toe physically with Novak, because Cam is just as well prepared, and it doesn't matter how physical it gets. He's not going to be suffering in that department, that's for sure.
How much, you mentioned the crowd and the support that Cam will have, not just on centre court, but obviously all around the world. They'll be on the hill and watching the millions of British fans all around the country, willing him on to upset Novak Djokovic. How could he use that to his advantage? Because Djokovic obviously has played British players, he's played Andy Murray plenty of times on centre court, so that's not going to be a surprise or overawe him at all. But Cam's got to try to harness that energy, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's not going to be about Novak, whether he can deal with that or not, because like you said, he's done that brilliantly well in the past when the crowd is against him, and I feel like actually he loves it to be in those situations where he really has to be kind of a warrior for himself. But I think it's more about Cam using it the right way, and he's done that brilliantly. Ever since he's in the spotlight as being British #1, and the way he went about defending his great results in Indian Wells, coming back in March, I thought that was very impressive how he handled that situation, being a defending champion of a tournament like that, and he's just backing it up with amazing results so far. So I think the accumulation of that is going to help him to be really relaxed on the court. He doesn't mind the spotlight, but it's not like he needs it. I think I absolutely love the fact how he just goes about it without really bothering him and just living a normal life like he was up to this moment. So I'm not afraid that it's going to be too much pressure for him. If anything, he's going to use it in the right way.
Well, let's turn our attention to the other semi-final. This is going to be a good one. Nick Kyrgios against Rafa Nadal. From the Kyrgios perspective, we'll talk about Nadal in a second, but from the Kyrgios perspective, we were watching him earlier on at the practice courts. I mean, he barely even had a hit. He was sat there. There was a few people that were just watching that he said, come on, have a hit with me. Didn't really do too many serves or anything like that, but that's part of it for him, and he wouldn't have worried too much about, I suppose, having a really intense practice session like perhaps Rafa would on the day between his matches. He has, although there is all of this off-court stuff and all the other things that go on with Nick Kyrgios, if you just focus in on the way he's playing, he has brought a brilliant level to his matches so far here at the Championships.
No, he's been brilliant on the court, and his ability to do all kinds of winners and what he really can do with the ball, there's no one like him. And when we talk purely about his tennis, it's absolutely fantastic. To me, a wonderful sign was when he got through his 5-set match and how well he recovered physically. So it means he's ready to go the distance. And I have to say, I absolutely loved his reaction after the match. It was actually a kind of a part where we saw the more humbled and softer Nick and how much it actually means to him, and admitting that maybe it took him longer than what we would have expected to get into the semi-final of a slam. And he was really emotional in a nice way, and absolutely loved it. And I'm just so happy that we are talking so much about his tennis finally as well.
And he's overcome 2 opponents in the last 2 matches who both of them tested him, and also players that didn't really give him a great deal. There was lots of antics during the Tsitsipas match, and that was a very one against the other, both in terms of tennis but also personality-wise too. But in the next 2 matches against Nakashima and Garin, they weren't giving him a lot at all, particularly Nakashima. He was like the Iceman down the other end, and Nick was able to get up for it enough and focus on his own game to not let that distract him.
Yeah, not only that, but also he managed the situation of being a favorite in the matches, because in the past we saw how well he can play when no one expects him to win. Against Novak, Rafa, Roger, he can play his brilliant tennis, but I always feel like he shies away when he has the opportunity and he's the favorite to win, and he dealt with it incredibly well, especially through Nakashima getting in 5 sets. He showed that physically he's ready, and then in his previous match as well, he was the clear favorite and he managed it extremely well.
For Rafa Nadal, the question mark, I don't think is whether he can beat Nick Kyrgios. Clearly he can, he's beaten him before, but it's the fitness. There were serious worries, weren't there, during his semi-final against Taylor Fritz. He was able to come through it. He said afterwards, I'm okay, I wouldn't have stayed on if I wasn't. But in the time from that match to walking out for the semi-final, will it have got even a bit more tight? Hopefully, we're going to see 100% Rafa.
Well, the biggest question mark there is, I think, whether he can serve. That's as simple as that, because he did say in the interview right after the match, it's bothering him, and abdominal muscle. If you're feeling a little bit of that with the serve, it's going to be tricky. We saw his father actually during the match showing him to kind of stop, because if you have a tear there, that's months, and having to deal with everything he has already, Rafa this year with a broken rib and so on. He doesn't want to make it worse. So it will be very interesting to see where he will be physically tomorrow. 24 hours can make a big difference. I believe he did hit few serves, not as hard as normally he would in the practice, so that's good. Good sign is that he was actually on the practice court. I wouldn't worry so much about the recovery, because we know that how strong Rafa is, and that he's been able to recover so many times before, where we thought, right, okay, he's got to be feeling it in his legs, and then yet he always surprises us, and he always finds ways how to get through this kind of matches, just like he did yesterday.
Do you think, presuming he's physically okay, that the tactics from Rafa is just going to be to try to keep Nick out there? He knows there's going to be some games, there's going to be maybe some sets where Nick can just blow him off the court and play, perfect tennis. But the longer that Nick is out there gives him more opportunity to hit those peaks, which we've seen from Nadal in the past on centre.
Yeah, for sure. When you have such an aggressive player as Nick is, the longer he's on the court, the chances he's going to start making unforced errors are higher. But at the same time, it's important that Rafa's not going to be too passive, that he's actually aggressive himself. Because if he gives time to Nick, we know how well Nick is hitting the ball this tournament and how confident he is. He's physically in a great shape, so he's got to be careful, not making it all about just staying out there for as long as it takes, but actually taking the initiative and being aggressive himself.
Okay, let's hear from Rafa Nadal then. He spoke prior to the tournament beginning with Renee Stubbs.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
My first question is, how is it for you to be back here at Wimbledon?
I haven't been able to be here since 2019, so I'm excited to be around here for almost a week, so enjoying that fact.
How nice is it to be back here with the fact that we're going to have a full crowd?
We were lucky that we were able to keep going with our sport and our lives, of course. But at the same time, talking just about our sport, of course, it has been tough for the tournaments, tough for the players, a lot of efforts to keep running events and for the players to keep traveling and playing without the crowd. It's completely different feeling, no? So yeah, especially for the older guys, I think, because for the younger, I think that it's a little bit easy, no? Because for them everything is new and they still have the passion to discover new things. No? But for us, it's important to have the crowd because we play with adrenaline and with the joy of having full crowd stadiums, and it's amazing to see all of them back.
What is it about this place, this particular court, that's making you come here this year and want to play?
Well, if I'm here, it's because honestly, the last couple of weeks, in terms of pain, situation is better, no? But it's very clear, and I talk very, very open and clear after Roland Garros. No, if I am not able to slow down the pain, I will not be in Wimbledon, no, because I can't keep going that way, because it don't make sense, no, in a personal way. But honestly, the last couple of weeks have been better. The things that I did in terms of treatment looks like it's working for the moment. Nothing is proved, and I can't be 100% sure on anything. But the only thing that it's true is the last 2 weeks that the pain is less than what I had the last year and a half, and that's for me the main thing. No, so that's why I'm here. I'm excited. I know a challenge, how big is the challenge to come back to play on grass after a long time, because it's a surface that when you are not very familiar with, it's difficult. But I accept the challenge now, and I am here to try my best and to see if I'm able to be competitive.
Over the last 100 years, which is why we're sitting here today, to look at this beautiful court, it's 100 years of this particular centre court. We've asked a lot of players what their most memorable match that they've watched or seen on this court, and a lot of them have said your 2008 match against Roger. What about for you? What's the earliest memory of this court for you?
I don't know. I have a lot of memories. I remember Goran winning. I remember Sampras, all the Sampras titles, because that's when I was younger, the Agassi title. So, and a little bit later on, I remember the Leighton title, of course, the first Rogers title against Philipposis. I don't know. I have a lot of memories now about this place, and I was able to visit for the first time Wimbledon when I was 16, playing the juniors, and for me it was a great experience.
So take me back to the first time you walked around those, I don't know what we call them here, curtains, and walked onto this particular court. Do you remember that moment and what you felt?
Honestly not. I don't remember that day, because I don't know when I played for the first time here. It was too long time ago.
You're not that old.
No, 36, but I played here for the first time in 2003, that I didn't play in the center court. 2004, I remember if I played here.
So I remember the moment that you won here. The sun was going down. It was very dark.
Yeah, very dark, yeah.
What about that moment that you remember that not many people get to experience, playing on this court and having that moment?
Well, yeah, the match have it all. Roger in the other side of the net. Then I think the match had all the ingredients to become an important match of the history of our sport, because we're number one against number two. All the rivalry that we have together, and then rain delays twice. I was winning 2 sets to love. Then big chance on the tiebreak of the fourth, match points. Then the fifth, he had a break point, and then the match was super long, so the sun was going down and down, and I was having at the end chances and chances to break, but Roger was holding, and yeah, finally I got the break, and then I know when I got the break, I had the break, I need to win the next game. If not, we go back to the locker room and we're gonna finish tomorrow. No, so that's add a little bit of extra pressure for me. But at the same time, yeah, one of the most unforgettable moments of my tennis career, without a doubt.
So we are here this year because of the 100 years of centre court, but across the street they're actually building new courts. They're going to have the qualifying here now.
Yeah.
How much do you think that'll help the young kids to think that they're so close, but yet not quite on the grounds yet?
I think all the slams have been improving. Our sport in general is improving in general terms, and Wimbledon is not an exception. No? They covered both courts. Number one, center court. I saw the new area that they make crossing the street. That it's amazing. And now I think in the future they have the plans to go and in the land near in the other side, in the left side, and I think it's fantastic that the bigger tournaments are investing on improving things and to make the things better for the fans, for the players, because investing back on the sport, the only thing that creates is value for our sport, no? And that's the most important thing, and makes the experience more unforgettable for everyone, no? For the fans, for the players, and for all the people who really love our sport. And at the end, the most important thing is to make our sport bigger and bigger.
Okay, last question. I just asked Coco Gauff actually, and she gave me a really unique answer to what is unique about Wimbledon, this court in particular. I'm not going to tell you what she told me.
I think the silence. I think the silence that you feel when you are playing, for me that's the most emblematic thing of this court. No, you feel when you are bouncing the ball, you listen to the bounces, no, and that's probably one of the most special things here.
Well, uniquely, that's exactly what Coco Gauff said.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So I'll tell her. She'll be really excited to hear that you said the same thing she did. So, I mean, honestly, from all of us at the club, from all the television people, from the fans around the world, it is amazing and great to see you here again this year.
Thank you very much.
We wish you all the best.
I'm excited, so hopefully I can stay here as long as possible.
So do we.
We are joined by JJ and Max. JJ, straight off the bat, what do you love most about Wimbledon?
Do you know what I love about Wimbledon? I like the heritage of Wimbledon.
Nice.
You know, the way everything's so prime, so perfect. It feels like, as a consumer, they're just prepping everything so perfectly. So I worked here last year, and what they really drilled into us was it's all about 5-star service, and you can tell that the second you come in, you walk through the queue, unbelievable. And you know what? Whether I'm trying to get a PIMS, whether I'm walking through the crowd, everyone's lovely. Everyone's giving you a great service, so that's what I love about Wimbledon.
Absolutely love that. And what was your job, by the way, a year ago?
I was working on long bar, so great memories. Honestly, unbelievable. Meet so many great people, such great times, and I wish I was doing it this year. But
mate, that was perfectly articulate. That was absolutely incredible. And for yourselves, a lot to live up to here.
Yeah, I've got a lot to live up to. But to be honest, I also worked at Wimbledon last year. I was on court 1. I was doing like a box for IMG, who are a talent agency. So we saw a lot of big players. Serena Williams came in last year. A couple of big name celebrities, maybe Kano if you've heard of him.
Kano.
Great to meet.
You got to mind your P's and Q's when you talk about Kano.
You have to mind your P's and Q's. You have to drop that in there because he's a big man player in the game.
3 wheel-ups, may I add?
3 wheel-ups. So we saw him, but this year it's been amazing. Lovely weather today. Lovely conditions and lovely tennis. Can't really go wrong.
Now, amazingly, you mentioned IMG. They're the production company that make Wimbledon Uncovered. So that was a perfect thing to drop in.
Nice little plug.
So raise the bar, met the expectation. Now, you guys have watched some amazing doubles earlier on today.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it wasn't to be for the Brit, but it was a great match.
Well, listen, let's be honest. We're all rooting for Joe. But to be honest, at the end of the day, the better guys won. Salisbury, they really put up a great fight. Salisbury and Rahm, #1 seeds, great to watch, great tennis. But the other two, God, can they play?
At the end of the day, the Australians took it from them, 5-setter. They really came through at the end of the day. And hit them to the post. There were some really close points, but it was lovely, lovely tennis, and we really, really enjoyed it.
And do you know what? All I'll say was tennis was the winner. There wasn't a winner on that court.
yes.
Tennis was the winner.
Big time.
So well articulated. Max and Matt did the absolute business, it has to be said. No, the Aussies. I wasn't getting your names confused, don't worry.
Sorry about that.
But finally, gents, for anyone at home who's thinking, Wimbledon next year, perhaps I want to turn up, in a word, what would you say?
Imperative. It's imperative that you come to Wimbledon. If you can, get in. I mean, if you want to queue up. It's all worth it. Get yourself a ticket, enter the ballad. All I'll say is get here as soon as you can.
I'm going to say guaranteed, because it's going to happen for you.
Yeah.
And final question, should the cap go on sideways or frontways?
I've been rocking the sideways look, personally.
And I've been rocking the frontways, but tennis players all do it different, so whatever floats your boat.
And what I'll say is the cap's the winner again.
Well, you've capped off that interview nicely. Boys, thank you very much.
Thank you very
An absolute
much.
pleasure. Have an amazing day.
Yeah, you too.
Cheers, guys.
They're looking very smart, aren't they, for a day on centre court?
Can you imagine going for a picnic with this bloke? I mean, you'd never get out of the house, would you? Got to just go there, and the label's got to go forward. There we are, just there.
Sons and mum's day out for family Beckham today. Sandra, David's mum, on the left.
Joe Salisbury wants to challenge this ball that was about 2 feet out. That's pretty funny. Hey, you never know. It might be in at this point. Cool.
Great effort from Taylor Fritz there.
What is he doing now? Wants to get a photo? He's... Hang on, let's see if this happens.
Oh, well, there's that lefty slider.
Let's talk about the hill tilt.
I'm only looking for 10% from that Pims up on the hill.
They're in early, by the way. The gates open at 10 and people charge to get their favourite spot there.
Oh, here we go. That is so sweet. Isn't she gorgeous? Anne will just, yeah, just relax her head.
It's a good strike. Oh.
Oh,
well,
that's so good.
What an effort that was.
I don't have a coach. I would never put that burden on someone.
Yeah, the uncoachable Nick Kyrgios. It was a great line, wasn't it, at the end of that interview on court. I'd never put that on anyone, having to coach him. The order of play is out for the men's semi-finals tomorrow. It's sort of what we expected, really. Novak Djokovic and Cameron Norrie first up on centre court, and then that's followed by Nick Kyrgios against Rafa Nadal. Just wanted to pick up on what we saw there in that interview at the end. Kyrgios, he has seemed in the last couple of matches on the court, but also off it, a little bit more relaxed and comfortable. And I think with him, it is an overall thing. If he's feeling good and feeling up for it, and his mind is in the right place, he can beat anyone.
He can, really. And it's nice to see him, I think, wasting less energy on things off the court. I think after that Stefanos match, he thought, okay, maybe that was a little bit too much. Let's focus on the tennis. And, you know, he's letting his racket talk. And that's why he's at the stage of the tournament where he is right now. And anything is really possible for Nick when he's happy on the off the court. Not too many distractions going on. He's got the people that he wants in his box. Very, very nice answer there that, you know, he doesn't want to put any coaches under that pressure, having to work work with him, and to get to the semifinals on your own, it just shows also how intelligent he is as a player, because you have to figure out so many things, and even on the days off when your coach will tell you, okay, maybe you are technically doing something not as right, and clean up your game, he has to see those things and feel it for himself, and that's not an easy thing to do. So to be in the semifinals without the coach, that's quite impressive.
Okay, let's head over to court 2, show you some live action in the invitational doubles. And, well, we'll show you some shots of around the grounds here at the All England Club. And there we're back on court number 2. It's James Blake and Daniel Nesta against Arnaud Clément, Michael Laudre, the French pairing, former Wimbledon champions, the Frenchman Laudre and Clément on the right of your screen here. And both of these two pairs, well, all 4 players, still bring a pretty good level, don't they?
They do. I was just thinking about the conversations we have before we get on the court. We meet around the gym area. I said around, not in the gym, because the ambition is to actually go and warm up. But then we're like, no, we need to save this energy once we get on the court. And it's unbelievable the way the guys are still hitting the ball. Some of them, like Tommy Haas, could easily still be on the tour. Yeah, it's just so nice to be reunited with everyone and have the privilege to finally, after all the years of suffering, to go out there and have fun and really enjoy it. So I think it's a treat for the fans, but for us players as well, big time.
I always find it interesting, players who retire from tennis and then get into other sports. Obviously, a lot play golf. You like playing golf, for example. But Arnaud Clément's interesting because he started playing a lot of paddle tennis. Obviously, there's a big you can easily see why a tennis player would enjoy playing paddle too. Have you started to see that the craze of paddle tennis? Pickleball is very popular, isn't it, as well in the States? Tennis players starting to take up those games as well?
Yeah, 100%. I think paddle, it's one of those locker room words now that we all are saying, okay, where are you playing, how often? Because I think we can really enjoy it, that we can be at a really good level quite quickly coming from tennis, but at the same time it gives you such a great workout because it's very physical. You have to be very explosive. In Arnaud's case, I know he's crazy fit and he does all these bike rides. Yes, so he brings the fitness in the retirement life to a complete different level. Some we still like to play tennis as part of the workout, and I think it's about having fun, staying in shape, staying fit, so that when Wimbledon comes around, we can actually go out there and play some proper
And it's
tennis.
interesting to see, actually, paddle tennis particularly, and as I said, pickleball, which is a bit more popular over in the States, that the tennis clubs, traditional tennis clubs, are starting to offer both now. You'll have paddle courts being built at tennis clubs, and the two sports, one scratches each other's back. Sometimes people say that paddle is a little bit more accessible, easier to play, and they're following the lead of those players.
I think it's very attractive for both retired professionals from any sport to play paddle, as well as for us and beginners, because like you said, it's maybe a little bit easier to learn. With tennis, obviously the tricky part is the serve. That takes a long time to kind of understand the mechanics, where in paddle I think you get the basics fairly quickly.
Okay, let's leave this one because Elena Rybakina has just walked in for her press conference after her brilliant performance on centre court today, through to her first Wimbledon final. Let's hear what she thought of her performance today.
Kina, please raise your hand and state your name and organisation when asking your question. Elena, how are you feeling? Wimbledon finalist?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's unbelievable, and I feel great right now.
So he lives in Provence.
It's traditional for
he lives near where Thomas
to
is. I
give
don't
the
know if
awards
Thomas is still
to
there.
the women's winner. How excited would you be to pick up the award from Kate Middleton, and can you perhaps talk about what you think of the royal family as well?
Actually, didn't even think about this yet, but for sure it's an honor, and I'm going to be very excited for this moment, no matter if I win or lose. I think it's just something to remember, and it's going to be amazing.
Hi, Elena. Matt Futterman from the New York Times. I wonder if you feel like you're representing Russia at all at this tournament, where Russians have been banned from competing. You're born there, lived there for much of your life, and only recently
I actually answered these questions yesterday, and as I said yesterday, I can repeat it now. I'm playing already for Kazakhstan for a long time, and I'm really happy representing Kazakhstan. They believed in me, and there is no more question about how I feel. It's just already a long time, my journey as a Kazakh player, and I played Olympics, Fed Cup, so I think I gave an answer also yesterday about this.
In your heart, do you feel Russian still?
What does it mean for you to feel? I mean, I'm playing tennis, so for me, I'm enjoying my time here. I feel for the players who couldn't come here, but I'm just enjoying playing here on the biggest stage and enjoying my time and trying to do my best. So.
Congrats on the win today.
Thank you.
Can you talk us through that match, because nerves didn't seem to come into the equation? I know you said on court that you were nervous, but based on the way you served, based on the way you approached the match, you looked like the more experienced player out there.
I was quite nervous before, in the moment when I was close to already finish the match, but I would say that today I really felt solid in my game, and I think I did everything good. And on the previous matches I had many ups and downs moments, but today even if I lost some points, I was really focused, and in the end I'm really happy with my result, and I think it's a good improvement for me.
So the ladies' final is set for Saturday. Elena Rybakina, as you heard there, against Ons Jabeur, who will lift the Wimbledon title for the first time. Tomorrow we'll find out who the men's finalists are. As I said, if you have just joined us, we're about to go, but the order of play for tomorrow: Djokovic against Norrie is first up, and then Kyrgios against Nadal. Just quickly before we say bye, who's going to get through to the men's final, do you think?
Oh, I think it's going to be once again Djokovic, Nadal. Hate to say it, sorry Cam fans, obviously my heart will be rooting for Cam.
And the question mark will be over that Nadal fitness. Could we see a Djokovic-Kyrgios final? That would be entertaining too. Well, day 11 is finished here for us at Wimbledon Uncovered, and I think that the wire cam is just going to move along its 380-metre length and zoom in on us for us to say goodbye and good evening, and we will see you at the same time tomorrow for day 12, men's semi-finals day here at the Championships. Good evening.
Good evening.
Sorry.